Hey everybody, welcome back to the Cliff Fido Purple Arena. It's EDC state qualifying time in the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network here on KNOX. Fargo Shanley Deacons versus the Fargo North Spartans. My name is John Roberts along with Dale Sumner as we get ready here for our pregame, brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment. Let's take a look here, of course, with this pregame. Signature Graphics, we craft your vision. You watch it come to life in True North Equipment, true to our values, driven by you. Dale Sumner, now you are, of course, a scout for the North American Hockey League. You live in Fargo. You have watched these teams play how many times throughout the year? What do we got in store for us? Because the winner of this game gets to go to the state tournament. Yeah, that's going to be an important factor there. Both teams are hungry. Both teams are well coached. In my opinion, it's going to be a battle, and it's going to be a battle of goaltending. So we'll see what it goes. They've got some solid, Fargo North has some solid defensemen, and the Deacons have their forwards are strong, and they have a young kid named Max Halper that is just a complete dude on the back end for them. Well, Fargo North got here by beating Devil's Lake yesterday in an odd game. We called that game. Never seen 3 goals disallowed on the same team in one game, but it happened yesterday. We're going to take just a quick little break here in your pregame, brought to you by Signature Graphics and True North Equipment. Stay tuned. Coming up, we've got your drive for the title, tools for the game, and keys of the game, all coming up on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network here on KNOX.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivards Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to Rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
The way we live and work has changed, but our service and commitment remain. We're evolving to meet your insurance needs with answers where and when you need them most. Nodak Insurance Company.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more, fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks. Gear up for ski season or hit the trails on a fat tire bike. At the Ski and Bike Shop, we offer top brands, ski and snowboard service, and everything you need for cold weather fun. The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks, where your next adventure begins.
And welcome back once again, everybody, to the Purple Arena in Grand Forks. EDC state qualifier game here in the EDC playoffs. As we continue with our pregame, brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment, our drive for the title today. Now we look at how this tournament is shaking out. Of course, we have Central as the number 1 seed playing West Fargo. They were the number 9 seed. Of course, Central won that game. Cheyenne and Shanley played each other. Red River, Devil's Lake, Fargo North, Fargo Davies, Fargo North. So when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, Central beat Shanley.
Red River beat Davies in what was a little bit of a closer game than we thought. And then you got West Fargo and Cheyenne, and Fargo North and Devils Lake. So again, Fargo North beat Devils Lake, so they're here to play Shanley today. And Cheyenne beat West Fargo, so they will meet Fargo Davies. And of course, Red River and Grand Forks Central will play tonight for that championship. So what do we got here? I thought I had it written down. Oh yeah, so we got Fargo Davies and West Fargo. That'll be coming up after this game, about a half hour after. And about a half hour after that, they've actually got it listed at 5 o'clock, that championship game between the number 1 and number 2 seeds, both Grand Forks teams, Grand Forks Central and Grand Forks Red River. Pretty much tournament shaking out the way we all kind of thought it would.
Absolutely. We figured Central was going to come in strong. Central can roll 4 lines.
Oh yeah, with anybody.
With anybody, right? And, you know, I get a chance to see Central an awful lot during my tenure here, and you know, I was at the game when they played Moorhead and beat Moorhead in overtime. That was an amazing game.
Yep. And now, after talking with some of the coaching staff, it seems like a lot of the Minnesota teams want to play Grand Forks Central next year. But the thing is, in the regular season, Dale, what we hear, Central gave up 1 point, and that was because of an overtime win.
Yes.
So they were undefeated in North Dakota play.
Right.
They did win a game in overtime, but that just shows
against
you.
Davies.
Yeah, and that just shows you how strong Grand Forks Central is. Now, all of the times I've interviewed Coach Grant Paranika, he has always said how much of a luxury it is to have the JV teams that he's had, because let's face it, his JV teams at Grand Forks Central, they're good enough to beat a lot of varsity teams in the state of North Dakota.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, stay tuned. We have got more coming up on the pregame, brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment. Our tools of the game, brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Logan Karski, your agent, is coming up right after this.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Valley Truck in East Grand Forks is proud to support our local high school athletes. With over 400 years of combined experience, they keep our community moving on and off the field. Trusted repairs, quality parts, and support for the next generation.
Pro Ag in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Will Rich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything Pro Ag has to offer.
We very much take a lot of pride in our work. Customer service has always been our #1.
We have the best materials. You're going to have the best people in the area to do the job. If you can dream it up, we can make it happen.
Or head to gworkslf.com to get started.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new. Big or small, Finest Auto Trim can cover it all. To get a quote, go to finestautotrim.com.
All right, once again, welcome back to the Cliff Vital Purpur Arena EDC Tournament. It's state qualifier game time. Fargo Shanley Deacons versus the Fargo North Spartans on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX. My name is John Roberts, along with Dale Sumner and a host of others. Now, I'm telling you what, we have got on the Sports Network here on KNOX. Quite the crew. We have got cameras set up all over for the stream. Can't wait to get this game going and the rest of the day. As our pregame, brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment, continues, let's go through our tools of the game, brought to you by State Farm's Logan Karski, building game plans for what matters most. And our tools for the game, here we go. When we take a look now at Fargo Shanley, the Deacons, look at some of their scoring. Dawson Worth, 10 goals, 14 assists for 24 points. Aaron Meyer, 7 goals, 17 assists, 24 points. And Jordan Wright, 4 goals, 13 assists for 17 points. Those are your scoring leaders for the Fargo Shanley Deacons. A few more points, though, being scored by the Fargo North Spartans. Peyton Rorick, somebody you got to watch for. He has got 12 goals, 16 assists for 28 points. Elijah Enger, 15 goals, 7 assists for 22 points. And Andrew Schultz, we saw a lot of him last night, 6 goals, 12 assists for 18 points. Now, I know, Dale, there's a defenseman you said you're kind of keeping your eye open on, and he played a great game last night. Be watching for number 23, Connor Long.
Connor Long, he's a little bit of an undersized defenseman.
He is, yes.
Really, really solid physically. Sees the ice better than most people I've seen in the game, right?
Okay.
He sees the ice. He always knows what the right thing to do. He can rush the puck. He does the right things, and I think that he's going to be a key for me in this game to watch, because if he can hold down that decor and that attack from the Deacons, he's going to, Fargo North has a really good opportunity there.
Right. I was trying to look at some more stats here. The problem is we did not know who was going to be playing this game until we got here or late last night, so was not able to go get all the information that I wanted to get for this game, like goalie stats and things like that, but that's all right. I know yesterday we saw some incredible goaltending throughout the entire tournament, throughout the whole day yesterday, and I'm guessing it's going to be about the same thing today. Now, these coaches, they tell you all year long they're playing for February, and that's what it means. I mean, we saw a Devils Lake team who I thought played a really good hockey game yesterday against Fargo North. We saw them get beat. It was scoreless until about, 7 minutes left, 8 minutes left in the game. North got one, and then they got the empty netter for that 2-0 win. But, it's a hard thing to do. When you see some of these kids, they're seniors, could be the last time they ever lace up a pair of skates. And that's a hard reality,
it's emotional.
That you got to face. And it is absolutely emotional. And you can see these kids after the game. You can see, Devils Lake outshot North. I thought they outplayed them. But 3 disallowed goals in one game. They hit a couple of pipes, and that's all it takes.
Dominic Crocker had a really strong game in net. Dominic will be a guy to watch. He's a sophomore goaltender, so he's got a couple of years left here. So he's going to be a goalie to watch in the future.
Okay.
Jack Furstenau, he's just a big kid. He's solid. He covers the corners well. It's tough to beat him because of his size. And, he's just going to be one of your goaltenders that are going to stand out here.
Sure.
Well, he's really not going to stand out. He looks like he goes through the motions, but his motions covers everything, right?
Right.
There isn't very many holes there.
Well, both teams have finished their warm-ups. The Zamboni is back out on the rink. Our pregame brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment continues. As coming up, we will have the keys to the game. Brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. See what's new for the season. Stop in today, and we'll be right back with more.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer.
In Grand Forks, it's about more than just where you live. It's about the people you trust when life happens.
At Logan Karski State Farm, we're proud to protect what matters most. I'm Logan Karski with State Farm, and we'd be honored to be your good neighbor.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need. Turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
Nelson Auto in Grand Forks is proud to sponsor area athletics. We know the value of a good team, and we'd like to invite you in to meet our team. See how our team takes care of you and your family. Nelson Auto in Grand Forks, home to Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Hey, this is Pastor Paul. I'd like to welcome you to Hope Church, especially if you're a person that doesn't have a place where you hang out spiritually. We would love for you to come and experience hope and find God. Hope Church, 9, 10:30, and 6 p.m. on Sundays. For more information, you can check out gfhope.org.
Pick 6 for $19.99, a perfect meal for two.
That's gotta rhyme.
Well, how about munching on pick 6, my mouth going yap yap. People always staring at my wings, they go flap flap. Davis so surprised because he didn't know I'd rap. Pick 6 meal for 2 for $19.99.
H&S Electrical Services is proud to support local high school sports. From homes to industry, we deliver safe, reliable electrical solutions. Locally owned and operated, our skilled team ensures quality and service you can trust. H&S, trusted in your homes and businesses.
All right, back at the Purple Arena as it is EDC State Qualifier game time on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX. As we roll along with our pregame brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment, it is time now for our keys to the game. Brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. See what's new for the season. Stop in today. And our keys to the game. All right, first stop for Fargo Shanley. Defense first. They're going to have to transition fast if they want to beat Fargo North.
Absolutely, and watch Dawson Worth. He'll rush that puck really well, and as well as Max Hoffer.
Yep.
Another young defenseman. He's a sophomore. He's a good guy to watch. Both those guys can bring up the puck very well.
And you know, the game I called yesterday, I thought the defense on both teams played very solid. It seemed like whenever the team would get in, and as soon as they would cross the blue line going into the offensive zone, before they could get to the top of the circle, the defense was on them. The defense kept everything away from the goalies. There were no good, sharp shots in that game. There was a few, but I mean, the defense did a great job of keeping everything to the outside.
Absolutely.
Keys to the game now for the Fargo North Spartans: attack wisely and watch the transition. Very easy to get caught in transition.
Yes, it very is, because you know, it's if you don't watch your gap control against the Deacons, they're going to put it on you.
Sure. So there you go. Those are our keys to the game. Brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. See what's new for the season. Stop in today. Boy, I tell you what, this is the game. You know, to find out the winner of this game, the winner of the next game. They will both punch their ticket to the state tournament in Fargo starting next week. And, of course, the championship game tonight. All that has to do with it will be the seed. Basically, the seed for the tournament. And right now, really no surprises, I would imagine, going into the state tournament. Well, I heard Southwest that's okay this year. Is it Minot United or something like that? Or
Bismarck. Minot United and Bismarck Legacy. I know I've watched both those teams this year. Both are very strong. I think they'll have a hard time. Anybody that's going to come up against Central is going to have a hard time.
And I can remember years ago when Alex, you know, they'd won the state title sophomore, junior year, and they weren't even supposed to make state his senior year. Well, then they come in, and I think it was Minot that was undefeated that year.
Right.
And Central had no chance. Central whooped them up. I mean, they made it look bad. But anyway. All right, we're still a couple of minutes away from the drop of the puck. Actually, they say we should be about 11 minutes away. So we'll be right back again on your pregame, brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment. Coming up right after, well, let's see if I can find this. We'll come back right after this.
It's game day, and whether you're feeding the family or the entire team, Hugo's is the place to go. Score big with favorites from the meat department, delicious fresh veggies, and don't forget about the bakery to celebrate the big win. Hugo's Family Marketplace, your game day headquarters.
Thief River Glass handles it all. Aluminum storefronts, auto glass, windows, shower enclosures, and more. Just like our athletes, we're built for every season. No job is too big or too small. Call 218-681-1333 for year-round dependable service.
When you're looking for a change of pace, a change of routine, or a change of scenery, we'll help you find what's next. Berkshire Hathaway Home Services. For you, for life.
RBB Electric is proud to support local high school sports and the athletes who work hard every day. From the field to the classroom, dedication matters. Serving homes, businesses, and farms across the region, RBB Electric is honored to support our teams and communities.
Ready to launch your future? At Northland Community and Technical College, opportunity starts here. Train for high-demand technical and skilled trades or start with an affordable Associates of Arts degree and transfer with ease. Visit northlandcollege.edu.
The Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Talk to your Kubota dealer to schedule a demo.
For expert sales and service, visit Acme Equipment or online at acmekubota.com.
The body shop you work with is your choice, so pick the local team with the service you trust. Modern Auto Body in Grand Forks can make it look like the accident never happened. Schedule an appointment for an estimate on our website or give us a call.
Spare Husband keeps homes running smoothly with trusted repairs, remodels, and every fix in between. JK Rents sets the scene with tables and chairs for weddings, parties, and celebrations. Together, they're proud local high school sports sponsors, supporting the teams and the community they call home.
All right, we are back. And I guess the proper name for the place is the Cliff Fido Perper Arena. We've always just called it Perper or the Perp. EDC tournament going on here with the state qualifier game today, and again we've got another qualifying game after this one. West Fargo and Fargo Davies will be playing, and then of course the championship game later on. They're probably thinking at about 5 o'clock. We Red River and Grand Forks Central here on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX, who has been here since the very first game of this tournament, and we will be here until the very end of this tournament, and of course be able to catch and follow us. I'm sure we're going to be down at the state tournament in Fargo, Shields Arena, coming up next weekend. Boy, I tell you what, with all the hockey talk and everything, let's talk a little bit about the Olympics. Team Canada has worked their way into the championship game again. They had the #1. Were they the #1 seed? I think they maybe were after the Four Nations. Yep. They kind of got lucky getting into this championship game. What, they have 2 overtime games?
Yep.
And Team USA has just been breezing through.
Correct.
I mean, Team USA took it to Slovakia yesterday.
Yep.
It's going to be a great championship game tomorrow. Only problem is it's at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Which isn't a big deal for me. I'm usually up by 5 anyway. But now just to tune the body to be able to have a couple of adult beverages at 7 o'clock in the morning,
right,
which I'm sure I won't have that much of a problem to do.
I doubt that.
So yeah, so that's going to be a good one. Congratulations. Team USA, the women's hockey team, won the gold medal. North Dakota girl on Team USA. So I think that is just crazy. You know, I've got a lot of friends up in Canada, but I sure love it when we beat them up in hockey.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm originally from California, and one of our California girls that trained at our facility, Carla Barnes.
Yep. Okay.
Kayla Barnes.
Yep.
Is on that Olympic team, and she's been a very solid attribute for them.
And you know what I like about the Olympic hockey team? They don't complain about government. They don't use that for a platform. Did you see those girls in the national anthem was being played for the gold medal?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it gives me shivers just talking about it. But that's the difference between hockey and a lot of other sports, in my opinion. You're not going to take a knee. You're not going to, you know, face the other way for the national anthem. It's just, that's the way it is.
Yeah, but with the hockey, what makes that so strong is it's such a team sport.
Oh,
right?
for sure, yeah.
You know, and they come together as a bond. And where you go with some of the more individual sports in the Olympics, where they can go and do their own thing. And who cares what they think?
Yeah,
you know, they only care what they think about. They don't care what everybody else watching thinks.
I know I had a conversation about this on Thursday. I was on KNOX from 3 to 6. And that was one of my topics for the day was Olympians using the Olympics as their stage, as their platform. Don't like it. Same with concerts. You know, when you look at the average cost of a concert ticket now, I'm paying to go hear this person sing their songs, not talk about their political beliefs, especially if you're a Canadian or if you're from Ireland or if you're from somewhere else. Bono, Neil Young, just that's enough, all right?
Right.
Okay, we got that out of the way. Let's talk hockey again. Here we go. It's going to be a good one. Fargo North Spartans and the Fargo Shanley Deacons.
And in the Eastern Dakota Conference Hockey Tournament.
Our referees tonight, by the way, Eric Wellix and Mike Holm are your linesmen. Matt Palmasino, Darwin Ray are the referees. And here we go, our starting lineup brought to you by Forks Fence Company, powered by Greenworks. Grand Forks' #1 fence company. As we get ready for our starting lineup.
We ask that you cheer for your team and be respectful of the opponent. As high school students,
oh, you can look at these guys, they are keyed up. You're looking at the Fargo Shanley Deacons down there, and man, those guys they're all doing the old shin pad bang all the way down the line. That's pretty cool.
The starting lineup for the visitors, the Fargo North Spartans.
All right, Fargo North, the visitors. Here's your starting lineup.
And Alice Naimi. Starting in goal for the Spartans.
In goal for the Spartans, number 33, Dominic Crocker. On the points, number 2, Leighton Olson. On the other side, number 23, Connor Long. Front 3 on one wing, 16, Skylar Burkhardt. On the other wing, 15, Kellen Doherty.
Number 15, Kellen Doherty.
And number 11, Peyton Rorick will center that first line for the Fargo North Spartans. Head coach Tyler Klein, assisted by Chad Christensen, Mitch Mazahari, Brendan Richards, and Luke Olson. And now our starting lineup for the home team today, the Fargo Shanley Deacons.
Fargo Shanley Deacons, student manager Liam Miller, goaltender.
In net, number 31, Jack Furstenau. On the points, number 14, Ryan Olsenowski. On the other side, number 16, Maxwell Hofer. Jordan Wright going to be a forward at number 13. The other side going to be Aaron Meyer. And centering that front line, number 3, Dawson Worth. Head coach Mark Olsenowski. Aaron Kinslow, Luke Anderson, Robbie Greacher, and Carson Fries and Jake Scarperud are the assistants for the Fargo Shanley Deacons.
Carson Fries and Jake Scarperud.
All right, at this time, we're going to step away from the microphones for just a minute, folks. As we please rise,
with the right hand over your heart.
Take the hats off, and here we go with our anthems.
National anthem, with respect to many Americans who have given their lives for our nation, and for those who are defending our freedom today, please give us your undivided attention as we salute our great nation and flag. Today's anthem will be performed by the Red River High School Velatones and Manitones, our national anthem.
Here we are back at the Cliff Fido Purpur Arena. EDC tournament time and the state qualifier game of the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX. John Roberts along with Dale Sumner and a host of others. Abby Schauer will be joining us between periods. I don't know if you got to catch any of Abby's stuff last night, but man, she does a fantastic job considering, I believe yesterday might have been the first time she's ever had a microphone in her hand and been able to do this stuff, but Abby Schauer, of course, a great hockey player in her time for Grand Forks, and then moved on to play a couple other places. But looking forward to hearing from Abby between the periods. And, of course, we have got cameramen set up all over, producers and all kinds of stuff. Almost impossible to say who they all are. Well, for one thing, I don't know half their names. I just know their faces.
I met a couple of them yesterday. They're really nice.
What
guys.
A great group. Yeah, what a great group. Cunningham has put together a heck of a team here. Way to go, Rhino. Of course, he'll be doing the play-by-play here coming up after this game. I think he's probably got the next 2 games. I'm not sure, but there we go. So we got Fargo North going to be going from our left to right. You can see it on the camera. Fargo Shanley going from right to left. Fargo North, of course, in the dark blue or almost black and yellow and white jerseys. Fargo Shanley, white and red. So it's going to be Peyton Rorick and Dawson Worth on the opening face-off. And here we go, EDC hockey time. And they drop the puck, and right off the bat, controlled by the Deacons. Deacons going to skate it up past the red line, and it'll be dumped in by Olsonowski. First one there, though, are the Spartans as they try to clear it out, but it'll be kept in. Quick shot right into the gut of Crocker. Crocker holds on to that one for a whistle. Well, there's a shot right away at the beginning of this game. Yesterday in the game I don't think I saw a shot for the first 5 minutes.
Really?
So face-off will be to the left side now of Dominic Crocker. Face-off controlled by the Spartans. They'll give it a ride around. They're going to try to work it out on the near side as they start to break out of their zone. It'll be dumped down, but it was tipped, so no icing. Shanley gets there first behind their own goal. Now in the near half wall. Be kept in by Fargo North, and as soon as I say that, Shanley gathers it back up. Loose puck now in the neutral zone. Finally grabbed by Jordan Wright, the defenseman. Wright skates in, shot off the glove of Crocker. Nobody there for the rebound. Kept in momentarily by Shanley. Oh, now a broken stick. Number 15, not too much of a hurry to get a new stick. That's Doherty. And now Doherty finally comes off. Down in the north zone. Shanley putting some pressure on. And now Fargo North will clear it out. Here they come in a 2-on-2 into Shanley zone. And it's going to be offsides. Elijah Anger skating the puck in. And I don't think that Jack Barch was really looking to what was going on there, because Barch ended up being about a half step over the blue line for an offsides. Face-off will go to the outside, or right outside the Deacon blue line, far side of the rink.
Yeah, I don't think you're talking about when you have a broken stick. Those things, they look down there, $400 a stick.
Yeah, well, then there's fiberglass or whatever chunks of stuff down there that they got to go pick up. Not like back in the old Northwood or Sherwood days, or Coho, or the Christian Brothers just say no to drug stick. I still have one of those in my garage.
Nice.
All right, here come the Fargo Shanley Deacons down into Fargo North territory. They give it a ride around the goal up to the far half wall. Dumped right back in again by Cale Anderson. North gets there first, trying to work it up the far or the near side. Defenseman pinching up, and now here comes North. They'll get it past the red line and dump it down. First one back, Chase Peasland. Peasland loses the puck to North, back from the point. That shot hits traffic. Thomas Frostley with a block, and that one hurts. He's coming off. And North trying to make the long pass, goes over the stick of Andrew Schiltz, and that will be icing on Fargo North. All right, the face-off will go back down to the Fargo North zone. Be to the right side of goaltender Dominic Crocker. Elijah Emeneth loses the draw. North wins it as they clear it out of the zone. Move the puck ahead to Schiltz. Schiltz got a man streaking for the net. That was Anger. Anger couldn't get the shot off. Good defense by the Deacons defenseman there, and now picked up and carried back in by Aaron Meyer. Meyer has it poked away at center ice. Here comes an opportunity for Fargo North. Got a man there, couldn't quite reach the puck for the tip. That was Elijah Anger. Man, if it would have been about another foot or two behind, back a little bit, he would have had a great opportunity there. Just couldn't catch up to the puck.
Yeah, I was wondering if the goaltender was going to come out and play that puck.
That could have been a heck of a collision if he would have.
Yeah, right?
All right, 14:45 remaining. You can see it on the scoreboard there. In the first period, we are still scoreless. So right now, Fargo Shanley with the only 2 shots in the game. And North gets it and dumps it right back in. That's Kellen Doherty. Picked up by the Deacons, though. That's Ben Qualley. Qualley moves it up. He's got a man there. Coming in, but again, good defense that time. Noah Oxendahl couldn't get the shot off because Fargo North's defense is awfully stout there. And here they come again. Oxendahl up the near side. down into the corner. Wow, he collides with Leighton Olson, and Olson didn't stand a chance in that collision. And North clears it back out to center ice. Hofer moves the puck ahead, goes rink wide, and it's dumped in by Peasland. North gets there first. In that far corner, it's going to be Rourke. Rourke, puts it out front, gives the puck up, and what a chance for Thomas Frostley. Frostley couldn't get it by the goaltender. Errant pass that time by the defense. They had no clue that that puck was sitting out there in front of the goalie.
He hit the referee.
Oh, wow. North dumps the puck down. It's loose again in the neutral zone. Cale Anderson going to dump it in for the Fargo Shanley Deacons. Holden Eberle moves the puck ahead. Deacons are there first. Going to be a delayed offside. They've got to check up. Fargo North with it. Oh, and another big hit. John Elton just schooled Levi Chulichka. Wow, was that a hit? Fargo Shanley being the more physical of the two teams. And here comes Shanley again. Zigging and zagging that time was Olsenowski. Olsenowski with a shot from the top of the circle, and I think that might have hit the pipe or the crossbar. You can barely hear it. But Shanley putting on some pressure. And now picked up by Fargo North. The defenseman falls. We've got a legit 3 on. That's offsides, plain as day. Bo North wins the draw back to the point. Oh, it's stolen away, almost stolen away by Shanley. And now it is. And I don't have, okay, that's number 5, that's Aaron Meyer. North deep in their own territory along the near half wall now. Fargo Shanley got a man open as they steal the puck away. Loose puck right out front. Crocker says that's enough of this. I'm going to freeze it. And it looks like we got a North player a little slow getting up, and that's starting defenseman Connor Long.
Yeah, that puck, he took it off the forward skate off his stick there, and then he wound up getting a high stick. I'm surprised they missed that call.
Well, 4 shots on goal by the Fargo Shanley Deacons. Fargo North, the Spartans have yet to have a shot on net. Face-off will be to the left of Fargo North's goalie Dominic Crocker, and it is controlled by Fargo North, and they'll clear it out of the zone. But that's about as far as they get before Shanley gathers it back up. Near side on the point, Hofer goes around the goal looking for his defensive partner. That's Chait Peasland. Peasland tried to move it up the far side along the boards, but shot right back in again by Fargo North into the near corner. Shanley takes it up. Here they come in a 2-on-3, an odd man rush. Jack Rasmussen dumps it back to the point, not being able to keep it in is Chait Peasland. So Peasland just dumps it back in. Shanley going to switch up a few of their guys on the fly. Loose puck in the near corner down to the Fargo North zone as the Spartans now try to move the puck out of the zone. Rourke with a long rink-wide pass. That time he was looking for Colin Holt. Holt just going to dump it in. 11:31 remaining in this opening period. We are still scoreless. Fargo Shanley and Fargo North. Breaking up the play was Andrew Schultz. Called his name a lot last night as Schultz dumps it back down into the Deacon zone. Picked up right away by Shanley, and they're going to dump it down. No icing. Connor Long back there, and now here comes Shanley. John Eaton in the far corner. Knocked right back in again by Barch. They'll try this again from behind the net. That's Connor Long. Long moves it up the far side. And here they got a man streaking towards the net. Not being able to get a good shot off was Elijah Enger. And again, some good defensive play here on both sides. Not allowing very quality shots. And as soon as I say that, there's a quality shot by Enger off the blocker of Furstenau. First time I've called Furstenau's name here so far today. And there you go. Fargo North Spartans finally got their first shot on net. Oh, the pass was hoping for somebody to be there, but nobody there. Bart Stott, he still had a man there, but he was going off for the change. And now stolen away by the Deacons as they come down the far side. Jordan Wright has it stolen away back by Fargo North. Trying to make the move around, but not working for Rogney. And now stolen away again by the Deacons with a quick shot that time by Oliver. Check that. Elijah Emineth. And I think Crocker might have got a little piece of that one. All right, looking for... All right, the face-off controlled by Fargo North, deep in their own zone. They'll want to work it up right up the middle. And they do get it out to center ice anyway. Down in the Shanley zone, kept in by Fargo North on the far side. Nobody in the slot where they were making the pass to. Gets hooked back out to center ice and dumped right back in again. Chulichka dumps it in, and the defense will switch up on Fargo North. Had kind of a chance there for Kellen Doherty. Doherty just couldn't get a handle on the puck. Gets knocked back out to center ice, and again dumped right back in. A bouncy puck first and out, no problem with that save. Dumps it off to the defenseman. Here they're trying to catch Fargo North on a line change. Here they come, it's Maxwell Hofer. Hofer skates it all the way in himself. He'll go behind the Fargo North goal. Hofer looking for somebody, finally dumps it back behind to Jack Rasmussen. Rasmussen all the way to the near side now. On the near half wall, that's Olsenowski. Olsenowski, boy, doing some great stick work. There's a shot, that goes high and wide. Over to the far half wall now, and Fargo North gathers it up and at least clears it out to the neutral zone. Oh, and stolen away nicely that time by Rorik. Rorik drops the pass back for Schiltz, and Schiltz has it stolen away. Oxendahl moves the puck ahead to Dawson Worth. Worth coming in and not being able to get the shot off. Dominic Crocker diving out. Think he got a piece of that one. Wow, we got some good action here, and now Fargo North dumps it back down. No-look pass, not working good. John Eaton takes the puck away, moves it over to Dawson Worth. Worth with a long shot. Fargo Shanley needs a line change. That shot went wide of the net. Oh, and not being able to hold it in. They're going to have to wait and check up. Frozen on the far boards now in the neutral zone. Trying to move it up is Chait Peaslin. Peaslin does move it up, but it's stolen away now, gathered up by the Fargo North Spartans. Errant pass intercepted by Shanley. Another shot, that time by Cale Anderson. Crocker with the save. Well, it sounds like it's time for a media timeout, brought to you by Eagles Crest Grill. Don't forget their Sunday brunches from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every day, and we will be right back.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
All right, we are back. All right, we are back once again on the Rivard's Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX after a media timeout. 7:49 remaining in the first period. And we are scoreless between the visiting Fargo North Spartans and the home team here today, the Fargo Shanley Deacons. Fargo Shanley out shooting Fargo North 6-2 right now. And again, 7:49 remaining in the first period. Face-off will be to the left side of North goalie Dominic Crocker. And North wins the draw, trying to get it behind the goal. Olsenowski's back there for Shanley. Finally dug out that time by Worth, but there was nobody there. Made the pass in front of the net, and it's stolen away by Fargo North. Chance for North that time. Doherty, but Doherty loses the puck, and it's shot into the corner. Doherty, a couple of things going on there. He finally gets it back. He's just going to dump it into that far corner, but waiting there for him is Rorik. Rorik trying to get back to Doherty again. sloppy play again, and now finally stolen away by the Deacons. Worth got a man with him. Oh, pass was deflected. He had Aaron Meyer charging the net. Again, a good defensive play by Fargo North. At the far half wall, still down in the north zone. Puck controlled now by Fargo Shanley. Shanley back to the point, one-timer, but that goes a little bit wide. The one-timer by Cale Anderson. He could have actually skated that puck up a little bit. And here comes North trying to get it out of the zone. Kellen Doherty going to dump it. Fargo North needs a line change. Ben Qualley skates it out for Shanley. Passes it ahead to Frostley. Frostley's got a man open. Shot by John Eaton. Again, right into the gut of Dominic Crocker. 6:29 to go in the scoreless first period. Face off to the right side now of North goalie Dominic Crocker. Cale Anderson to take the draw for Shanley against Elijah Enger for Fargo North. Ref didn't like something, they redraw, and there we go, controlled by Fargo North. By that time they had Andrew Schultz on the fly, but couldn't get it by the big defenseman, Chase Peaslin, and they're going to dump it right back in again to North zone. North trying to clear it out from behind their own goal. Good forechecking by Fargo Shanley, and now North will clear it out of the zone. Andrew Schultz. Schultz carries it in, and that's offsides again. That time it was Elijah Enger. How many times can you be offsides? They're in high school. That's one of the first things they teach you. I mean, I know you want to get the jump, you want to be close, but you can't be that far.
Exactly, and Fargo North has been having problems keeping any kind of offensive zone time, and it's because of a lot of those offsides.
All right, face-off just outside of Fargo Shanley's blue line, near side of the rink. 6:02 remaining in the first period. Right off the face-off, down to the Shanley zone. Picked up by the defenseman, Maxwell Hofer. Hofer clears it out to center ice. North gets it, dumps it right back in again. They've got to check up. Left to the side by Firstenau. Shanley going to move it up the near side. Oliver Dahl. Oliver Dahl goes rink wide. He's looking for Dawson Worth. Worth skates it down to the north zone. Worth got a man up front. No, hits a skate, goes behind the goal. Still collected up by Fargo Shanley. Shanley controlling, trying to get the puck back to Jordan Wright. Wright couldn't get a stick on it. Now he gets it back. And it'll be kicked. Oh, no, that'll be offsides. Shanley had to check up. North gets it back, and they dump it down. Fargo North changing on the fly. Shanley deep in their own zone right now. That's Olsenoski. Olsenoski moves the puck ahead, and they're making the long pass, trying to find Aaron Meyer that time. Meyer was on his way off for a line change, now stuck right about at the red line on the far side of the rink on a scrum. We got 3 Spartans and 2 Deacons trying to fight for that puck. Finally dug out of there by Wutchik and dumped back down into the Deacons zone. Deacons gather it up, trying to clear it out now. Puck being controlled by number 14, Ryan Olsenoski. Olsenoski goes rink wide for Oxendahl. Oxendahl skates it in, trying to find that time. He's trying to find Worth. Worth couldn't get the shot off. Loose puck picked up by North, but they cannot clear it out. Kept in by Ben Qualley. And now here comes big number 15, Kellen Doherty, to get it out. Oh, and stolen away again. That's Hofer. Hofer around the north goal. Hofer still controls along the near half wall. Hofer with the puck, trying to dump it into the corner, but broken up by Fargo North. Here comes North's Peyton Rorick. Rorick off the boards, gets down into the zone. Wanted to try to get a man out front. He had the guy there, but Skylar Burkhart couldn't get to the puck. North still continues. There's a weak wrister, but goes nowhere because Hofer is there to steal it away. Hofer takes it to center ice, dumps it down. Shanley going to change on the fly. Picked up behind his own net, that's Rogney. Rogney moves the puck ahead. Loose at center ice, dumped back in again by Fargo Shanley. 3:40 to go in the first period. We are still scoreless. Still scoreless in this EDC state qualifier game. The winner of this game punches their ticket to the state tournament next year, or next weekend. And what that means for the winner of this game, they're just going to be playing at home. Shields Arena will be the rink. And what a great place for a state tournament. I was fortunate enough to get to call one tournament there and had a good time there.
It's a great arena.
It is. It's the perfect size for a state hockey tournament. I mean, yeah, I love the Ralph too, but the Ralph a little bit big, but of course it'll come back to the Ralph next year. Fargo North losing the puck. That was Connor Long. Long was taking a look ahead, didn't realize it was down at his feet. Shanley now in their own zone. Olsenowski with a couple of nice moves. He'll skate it out himself. Past the blue line. Into North's territory. Loose puck up front. Not being able to get the shot off was Rasmussen. And they'll dump it all the way down again to Shanley's end. Olsenowski trying to get it out of the zone. Captain of the Shanley Deacons, and now he does. And that could have been offsides too, and it is. They've got to check up. There they go. Intercepted by Fargo North's Peyton Rourke. Rourke with the puck in Shanley's zone. Nobody out front for Rourke. They were in the middle of a line change. Rourke with some good back checking, trying to get that puck back, but now it looks like the Deacons will clear it out. No. As soon as I say that, here comes Dylan Rogney to dump it back in. North controls, now stolen away by Shanley. And that's Dawson Worth, the big defenseman. Worth going to skate it in on his own, splits the defense. But again, Fargo North's defense does a nice job not allowing Worth to get the shot off. Kind of ends up just sliding to the goaltender, Dominic Crocker, and he holds on to that for a whistle with a $1:41 to go in a scoreless first period. Face-off will be to the left side now of North's goalie, Dominic Crocker. And they didn't like that. All right, face off again to the left side of Crocker, controlled by Shanley. One-timer, blocked by Schultz. And Schultz ends up with a puck, ridden off the puck at the center ice. Shanley gets it back, shoots it down to the north blue line, dumped all the way down, but it hit somebody, so there's not going to be an icing call on this one. In the far corner it goes. Still down in the Shanley zone, and now here comes Fargo Shanley. John Eaton dumps, and he'll go back for a line change. 1 minute remaining in the period. And loose sloppy play again here in neutral zone. Chance down in the Shanley end for Fargo North, not being able to get a good shot off. Not a lot of good quality shots so far in this first period by either team. There was opportunities, but they couldn't get the shot off. North putting some pressure on now. 25 seconds to go. There's a shot, hits traffic out front, rebound, puts right back out front, but bounces over the stick of Doherty and all the way out to center ice. Dumped back in again by Fargo North. North with the puck, time to come down. If they can get a quick shot off, it's not going to happen. And that'll do it for period number one. So period number one, we are scoreless after the first period, 0-0. Are we going to send it down to her right now? Okay, we're going to send it down to Abby Shower. So let's see.
For Fargo North, number 33, Dominic Crocker, 7. For Fargo Shanley is number 31, Jack Firstenau.
All right, shots
2.
on net, 7-2 that period. 7 for the Fargo Shanley Deacons, 2 for the Fargo North Spartans. And let's send it down to Abby Shower.
I'm here with Coach Tyler Klein. How'd you feel about the first period? Yeah, feeling pretty good. I mean, you know, we're here, we're in a fight. We've been in this spot a lot. Two quality opponents, right? I think the game had some pretty serious pace and some heaviness to it off the bat there. I thought we kind of got into that, right, and started to push a little bit on our own. So we just got to find a little more possession, a few more pucks to the net, and see if we can outskate them a little bit there.
And what's going to be the message in the locker room before the second period?
Wow, it's pretty simple, right? I think when you get to this point in the season, you just inspire the kids and give it to them. They know what it takes, and we'll come out, we'll find a better period and see how that thing will go for us.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you, Abby. And here we go with our intermission report, being brought to you by Grand Forks Welding, the men of steel since 1885, and High Plains Water, your home's clear choice for awesome water. And we'll be right back on this intermission report in just a minute. If I can find the right ad to play.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
The way we live and work has changed, but our service and commitment remain. We're evolving to meet your insurance needs with answers where and when you need them most. Nodak Insurance Company.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics, we craft your vision, you watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
All right, we are back at the Fido Berber Arena on the Rivard's Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX. EDC State Qualifier game right now. I'm John Roberts with Dale Sumner as our intermission report brought to you by Grand Forks Welding, the men of steel since 1885, and High Plains Water, your home's clear choice for awesome water. Dale, not much to talk about.
No, it was really a clean first period with no penalties, not a lot of stoppage, right?
You think they were still just trying to figure each other out?
Well, they shouldn't be in that point because they've been figuring each other out quite a few times during the season, right?
But I mean, you know, they don't get to play each other in a different rink, you know.
True.
But you know, how much do you think is in their mind going, if I make a mistake, we might not go to state? Do you think that plays in their minds? Does it take them away from their game maybe a little bit?
Well, it has to at some point, right? For me, I saw that the Fargo North team was not able to get any offensive control zone.
Yeah.
They were just in that last.
That was one of our keys of the game.
Correct. In that last 2 minutes of the period, that was the first time I was seeing them able to have any puck possession in the zone. Whereas far as the Fargo Shanley Deacons, they were able to push the puck up at will.
Yep.
And
But, you know, again now, it seems like when they're getting in between the blue line and the top of the circles, the defense on both teams are doing a good job.
Yeah, they're collapsing in the middle.
Yep.
I think a couple of times I've seen where the Fargo North team did not make a clean exit pass, and it winds up coming back on a shot. There wasn't any really great scoring of chances, but they did have some really good some chances.
Right, like what you said, they had some great chances, but couldn't get the shot off. They had a guy waiting there, but maybe it bounced over the stick or you know, something like that.
Right. And you know, the key for Fargo North is going to be getting that first pass out of the zone.
Sure,
right?
sure.
And they got to make it happen.
All right, shots in that first period, 7 for the Fargo Shanley Deacons and 2 for Fargo North for the Spartans. Again, nothing else to talk about, no penalties, no anything. Kind of like the game we did last night. And we're going to talk about some of this stuff coming up here. We're going to take another break here in your intermission report, brought to you by Grand Forks Welding and High Plains Water. We'll be back with more right after this on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersales.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks. Gear up for ski season or hit the trails on a fat tire bike. At the Ski and Bike Shop, we offer top brands, ski and snowboard service, and everything you need for cold weather fun. The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks, where your next adventure begins.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to GrandForksWelding.com.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
All right, we are back at the Purple Arena as our intermission report brought to you by Grand Forks Welding and High Plains Water continues. Dale Sumner, one thing about this crew here at the Purple Arena, you see what they're doing between periods. A couple of guys go and they walk the entire circle along the boards and look for any bad spots because you're going to find them, and you don't see that a lot. Where they're going to go and they're going to fix every little spot along them boards. He's got a bucket of ice. He's got a couple of pucks with him.
Yep.
And they go patch all that stuff up, which is great to see.
Yeah,
you don't want to see anybody catch an edge.
You catch an edge and fall into a divot.
Right,
You know, and,
right. You were going to say.
So, in tracking the shots, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every shot that Shanley had was inside the dots, inside the circles, right? Fargo North, not so much. They had one from the blue line.
Yep.
And then they had one inside the dot. Those were the only 2 shots. And again, that comes with puck possession. They're not able to keep the puck possession going. Fargo Shanley seems to be swarming them in the offensive zone and in the defensive zone.
Okay, now if you are head coach Mark Olsenowski for the Fargo Shanley Deacons, what do you tell your boys between periods?
Play the same exact way.
Yep.
Absolutely play the same exact way. They didn't give them any opportunities to rush the puck.
Right.
They stayed on them. They stayed on their checks. They were physical. And I think if Fargo North could do anything, they should be able to get some more bodies on their players.
Okay, and so if you're Tyler Klein, are you going to tell your guys you got to get to that? You got to win the race to the puck.
Sure, and you got to stay on sides too.
Right.
I think they've
Yeah,
got to
three times I think they're off sides. Yeah. That's almost too much for a game.
Yeah.
I mean, they're high school boys. These aren't squirts.
Right, and was their only chances to get inside the zone, and they're blowing it and they're taking it off the table there. I think that Fargo North needs to get a little more physical to match the physicality of the Deacons, and I think that that first pass out of the zone is going to be very, very important.
Well, we all know there's puck luck. There are it is luck involved in hockey.
Sure.
Like I said, we've been talking about this the whole game so far. Not a lot of quality scoring shots, but there were some good scoring opportunities.
Sure.
It just a bounce here, a bounce there, over the stick, and they just couldn't make it work.
Yeah, and the Shanley team was getting those opportunities, but they were shooting right into the chest of the goaltender.
Okay. Right.
Dominic Crocker had his position covered well. He was getting. Whenever you eat out of the 7 shots, you get 5 of them in the chest. You're doing something right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it sounds like we're going to send it back down to. Is she ready? We're going to send it back down to Abby Schauer.
What did you like about the first period, Coach?
Well, I think the boys came out with good energy, and obviously we were putting some pressure on them there early, but I think we got to still tighten some things up defensively. We gave them a couple chances that we shouldn't have, and again, Jack's playing great back there for the opportunities that they did have, but proud of how we came out and responded after last night.
And what are you looking for in the first 5 minutes of the second period?
I think a lot of the same, just getting pucks on net, getting more bodies to the front of the net. That's the key for us right now, is just we got to get more pucks on net and really crash their goalie, just put a little more pressure on them.
Good luck and thank you. Yep.
All right, and thank you very much, Abby Schauer. We'll be hearing from her throughout all day today. So doing a great job. It's kind of our behind-the-scenes stuff here. So, yeah. All right, we're getting ready to start the second period. We are still scoreless. If you are just tuning in, welcome. EDC State Qualifier game here, the Eastern Dakota Conference Hockey Tournament. We're live at the Cliff Fido Purper Arena in Grand Forks on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX. And that'll wrap up our intermission report, brought to you by Grand Forks Welding, the men of steel since 1885, and High Plains Water, your home's clear choice for awesome water. My name is John Roberts, along with Dale Sumner, as we get ready for period number 2. All right, teams will switch sides again, boy. Intermission. We're lucky we got Abby Schauer because we didn't have nothing to talk about.
Yeah, there really wasn't much to talk about.
But this is the same thing that I saw yesterday. There was no penalties, no scores, no nothing first period. Second period, no scoring, but 4 penalties. And then the dam broke in period number 3 and ended up getting 2 goals for the win. So again, here we go, getting ready for period number 2. The winner of this game goes on to play next week in the state tournament. The loser will be done for the year. And some of these kids, done for their career. All right, opening face-off, controlled by Fargo North. And they're going to dump it down, but it was tipped, so that will not be icing. It bounces right to the goalie, Jack Furstenau. Furstenau will hold on to that one for a whistle. So whistle right off the bat at 16:52 remaining in the second period. I think got some good tunes here at the Perp. I will. Anyway, face off to the right side of Jack Furstenau. Referee's waiting for the lines for the wingers to get set up right. North wins the draw. Quick shot from the point by Eaton. Checked that by Olsen. That was blocked. All the way around. Now picked up by Shanley. They'll clear it out to center ice. Stolen away again by Fargo North. They're going to dump it right back in. They're going to check up and chase. Holford trying to move the puck up ahead. Oh, there's a weak shot. Kicked aside easily by Furstenau. And now here come the Deacons. On a break, Jordan Wright. Wright that time was looking for Dawson Worth, but it was deflected. Worth puts the puck out front, nobody there. Austin Meyer gets it, or Aaron Meyer. Meyer still with the puck, skates around a little bit with a hard wrist shot. Save made by Dominic Crocker, and that time Shanley had two guys parked right in front of that goaltender waiting for a rebound. They got to take a little lower shot on something like that.
One would think, or shoot to the opposite side.
I mean, you got to get it to one of the sides so at least you can get a bounce off the goalie, not right into the gut.
Well, again, Dominic Crocker is just squeezing everything.
That's true.
He's keeping that puck, not allowing any rebounds. And that's going to be a key.
Face-off will be to the right side of Dominic Crocker, and they're going to kick Shanley's Cale Anderson out of the face-off circle. John Eaton moves in, and North wins the draw. Back to the point. You can tell that was a drawn play, and it goes all the way back down. We had some people talking like that could have maybe been an interference, but now Shanley deep down in their own zone. Shanley definitely the more physical of the two teams. Have not seen a whole lot of physicality in this game, but I've seen more guys in the dark jerseys fall on their butts than I have in the white ones. Drop pass intended for Cale Anderson, goes right by him and now stolen away. Here comes Henry Witchick. Witchick passes the puck over, now gets dumped into the corner. That's Ethan Ness on that far corner. Ness fighting for it with Bo Purdy. Dumped back in once again. Bo Purdy back there, but he can't catch up to it. Here comes Shanley's John Eaton. Eaton on a 1-on-5, 1-on-4, and he's finally going to dump it in and change. North now behind their own goal. Leighton Olson. Olson waiting to get set up. Aaron Meyer was there waiting for him for the Deacons, and it is stolen away nicely by Jordan Wright. Wright with the drop pass. There's a shot and they score. It's Aaron Meyer.
Yeah, I got to be careful with Aaron Myers. I think Aaron Myers was huge for Shanley once he came back from injury this year. He's a solid player. I like him a lot.
So at 2:05 of the game, Aaron Meyer puts Fargo Shanley on top, 1-0. We'll wait to hear the official scoring.
Scoring for Fargo Shanley, number 5, Aaron Meyer. With an assist to number 13, Jordan Wright. That's Meyer from Wright. Deacons goal time, 2:05.
Did you see where that puck was at, too?
Yeah.
Just like what we were talking about. It was right on the ice, low.
Low, yep. Aaron Meyer with the assist going to Jordan Wright to make it 1-0 for Fargo Shanley. Shanley putting on pressure again. And they're going to dump it in. They're going to have to change on the fly. Holden Eberle moves the puck ahead. Here comes North. It's Rorik. Rorik trying to escape through the defenseman Ben Qualley, but he does. Comes through, tries to get the backhand off. The defense kicks it back to the point. There's a wrister. That's deflected away from the puck, or away from the net, and it'll go back out to center ice. Holden Eberle. Eberle picks the puck up once again, and he'll skate it into the Shanley zone. Eberle still controls it, gets through the defense, behind the goal. Moves it up to the boards to Doherty. Doherty shot but deflected and blocked and picked up now by Fargo Shanley. The Deacons bend Quality behind his own goal. Qualley moves the puck ahead to Oxendahl. Oxendahl has it stolen away. Here comes North trying to get something going as Burkhart. Burkhart has it stolen away. Now here comes Shanley on a 2-on-2. Rasmussen, he'll dump it in. It'll go all the way down to the far corner for Oxendahl. Oxendahl has Rasmussen, and now pinching up from the defense is Worth. Worth can't get a shot off, and now finally dumped into the corner by Olsonowski. All the way around into the far half wall. Now Fargo North gathers it up, and here they come on a 3-on-2. And again, some good defense that time by Shanley's Ryan Olsonowski. Here comes North. They'll try it again. Elijah Anger couldn't get anything happening. Stripped away by Dawson Worth. And now Worth loses it to North. And here comes North on a 2-on-1. Drops back, shot, save made by Firstenau. Great opportunity that time for Andrew Schultz. Schultz kind of brought the puck back and went high. Had a good chance there. Oh, and look at this. Shanley now down in the north zone again. Thought they were going to get caught there in the line change if North would have got that puck back. 12:18 to go in the second period. Shanley leads by 1. That shot deflected up high, and now it gets caught in the back of the net in the netting, and that's going to be a whistle. So 12-12 remaining.
You see the intensity level on both teams is up a notch here.
Oh yeah, it for sure is.
And that first goal is going to be a big one.
It is going to be a big one. I mean, these teams that we have seen so far in this tournament, except for the Red River Central, the Central game last night, everything's been fairly close.
Yeah.
Just like you like to see a hockey tournament. You don't want to see a bunch of blowouts, but when you're playing Central, what do? Shanley steals a puck away. Shot made that time by Jordan Wright, and again, where did he shoot it?
In the chest.
Right into the chest.
Yeah.
Easy save to make that time.
But again, it's inside the dot.
It is, yeah. You're hoping it'll get a bounce or come off the chest, and you got a guy there for a rebound. But again, Crocker, he's gobbling everything up. Wow, was that a hit? They're going to call a penalty. They're going to call a penalty on number 13, Jordan Wright. And let's see what the penalty is on. Get in the box, he's telling him. Anyway, Jordan Wright in the penalty box. We're going to take a timeout. It's a media timeout brought to you by Eagles Crest Grill. Don't forget their Sunday brunches from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Sunday. And we will be back right after this.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
All right, we are back in Fargo North going on the RBB Electric Power Play, bringing you peace of mind with all your electrical home projects. No job is too big or small. So Jordan Wright going off, 2 minutes for roughing. So there we go. Fargo North now, 2 minutes on the RBB Electric Power Play. North's going to do it, Dale. Now's the time to put one in the net.
Absolutely. They've got a good opportunity here. They got Connor Long on the blue line. If they can get it to him, and he's got a nice little one-timer. Here he is. It went by him.
Jumps right over the stick of Connor Long. It goes all the way down. Crocker going to leave it for Long. Long will gather it up and start from behind his own goal. Here comes Fargo North up the near side of the rink. Carried in by Barch. Barch looking for Schultz. Schultz behind the net. Schultz goes back to the far side. They'll move it up to the point now. It's Connor Long. Long over to the right side. Looking for the man up front. That time they were trying to find Doherty. Gets back to the point once again. Out front. Boy, I tell you what, they are trying everything they can to get that puck to Doherty. Fargo North with a broken stick. Shanley going to dump it all the way back down. And here comes North up the far side. Doherty, rink wide to Barch. Barch back to the point for Long. Long over to the far side. And again, Shanley breaks it up. Long has to go back to gather it up, and here comes Long again into the Shanley zone. Gets inside the blue line, lets the rest of the team catch up. 45 seconds remaining on the RBB Electric Power Play for Fargo North. They control the puck into the corner for Rorik. Rorik got a man on him. He's got Olsenowski all over him. Rorik now behind the goal. Goes back to the point once again for Long. Long moves the puck ahead for Barch, and it's stolen away by Shanley. Shanley now comes down on a 2-on-1. Got the man out front. Oh, and he hit the side of the net. I don't know if that would even been a shot on net, but a chance for Hofer. Mistake that time by Fargo North, and they almost paid for it. 11 seconds remaining on the RBB Electric Power Play. And again, North loses the puck. Shanley gets it, and they're going to clear it all the way back down, and that should eat up that penalty. And it does. Good penalty kill that time by Fargo Shanley. Shanley dumps it into the corner. Noah Oxendahl is there. Oxendahl can't get a handle on it. North trying to gather it back up again behind their own goal. North now moves the puck ahead. And there's another good collision. That almost looked like that one would have hurt there, Ethan Ness, but Ethan Ness gets right back up, back down into the far corner it goes, down to the Fargo North zone again. Jack Rasmussen in there. Rasmussen finally loses it as it's gathered up by North, but North can't keep it out of the zone. Turnaround quick shot by Dawson Worth, kicked away easily by Crocker. And now North trying to dump it out, but again, good defense that time. They hold the puck in. I didn't see who that was. 23, Elijah Emmett. Anyway, North going to dump it all the way down. That's going to be icing on Fargo North. 8:59 to go. 1-0. Fargo Shanley leads off of the Aaron Meyer goal at 2:05 the second period. Shots now 11-3 in favor of Fargo Shanley. Yeah, North's got to start putting some more shots on net.
They really do. They've got to be able to break into the zone. As soon as they get into the zone, they're swarmed.
Face off to the left side of North goalie Crocker. And I'm going to say Shanley controlled the draw. They did. In the corner. North right now, they're just trying to get it out of the zone. But you're looking at this now. We're watching Fargo Shanley. There's two guys on the puck chasing it almost all the time. That shot goes wide. And at the same time, we're only seeing one Fargo North guy on it. Hard to make anything when it's 2-on-1. Hard to make anything work right.
Absolutely. And here there's three kids on that one player.
And now North finally clears it out of the zone. Dougherty trying to go rink wide that time. He was looking for Burkhart. Now Dougherty back with the puck again in the Shanley zone. Dougherty just nobody there, so he just kind of puts the puck on net. He was hoping Rourke would be there, but Rourke couldn't get there. And now here comes Shanley on a rush. Stolen away by the North defense. Now here comes North with a chance on a 3-on-2. Trying to go rink wide that time for Dougherty. Dougherty couldn't get the puck, but he chases it down into the near corner. Dougherty with some help from Rourke. Rourke checked into the boards, but Rourke comes out with it. Shot! I think Firstenau might have got a little bit of glove on that one, but it goes wide. From the point, there's another long shot from the right point. Shot taken by Oliver Dahl. Easily gloved by Dominic Crocker for a whistle. Face-off will be to the left side now. Oh, wrong goalie. Firstenau. 7:44 to go in the second period. Anderson to take the draw for Shanley, but the draw is won that time by Schiltz. They're looking for Schiltz in front of the net, but stolen away by Thomas Frostley. Frostley and Shanley now take it down. Oh, there's a shot. Shanley with a hard shot. Crocker with the save. Shanley again putting some pressure on Fargo North right now down in the north zone. In the near corner now, North will get it out of the zone. Elijah Enger skates it all the way down, but then ends up losing it at the blue line. They'll dump it in. Enger's going to have to check up, and they finally do so. Shanley now deep in their own zone, trying to work it up the far side, and it looks like they will with Cale Anderson. Anderson dumps it out to the blue line. Shanley trying to get a line change, but they can't. It's intercepted by Connor Long. Long passes the puck ahead, and they end up shooting it wide. That was Olsen. All the way around. Shanley going to get it now, and they'll clear it out to center ice. Dumped right back in again by the defenseman Connor Long. North going to change on the fly. Here's the chance for Shanley to try to catch him off guard, but they get their guys out there in time. Here comes Shanley. Olsenoski loses it. Oh, and here comes a chance now for Andrew Schiltz. Shanley just too quick, caught up with him.
They just have three guys on you before you even know it.
North gets it back, dumps it in. That's Eberle. Shanley behind their own goal now. That's Peasland. Rink wide. He was trying to find Oxendahl that time, but North gathers it up, and they're going to dump it down. They could have touched that once. They waved off icing. Puck behind the Shanley goal, now kicked into the near corner. in the area where you can't see the puck now, but there are 2 Deacons and 2 Spartans down there fighting for it. Check that, 3 Deacons, and they come up with a puck. Olszanowski zigs and zags. He's going to take it up himself, and here comes Olszanowski. Oh, that shot goes way wide. I don't know if somebody deflected that. That's going to be offsides unless they check up. And they wave it off. They dump it right back into the north side. First one there going in. There's Jordan Wright. North comes up with it as they trying to look ahead to Witchick. Witchick finally dumps it over to the side for Rogney. Rogney's just going to dump it in for North so they can switch on the fly. Shanley gathering it back up again on the far side. It's Hofer. Hofer's got a man with him. It's big number 3, Dawson Worth. Worth had the man out front. That was Wright, but Wright couldn't get the stick down to get the shot off. Loose puck gets kicked around to the defense on the left side. They dump it right back in. Wright is there. Nobody out front to make the pass to. North comes up with it, but can they clear the zone? And they finally do. Pass intended that time for Doherty, but Doherty loses it. And now Doherty will get it back again. Trying to go rink wide for Bo Purdy. Purdy couldn't get a handle on it. Shanley gets it. And again, some sloppy play in the neutral zone. Now they'll dump it in where it's picked up by Fargo Norths. Connor Long dumping it in, trying to find Doherty. Doherty gets there, but he's got Ben Qualley all over him. And now Shanley will bank it off the boards for Jordan Wright. And here come Fargo Shanley. Meyer with the puck. Meyer, a shot deflected by the defense. Had 2 guys with him. Thought maybe he'd make the pass, but didn't do it. Shanley stealing the puck away again, and here they come. And another hard shot, that time taken by Olszanowski. Again, Crocker with the save. And now dumped back down at a foot race down to the Shanley zone. Cale Anderson. Anderson goes up the far side, and here they come. It's John Eaton. Eaton for Shanley. Shot goes wide of the net. Kept in by the defenseman, Cale Anderson. Check that. Anderson's a forward, but Anderson now behind the Fargo North goal. Loose puck finally frozen by Crocker. And it looks like we're going to have another media timeout brought to you by Eagles Crest Grill. Don't forget their Sunday brunches from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Sunday. We'll be right back. If I can find the ad. Yeah, we'll be right back after this.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
Ready to launch your future? At Northland Community and Technical College, opportunity starts here. Train for high-demand technical and skilled trades or start with an affordable Associates of Arts degree and transfer with ease. Visit northlandcollege.edu.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's...
Well, there we go. Now we're back. I hit the wrong button. 3:33 to go in the second period here. Shanley leading Fargo North 1-0. John Roberts along with Dale Sumner. Face off will be to the left side of Fargo North's goaltender, Dominic Crocker. Right off the face-off, Cale Anderson, no messing around, shot it right at the net. Crocker holds on to it for another whistle. Face off again will be the left side of Dominic Crocker. Oh, wide open chance that time for Cale Anderson. Shot it right into the goal stick of Crocker. Bet she wishes he had that shot back. Out to center ice. Oh, there's the hardest check I've seen so far. Maxwell Hofer gets knocked onto his rear end. See if North is going to start being a little more physical. There's a shot from the point, kicked away by Firstenau. Good shot by Trulichka, the defenseman for Fargo North, and now stolen away by John Eaton. Eaton's going to take it to center ice and dump it down to the north end. 2:51 remaining in the second period. Fargo North with the puck. Holden Eberle. Eberle's going to dump it down to the Shanley blue line, where it's picked up by Shanley as they try to dump it in. Loose puck at center ice, and Fargo North will dump it down. Peasland, the defenseman, first one to get it, and he goes all the way up for Oxendahl. Oxendahl with a wrister, and he scores! I believe that was Noah Oxendahl, and he was just trying to dump that puck in. He was just trying to dump it in. I think he wanted a line change, and I don't know if Crocker didn't see it. So at 14:30, Noah Oxendahl with the second goal for Fargo Shanley. They lead 2-0.
Number 15, Noah Olsendahl. With an assist to number 9, Chade Peasland. That's Olsendahl from Peasland. Deacons goal time 14:30.
All right, Oxendahl with the penalty, with the goal. Chade Peasland with the assist at 14:30. It's 2-0.
Yeah, I don't think Dom Crocker saw that puck at all.
No.
He definitely wasn't expecting it to go on net.
And it wasn't that hard of a shot.
No.
Kind of a fluttering.
Yeah.
Face off will be to the left side now of Fargo Shanley's goalie, Jack Firstenau. North wins the draw, trying to keep it in the zone. Picked up by Dawson Worth. Worth skates behind his own goal. Worth banks it up the near boards. Looking for Rasmussen. Rasmussen. Errant pass now. Trying to get something going. Finally, they kick it in the near or the far side. Worth does. Stolen away by North. North going rink wide that time. They were looking for Schwengler. Schwengler couldn't keep the handle on it. And now loose puck knocked back into the North zone. And another errant pass. Oxendahl, I thought, was going to steal it away. Pinching up was Dawson Worth. He dumped it in, but Deacons had to check up or it would have been offside. There's another loose puck. Nice play that time by Jordan Wright, but Wright had nobody with him. Another shot, loose puck out in front of the Fargo North goal. Now behind the goal, goes into the far corner. Aaron Meyer is there. Back to the point, along the far half wall now. It's Eminent back to the point. There's a shot. Eminent with the deflection, but saved by Crocker.
We're in a 5-minute to play of the second period.
1 minute to play in period number 2. Stolen away by Fargo Shanley, and they're going to skate it in on the near boards. It's going to be Hofer. Hofer knocked off the puck in the near corner. Now loose puck picked up by Hofer again. Hofer falls, but he gets the puck out front. Nobody there, though, for the Deacons. Loose puck at center ice. Dumped in. Shanley with a line change. North will dump it all the way down to the Shanley end. Picked up by Cale Anderson now. Anderson, long pass for John Eaton. Eaton shot deflected up into the netting. 15 and a half seconds to go. We'll have another timeout here. Not a timeout, but a stoppage in play as it goes up into the netting. All right, 15 and a half seconds to go. Face-off will be to the right side now of Fargo North's goaltender, Dominic Crocker. And the face-off controlled by Fargo North. They're just going to be happy to dump it down. And that's going to do it for period number 2. Well, after 2 periods, got a little extracurricular activity going on down there. Oh.
Nice little hug.
Yeah, nice little hug by Carter Paulus. And I don't think Enger thought it was a nice little hug, but anyway.
Goalie saves for Fargo North, number 30.
All right, so what we're going to do now,
Crocker, 9 for a 2-period total.
We're going to go
16.
back down and talk to Abby.
31, Jack
oh, okay, she's not ready yet.
for a 2-period total of 5.
Okay. So, again, at the end of 2 periods now, it is 2-0 with Fargo Shanley leading. As we are getting ready here for our intermission report, brought to you by Grand Forks Welding, the men of steel since 1885. And High Plains Water, your home's clear choice for awesome water. We'll wait for our official score sheet to tell you what happened there in the second period. We're waiting for Abby Schauer. She's getting ready for a little chat with the coach. She's waiting for, I believe, Tyler Klein, the Fargo North Spartans coach, who's talking to a group of his probably 4 top upperclassmen. Had a little chat with them. All right, I think we are going to... all right, we're going to send it down to Abby Schauer.
Coach, you're down 2-0. Need a big push here. What's going to be key going into the third period to keep the season alive?
Oh, well, you nailed it. What do you think? You said we're going to need a good push here. Yeah, it's the same thing. We've been doing this for a couple months here with this group. We've been pushing really hard. We're going to have to generate some pucks to the net, make some simple plays. I mean, I think what you tend to see is guys want to do it all in one, and it just doesn't happen like that in hockey. So we're going to have to manufacture little plays, and then get on our toes and see if we can steal some energy in the building and change the game that way.
Anyone leadership-wise you're looking to here in the third period step up and make a big play for you guys?
Well, we're here and we've had success this year because we've used the whole group, right? And we've got some pretty special kids on our team, but we have a pretty special group when we're all going. So that's what it's going to be. You know, everyone knows our really high-end sticks, and they're going to make plays when they get chances.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you very much, Abby Schauer, as our intermission continues. Brought to you by Grand Forks Welding and High Plains Water. We'll be back to tell you all about period number 2 right after this.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
Ready to launch your future? At Northland Community and Technical College, opportunity starts here. Train for high-demand technical and skilled trades or start with an affordable Associates of Arts degree and transfer with ease. Visit northlandcollege.edu.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Valley Truck in East Grand Forks is proud to support our local high school athletes. With over 400 years of combined experience, they keep our community moving on and off the field. Trusted repairs, quality parts, and support for the next generation.
Pro Ag in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Wilrich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything Pro Ag has to offer.
We very much take a lot of pride in our work. Customer service has always been our number one.
We have the best materials. You're going to have the best people in the area to do the job. If you can dream it up, we can make it happen.
Or head to gworkslf.com to get started.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new. Big or small, Finest Auto Trim can cover it all. To get a quote, go to finestautotrim.com.
All right, we are back at Purple Arena. It is your intermission report brought to you by High Plains Water and Grand Forks Welding and Machine. Here we go, your scoring in period number 2. We'll just talk about the whole period. Kicked off with Fargo Shanley's Aaron Meyer. Scores the first goal of the game at 2:05. Jordan Wright with the assist. Well, then right after that, Jordan Wright, about 3 minutes after that, gets himself a 2-minute roughing penalty. Nothing, though, for Fargo North. They just could not get anything going on the power play, on the RBB Electric power play. Well, then at 14:30, Fargo Shanley scores their second goal of the night or the afternoon. Noah Oxendahl with the assist going to Che Peasland. So that makes it 2-0 at the end of 2 periods. Shots on that period a lot different than the first period. The first period, Fargo Shanley outshot North 7-2. Second period, they outshot them 11-3. So right now, Fargo Shanley outshooting Fargo North 18-5. Shanley picked up their game that second period.
Yeah, they really did. And when they came out in the beginning of the period, both teams were hungry. Both teams came out with speed, physicalness. Thought it was really nice to see North coming out like that. North's got to get some opportunities in front of the net.
Yeah, they do.
Plain and simple. 2 of the 3 shots in that period were from the point, right?
Yep. And another thing, we talked about it throughout the first 2 periods, Dale. Shanley has always got at least 2 guys going after that puck all the time. When they gather the puck up, they've got their guys moving. Seems like they're kind of caught North on their heels a little bit. North they're not winning the foot races. They're not getting to the puck as quick as Shanley is.
No, they're not. And the situation for North is they've got 2 guys. Shanley's got 2 guys back checking right in the offensive zone. Right? They turn the puck over in their zone. They got 2 guys on the guy with the puck to try to clear it. That's making those guys. It's forcing those guys to make uncharacteristic errors and giving the puck right back to the Deacons. And the Deacons are getting an opportunity out of it.
Right.
If it wasn't for Dominic Crocker right now, this game should be much higher.
We're probably be looking at 5-6 nothing.
Yeah, and I want to say Dominic Crocker, he's like the Marshmallow Man. Everything that throws at him hits him and sticks to him.
Just sticks to him.
Yeah.
It's like Velcro stomach.
Yeah. And both goals that they got on him were low. One of them, I don't think that he even saw the goal.
Yeah.
And if he did, it bounced weird on him.
Sure.
So then again, we were talking about those unfortunate bounces.
Yep.
That might be one of them that we could be talking about, right?
Right. All right, again, our intermission report brought to you by Grand Forks Welding, the men of steel since 1885, and High Plains Water, your home's clear choice for awesome water. We'll be back with more right after this on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network right here on KNOX.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
RBB Electric is proud to support local high school sports and the athletes who work hard every day. From the field to the classroom, dedication matters. Serving homes, businesses, and farms across the region, RBB Electric is honored to support our teams and communities.
The body shop you work with is your choice, so pick the local team with the service you trust. Modern Auto Body in Grand Forks can make it look like the accident never happened. Schedule an appointment for an estimate on our website or give us a call.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need: turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
Nelson Auto in Grand Forks is proud to sponsor area athletics. We know the value of a good team, and we'd like to invite you in to meet our team. See how our team takes care of you and your family. Nelson Auto in Grand Forks, home to Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer.
In Grand Forks, it's about more than just where you live. It's about the people you trust when life happens. At Logan Karski State Farm, we're proud to protect what matters most. I'm Logan Karski with State Farm, and we'd be honored to be your good neighbor.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
All right, we are back at the Clip Fido Purple Arena. EDC Hockey Tournament State Qualifier game. Fargo Shanley, the Deacons, versus versus Fargo North Spartans on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX. I'm John Roberts with Dale Sumner as our intermission report, brought to you by Grand Forks Welding and High Plains Water. Continues after 2. It is 2-0 in favor of Fargo Shanley. Dale, you're talking about shots in that second period, and we're looking at your shot chart that you keep track of. All of the shots by Shanley, none of them were, one shot for the blue line. The rest of them were pretty much right in the slot or right at the circles, the top of the circles.
Correct, and that's the way it was the whole first period as well, right? So they're getting really, really good opportunities, where Fargo North's opportunities are up high, right?
Sure.
They had that one good rush where number 9 Jack Barsh had the opportunity in there, and just two different teams out here, two different styles of play.
Yeah, by far way different styles of play.
Tyler Klein for North, he's a great coach. He's been coaching forever. His problem that all of his young good players wind up going someplace else.
Yeah.
And that's because the way he coaches. He structures.
Almost makes him too good.
Absolutely. He structures them really well. And, it's hard for them to stay there because, they need to go to that next level. And he gets them there as a freshman and a sophomore, right?
Sure.
So,
I don't know if I just saw her grab the camera, so I don't know if we're going for another little deal here. But
we should be at.
I was looking at it. I didn't see Abby down there, so we'll wait and see. But so 1 period to go. I mean, it's do or die right now for Fargo North. Tyler Klein, we heard him talking to Abby Schauer, and he basically said, "You just nailed it. I mean, it's do something or go home." And this is going to be a big period. I mean, it's all or nothing now. And Fargo Shanley, they can't play this period to not lose. They have to play to win. They can't step back and just say, well, let's just take it to center ice and dump it, because you're not going to get very far that way.
No, and the way the style that Shanley plays, they're not going to let up.
Right.
They're going to force the play. They continue to force the play. And they're going to make Fargo North, the Spartans, hang on to everything. They're going to make them work for everything they're going to get.
Sure. All right, well, I can see Abby Schauer working her way down to the Fargo Shanley bench. I'm sure she's waiting for head coach Mark Olsenowski for a few words with him. Right now, Fargo North, they are on their bench, ready to go. Now, here finally comes Fargo Shanley. There's still $1:23 on the clock, so it's just Tyler Klein had his guys out here first. So, wow, actually very clean hockey game so far. Only one penalty coming up, and that was on Fargo Shanley's Jordan Wright for a roughing penalty. And that, they called it a rough. It could have been a number of things. It could have been an interference. It could have been a boarding. But they decided to give it a 2 minutes for roughing. But
I think that's the right call, though.
Yeah, it wasn't like any extracurricular stuff or nothing like that after the whistle.
We did have a little love fest down there.
Oh, we did at the end of the period, yeah. All right, she's ready for the coach here. All right, let's send it down to Abby Schauer.
Coach, 17 minutes between you guys and state. What was the message in the locker room?
Well, I think the biggest thing we told the boys is just keep the game simple. Keep it in front of you and finish the mission.
Let's do it. Good luck.
All right, thank you very much, Abby Schauer. There you go, we heard it. Head coach Mark Olsenowski. Get through these 17 minutes, and you punch your ticket to the state tournament. Do not let Fargo North catch you. I mean, it's plain and simple. It sounds easy.
Yep.
But
absolutely,
I don't know who came up with the thing that a 2-goal lead is the hardest lead to hold on to in hockey. I don't know, is it?
Is it? It is.
Okay.
One mistake, and then you're on your heels.
Yeah, then you are, because then momentum. Put it this way, the next goal, if there is another goal this period, will be big.
Yes,
no matter who gets it. All right, here we go, ready for a period. Oh, we got some jostling going on. A little slashing back and forth. And North dumps it down right off the bat into the Shanley zone, into the near corner. Shanley trying to work it out. John Eaton gets ridden down to the boards, and we might have a penalty there. Nope. Puck went up and out of play. Okay, I thought there might have. Along this near boards, you can't see what all happens here. So I thought maybe there might have been a penalty, but there's not. just up and out of place. The face-off will be to the left side now of Fargo Shanley Deacons goalie Jack Firstenau. Peyton Rorick wins the draw. Hard check. And a long shot. I was looking at the check down there, but the shot ended up going all the way on net. Crocker holds onto it for a whistle. All right, face-off down to the north zone. Back to the point. There's a shot taken from that right defenseman, Ryan Olsenoski, but right again into the guts of Crocker. We'll call him the Marshmallow Man.
Marshmallow Man.
So again, the face-off will be to the left side of Spartan goalie Dominic Crocker.
If North can keep the shots from out that point, they have a good chance to come back.
They do. But they've got to generate some offense. And right now, trying to get it out of their zone is, they're not getting a whole lot generated. Back and forth behind the goal from corner to corner, corner to corner. Burkhart, rink wide, oh, loose puck. And again, that could have been trouble.
Right.
Behind his own goal now, Leighton Olson. Olson moves the puck ahead to Rorick. Rorick on to Burkhart. Burkhart dumps it down. North going to change some of their guys on the fly. Into the far corner, down to the Shanley zone. Now Shanley will move it out. They'll clear it out. Here comes the rush, led by Olsenoski. Olsenoski with a hard shot, and again, saved by Crocker. Holds on to that for a whistle. 15:42 remaining here in regulation. Fargo Shanley Deacons leading the Fargo North Spartans 2-0. 15:42 again. Face-off will be to the right side of Spartan goalie Dominic Crocker. North wins the draw, kicks it into the corner. They'll give it a ride around the goal into the far corner. Enger is there, but Enger has it go by him. So he needs a little bit of help there from Ness. Now they'll move it up to center ice. And stepping up is Eberle. Eberle is going to dump it down into the Shanley zone. Gets stuck behind the Shanley goal. And again, we've got 2 Deacons there and 1 Spartan. Spartans come up with it. Back to the point. Not a lot of time. Got over the stick that time of Trulichka. Trulichka has to go all the way down. Shanley gets down there first. It's Maxwell Hofer. Now Hofer gets tripped up. He's going to come off the bench. Behind the North net it is. Carter Paulus is there. Paulus trying to raise all kinds of heck for Shanley. Boy, look at that. Fargo North having a hard time of moving the puck out. Now they finally just dump it down. But off the blue line, it hit the stick of Che Peaslin, so that will not be icing. Peaslin dumps it off to his defensive partner. Now nobody there. North gets the puck back. Tries to take the shot, the bad angle shot, hoping it would bounce off of Firstenau, but it didn't. It bounced behind the goal. Shanley with a long shot hits the defenseman that time. Connor Long at the blue line. There's a quick shot, and again, Crocker with the save. Near half wall, the puck is down in the Fargo North zone. They'll kick it out to the neutral area now, and loose puck at the North blue line. Oh, that could have been.
Check from behind.
That should have been a check from behind, in my opinion. And I think they might. Are they going to call this?
Yep.
That's going to go on Ben Qualley. For Fargo South, or for Fargo Shanley.
This could be an opportunity for Fargo North to get back on the board, to get on the board and get something moving, getting some kind of momentum at this point.
So Ben Qualley, let's see what they call this.
Calling it a 5. Looks like it.
Oh, it's going to be a 5-minute. It's either going to be a check from behind or a boarding.
This is going to give Fargo North a really, really good opportunity.
Major penalty on Fargo Shanley's number 10, Ben Qualley. 5 minutes for checking from behind.
It's going to be a 5 minutes.
Checking from behind.
For checking from behind. You can see the replay here. RBB Electric power play. Now we're not going to get it. RBB Electric power play for 5 minutes now for the Fargo North Spartans. And if Fargo North scores, Shanley doesn't get a guy back. They're going to sit for the whole 5 minutes. So RBB Electric power play again, as Shanley will dump it all the way down. 4:40 remaining in that power play. Fargo North, here they go. And again, if they score, the power play continues. It's 5 minutes until it's over. So now's North's chance to put up or shut up, I guess. That shot goes just wide. North's got to put the pressure on right now. Move the puck up ahead along behind the goal now. That's Schultz. Schultz moves the puck. They get it back to the defenseman, Connor Long. Long back over. Long back. Again, him and Barch playing catch with it. Now they move it out to the near side. Skating behind the net is Enger. Enger back to the point again. Long back and forth playing catch. Fanning on the shot that time was Jack Barch. Shanley gets the puck and they'll dump it all the way down. Crocker leaves it for the defenseman. And here comes Connor Long leading the rush for Fargo North. Long likes to skate the puck up, and he'll do it again this time into the Shanley zone. Takes a shot, goes all the way around to the defenseman on the far side, Leighton Olson. Olson going to dump it back into the corner. Olson holds the puck into the zone. Back and forth, and then Olson ends up just shooting it out of play. So 12:38 to go in regulation, 3:33 remaining in that RBB Electric power play for Fargo North after the 5-minute checking from behind penalty on Ben Qualley for Fargo Shanley. So still plenty of time to try to get at least one puck in the net. Face-off will be to the right side of Deacon goaltender Jack Firstenau. Shanley wins the draw, but stepping up is Witchick. Witchick, they get it back to the defenseman now. Bo Purdy skates it up, shot, save. I don't think Firstenau even saw that. Blocker or a leg pad save. North with the puck. There's the chance, a shot, another shot, a rebound, and again, Firstenau, he didn't move. They shot it right into the pad.
That's what I said. He's a big guy. He covers a lot of net.
They had the whole side open if they would have got that puck up 2 feet. But they shot it right into the pad. Man up front, there's an opportunity. Oh, and that looked good, just a little bit wide. Firstenau might have got a little piece of that one. Shanley gets it back, and they'll clear it down to the Fargo North zone. The best little flurry we have seen yet for Fargo North on this RBB Electric power play. Shanley gets it back, dumps it all the way down again. 2:30 remaining on the power play for Fargo North. Trying to move it up the near side. Doherty couldn't get a handle on it. He'll move it over to the left side now as they skate up. This is Elijah Enger. Enger finally just dumps it into that corner. That's Schultz. Schultz back to the point. Connor Long. Up to the near half wall again for Enger. Enger to Schultz. Schultz now at the point, dumps it into the corner. Back to Schultz. Back to Enger, one-timer, that's blocked, and that one hurt.
That's going to itch when it drives.
Aaron Meyer, I think, looked like it got him right in the forearm. Good block. Fargo North moves the puck up again. Barch with it now. Barch skates it in. Barch behind the Shanley goal. Barch dumps it off. Pass behind the goal.
They need to get more shots from the point on that.
Yeah, they do.
Play.
Shanley going to dump it all the way down again. Didn't get anything going on there. Here comes North again. There's another shot, another save by Fastenau.
Fastenau's getting tested on this power play.
No doubt about it. 1:16 remaining on the RBB Electric power play. Fargo North had the chances. They put the shots on net. Firstenau, some of the saves he made, he didn't really do anything. He was just in position to make the save.
He's not a flashy goalie. He's so big that he can cover the net without having any issues, right? So,
and Fargo North wins the draw again on this RBB Electric power play. Back to the point. There's the one-timer, and again kicked away by Firstenau. Well, Shanley has eaten up 4 of this 5-minute power play. 58 seconds remaining, and now Shanley with a puck. They'll bring it down to the north zone where it is picked up by Leighton Olsen, the defenseman. Olsen moves it ahead to Rorik. Rorik could have skated up. Oh, that was close. And that shot goes high and wide. Rebound being gathered in by Woodchick. Woodchick has it stolen away from him, and it'll be dumped down again. Nice play by Thomas Frostley. Or check that. That wasn't Frostley. That was Olsenowski to get rid of it. Here comes North again. Eberle moving the puck ahead. They're trying to find Burkhart, but couldn't get the puck to him. And there's a chance that time for Rorik. Rorik with a nice toe drag to get the shot off. Back to the point. Another shot hits traffic, goes into the near corner. And again, look at the three defensemen in front of the Shanley net. They're making sure there's nobody there for the rebounds, and Shanley will clear it out of the zone. 9 seconds to go. North with a chance, one more rush. Oh, that pass intended that time for Peyton Rorik. Rorik couldn't get a handle on it, and that's going to eat up the penalty. Both teams at full strength. Good job on the PK for Fargo Shanley.
That was a huge kill for them.
Oh, that could have been an elbow there. And you can hear the Shanley coach yelling about it. Holden Eberle had the elbow right up in the face and got Elijah Emineth flat and knocked him down. Oh, we've got a player hurt, and now Fargo North's coach is not happy.
No, that was worse than the other one, I think.
I didn't see it.
Yep.
So I wonder if we can find the replay. We'll try this again here. No, got there a little bit too late for the replay, but I don't see any penalties
yet.
We've got a timeout. That's what's going on here. All right, media timeout. We'll be back in just a minute.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
RBB Electric is proud to support local high school sports and the athletes who work hard every day. From the field to the classroom, dedication matters. Serving homes, businesses, and farms across the region, RBB Electric is honored to support our teams and communities.
The body shop you work with is your choice, so pick the local team with the service you trust. Modern Auto Body in Grand Forks can make it look like the accident never happened. Schedule an appointment for an estimate on our website, or give us a call.
All right, back to the Purple Arena, your media timeout brought to you by Eagles Crest Grill. Don't forget their Sunday brunches from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Sunday. We are down to 8:41 remaining in regulation. Fargo Shanley with a lead, 2-0 over Fargo North. Again, this is the EDC State Qualifier game. The loser goes home. Face off to the right side of North goalie Dominic Crocker. Controlled by Fargo North. They'll shoot it behind their own goal. Now into the near corner. It goes for Connor Long. Long going to try to skate it up himself. Now he goes rink wide. Looking for Chulichka. And they'll dump it down where it's picked up by Shanley. Stolen away nicely. Ben Qualley with the puck, but held in by the North defense. That shot goes just wide, goes into the near corner. And you can see Fargo North now. They're running a little bit more. I think you're going to see some more bodies coming from that Dark team. There's a shot, loose rebound. The defense for Fargo Shanley was there. There's another shot that goes just wide of the net. And now up and out of play. Good catch by the guy in the box.
Connor Long made a couple of good saves on that blue line right there, keeping that puck in for Fargo North. He's got such great vision.
Oh, yeah.
Just needs to bring that shot down a little bit.
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of that high shot stuff up into the chest. Get those shots down for the chance for the tip, the deflection, the rebound, face off to the left side now, first and out. Shanley will control this draw, and it looks like it's going to be Hopper on the near boards for Eaton. Eaton trying to clear it out, and he does so. Rasmussen, here comes Rasmussen. Fargo Shanley shot, rebound, and it goes just wide of the net. Crocker with a nice job on the save there. And another weak shot. Crocker holds on to that. He'll keep that one in his glove for another whistle. 7:37 remaining in regulation. Shots now 25-12 in favor of Fargo Shanley, who leads this game. If you're just tuning in, this is a state qualifier game. Winners in, losers out here on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX. A couple of more games coming up yet tonight or this afternoon. Davies and West Fargo will be next. And of course, Grand Forks Red River and Grand Forks Central on the championship game here at the Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament from the Purple Arena. And we've got it all for you here on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX. Fargo North takes it to center ice, gets past the red line, dumps it all the way down, bounces back off the boards to Deacon goalie Jack Firstenow, and Firstenow holds on to it for a whistle. Face-off will be to the right side of Farlow Shanley. Deacons goalie Jack Firstenow. Shanley wins the draw. Trying to bump the puck up ahead to Emineth, but Emineth couldn't get it. Now coming up to help is Aaron Meyer. Meyer going to dump it in. Jordan Wright's there. Quick turnaround, but stolen away nicely by Andrew Schiltz. Schiltz in the corner waiting for some help from Enger. Finally move it up, and now pinching up from the point was Ben Qualley. Thought he could keep it in, and now it gets back to center ice, and they'll dump it right back in again. Dumped in by number 14, Ryan Olsenowski. Now here comes Fargo North up the near boards as it's Andrew Schiltz. Schiltz knocked down off the play. A Deacon without a stick, and now Fargo Shanley dumps it to center ice. It's picked up by Leighton Olsen and Fargo North. Olsen's got a man out front, but again, good defense that time by Ryan Olsenowski. They'll dump it out to the neutral zone where it's picked up by Connor Long. Long trying to get something going with it, but what a good forecheck by Jack Rasmussen to hold that puck in the north zone. Now here comes Shanley. There's the chance. Got to give and go. Oh, boy, I can't tell you what. Right there, I thought Oxendahl would take the shot, and he was trying to be Johnny. I'm not going to take it myself and try to get it over to Rasmussen. But I think that might have been blocked by Crocker.
Yeah, he got two touches on that puck.
Now here comes Shanley on a 3-on-2. Long shot taken from the right side by Dawson Worth, and again, right into the chest of Dominic Crocker. But what a great scoring opportunity again for Fargo Shanley. Just couldn't bury the puck. All right, face-off will be to the left side now of Spartan goalie Dominic Crocker. Couple of 11s going at it in the face-off circle. Shanley wins the draw. That 11 would be Cale Anderson. And now here comes Fargo North. Pass intended, but too far for Doherty. So Anderson comes to help in. Also, John Eaton for Shanley. It's going to go back and forth here in the neutral zone. Now here comes Shanley with a long shot off the glove of Crocker, and it trickles behind the goal. Shanley's there first. Anderson, and now stolen away by Fargo North, but good defense by Ben Qualley. Qualley freezes North at their own blue line, and now they'll try it again. Here comes Holden Eberly. Eberly into Shanley's zone, but again, 4 Deacons on him as soon as he crosses the blue line. They move it up for Elijah Emineth. Emineth down into the north zone, into the near corner now. Skating back to help him out is Jordan Wright. North gives it right around the goal into the far half wall. Ben Qualley's there. Qualley trying to put a shot on net. That goes far and wide, and now knocked back out by Fargo North. And that's going to be a hand pass. They'll bring it all the way down now to the Fargo Shanley Deacons zone. It'll be face off to the left side. Jack Firstenow. And the face off controlled by Fargo North. Back to the point, dumped into the corner. Now Shanley is there, and they get it out to center ice. Picked up by Enger. Enger turns around and dumps it in all the way around. Ends up in the far half wall. Well, there's a swing and a miss by Jack Barch. Boy, he had a run. He thought he had something going there.
I was thinking the same exact thing.
Olsenowski just stepped to the side at the last second. Barch got a lot of glass, though.
Yeah.
And dumped back down by Shanley. Crocker leaves it for the defenseman, Leighton Olsen. Olsen moving the puck ahead and deflected. I thought Jack Barch got a piece of that, but they're saying no. So they're going to call icing. Oh, it got deflected out of
Got
play.
deflected out of play. Yeah.
I thought he got a piece of that. So they're going to drop it at center ice. 4:08 remaining in regulation. Shanley leads Fargo North 2-0. Shanley wins the draw. They'll move it up the near side. Skidded in now by Maxwell Hopper. Hopper ridden off the puck. North gets it back. They'll clear it out of the zone. Over to get it now is Oxendahl. Oxendahl going to dump it back in. Now North with the puck. Well, they had a chance there, but the pass a little bit too far for Woodchick. Shanley dumps it back out. North dumps it back in. Woodchick has to check up. Come back to the line. Now loose in the neutral zone. Peyton Rorick. Rorick comes in with a shot. Glove saved by Firstenau and another whistle. All right, face off. Oh, looks like we're gonna have a timeout. And our timeout brought to you by Big Jim's Tire and Apex Apparel. And we'll be back right after this.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Each is a star if you want, but who's going to be the number one star? Would it be Aaron Meyer?
Aaron Meyer.
Go. Okay, we are back, everybody.
That's my thought.
On the Rivard's Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network here on KNOX EDC State Qualifier game here at the Clip Final Purple Arena. We're down to 3:31 in regulation. Fargo Shanley Deacons leading the Fargo North Spartans 2-0. Face-off will be down in the Fargo Shanley zone to the left side of their goaltender, Jack Firstenau. North had a good chance with a 5-minute RBB Electric power play, but could not bury the biscuit, so they still trail by a couple. Oh, there's a shot through all kinds of traffic. Boy, how Firstenau, I don't know, did he get the glove on it first and then drop it?
I think he did. Yeah, I really think he did.
I mean, that dude was seeing through people, but look at him. He's taller than anybody else out there on that ice right now.
He's 6'4".
Yeah.
He's a 6'4" goalie.
Big dude. And the face-off will be to his left once again. 3:21 remaining in regulation. North with the puck from the point. Snapshot, rebound right out front, and there's a wide open net. And I believe, is that number 9, Jack Barch?
Barch from Long, I think.
Jack Barch puts Fargo North on the board.
Well, that makes a big difference in this game moving forward here. They still have 3:10 to come back.
At 13:50, Jack Barch puts Fargo North on the board. Let's see about anybody got the assist here. All right, now we can see Deacon captain Ryan Olsenoski. I don't know what
scoring for Fargo North, number 9, Jack Barch. With an assist to number 23, Connor Long, and number 15, Kellen Doherty. That's Barch from Long and Doherty. Spartans goal, goal time.
Well, like what we talked about earlier in that game, in what we said, you know, if they started shooting from the point, they shot from the point there. They had that good scrum where he made a really good save on that, but it went off somebody as well, and then in front of the net again.
Yep.
A shot from the point leads to another goal.
Barch from Long and Doherty, that'll make it 2-1. And Fargo North Spartans have life. Trying to keep it in the zone, but not being able to is Maxwell Hofer. I think we're going to see Shanley's probably first line out there for the remainder of this game. We'll take a look and see. Oh, no, I guess not. North going to dump it down, no icing. Let's wait and see if Dominic Crocker comes out of the net here. And if he does, when will he do it? Not now. It's Shanley with the puck. Here they come. Maxwell Hoper. Hoper had a man. He was looking that time for Worth, but Worth couldn't gather up the pass. And now loose puck picked up again by Dawson Worth. Worth from his own blue line. Worth checked off the puck, but not before he can dump it into the north zone. Back to pick it up now is Leighton Olson. Olson gives it a ride along the far boards. Trying to get it out is Rorik. Rorik looking for Bo Purdy. Purdy has got a man, and that's Connor Long. Long going to skate it in now to Shanley's zone. Long dumps it into the corner. First one back to get it is Bo Purdy. Purdy knocked off the puck. Shanley gives it a ride around, and that's going to go. No, they say it stayed in. And now, to make sure it didn't, Jack Rasmussen came and dumped it down, and we've got an empty net for Fargo North. In no hurry is Connor Long. Long waiting to get set up. Rink-wide pass intended for Rorik. Goes over his stick. The first one there to get it is Olsonowski. They dump it over to Peasland. Peasland loses it in the corner. Still down to the Shanley zone. Oh, trying to get something going was Jack Barch. Barch had it between his feet. Loose puck in front of the net, and it's cleared out now by Shanley. Dumped in again by Fargo North, but it went off somebody's skate, so no icing. And now Shanley with the long shot. That's going to be icing.
Final minute to play in the third period.
Just under a minute to play now in period number 3.
That sure did make a one-sided game look interesting, right?
It sure did. You have one of these? All right, to the face-off. We'll go down to the right side of Fargo Shanley goalie Jack Firstenau. This will be a big face-off, and it is won by Fargo Shanley. Behind the Shanley goal. 47 seconds remaining in regulation. There's a shot kicked away by the defenseman. Shanley with the puck, trying to clear it out of the zone, but stolen away again by Fargo North. North will clear it into the zone. In the near corner, down to the Shanley end. 30 seconds remaining in regulation. Puck down, it's frozen up against the boards, not going to help anybody here. Now they finally dig it out, North does, rink wide to the near far side. There's a shot, save, rebound, and another big save by Deacon goalie Jack Firstenau. And I tell you what, if we are looking for the finest cover of the game, that might have been it right there.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I mean, that dude did the total splits and kicked that thing with the left leg with a wide open net on the rebound. That would have tied this game up. Wow. All right, face-off will be to the right side now. A Fargo Shanley Deacon goalie, Jack Firstenau. 10.8 seconds remaining in regulation. This will be the face-off of the game, no matter what. So you square up or I'll make you square up, and now the referee kicks both of them out. And that was because they're trying to get Aaron Meyer to get his you-know-what in the group there. Peyton Rorik took a poke at him. North wins the draw, but Shanley's right there on him, and this should wrap it up. And it will. Oh, 2 seconds remaining because it was icing. So there is still life for Fargo North. One more face-off. North has got 4 guys on the right side in front of the net. So does Shanley. And that's going to do it. Fargo Shanley Deacons are on their way to the state tournament. And this is what we hate to see. Fargo North is done. You see Connor Long, you can see the look on his face. Elijah Anger. Kellen Dougherty. Boy, that's too bad.
Yeah. for something that was so one-sided that it comes out to that second period with that, I think that 5-minute major gave North a little life there, even though they didn't score on it. They were able to get, like we talked about, shooting from the point, getting a bounce here, getting a bounce there. They got a nice little rebound and gave Jack Marsh a goal.
9 for a game total of 25.
Wow, how about that? What a great hockey game as we wait for both teams to shake hands, which is what they do in hockey.
Absolutely.
And then you watch these guys after they're done shaking their opponent's hands, they will shake the hands of the referees and the opponent's coaches. That's just what they do in hockey.
And you know, you'll see from the Shanley boys will go into a circle after the game and they'll pray.
And that's pretty cool.
It is.
Wow, it's almost kind of a bummer that this is going to wrap up my EDC schedule, but
that you know of.
Yeah, that I know of. We still got a little ways to go here before we wrap up this one and finish it out. But again, what a great game. Fargo-Shanley, the Deacons punching their ticket on the way to the state tournament next weekend in Fargo, beating the Fargo North Spartans a final 2-1. Fargo North, boy, if they could have done something in that power play, that 5-minute power play, that would have been huge. Just couldn't do it as the Deacons' penalty kill was just too good. Well, we'll see players from both teams at center ice. Coaching staff going around and shaking hands with the officials.
This is what you got to love. When they come out to the middle and pray.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You don't see that in too many sports anymore.
Well, you don't. But with Shanley being a Jesuit school, you kind of expect it.
All right. Our post game, by the way, brought to you by Spray Advantage and Ski and Bike Shop. And I tell you what, not quite ready yet, the way it looks.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Max Crocker there.
Feel sorry for the kid.
Yeah,
you know?
he played
Feel bad for him.
He played a solid game. He played really well, and it's tough for him to lose. And I don't think he let in a soft goal.
No.
So
our post game brought to you by Spray Advantage. Everything you need for chemical and spraying application on your farm with the Ski and Bike Shop, where your next adventure begins. And let's send it down now to Abby Schauer, who is ringside with Mark Olsonowski, head coach for Fargo-Shanley.
Coach, extremely hard-fought game tonight. What does that type of game and play say about the character of your team?
Well, I think it says the character of a team. You got a group of warriors that went to battle, and I tell you what, North, I've watched them for years in these EDC tournaments, and they're always in tight games. And I told the boys, I said, who knows, we're probably going to overtime, because that's the way they are. I mean, they've been so many overtime games, and Tyler Klein and his staff do a great job over there. And Crocker, you feel for him, because I got a son who's a goalie, and your heart breaks for those kids. And that's again, great battle, and sure proud of my boys how they fought today.
What does the next week look like for you guys?
Well, I'm pumped up. We got one more week. Obviously we've got a few practices. We've got to tighten up a few things. Maybe stay out of the penalty box would help my heart rate a little bit. But next week's just it's fun. I mean, first year back with the program, to be able to get a state bid. I always say one team, one dream, and God's got a plan, and you trust in the good Lord. Anything's possible, and so I always tell the boys, do your best and let God do the rest.
You guys are going to state. Congrats. See you next week.
All right. Thank you, Abby Schauer. And our post game continues, brought to you by Spray Advantage and the Ski and Bike Shop. And we'll be right back after this.
Hey, this is Pastor Paul. I'd like to welcome you to Hope Church, especially if you're a person that doesn't have a place where you hang out spiritually. We would love for you to come and experience hope and find God. Hope Church, 9, 10:30, and 6 p.m. on Sundays. For more information, you can check out gfhope.org.
Pick 6 for $19.99, a perfect meal for two.
That's gotta rhyme.
Well, how about munching on Pick 6, my mouth going yap, yap. People always staring at my wings, they go flap, flap. Dave is so surprised because he didn't know I'd rap. Pick 6 meal for two for $19.99.
H&S Electrical Services is proud to support local high school sports. From homes to industry, we deliver safe, reliable electrical solutions. Locally owned and operated, our skilled team ensures quality and service you can trust. H&S, trusted in your homes and businesses.
It's game day, and whether you're feeding the family or the entire team, Hugo's is the place to go. Score big with favorites from the meat department, delicious fresh veggies, and don't forget about the bakery to celebrate the big win. Hugo's Family Marketplace, your game day headquarters.
Thief River Glass handles it all. Aluminum storefronts, auto glass, windows, shower enclosures, and more. Just like our athletes, we're built for every season. No job is too big or too small. Call 218-681-1333 for year-round dependable service.
When you're looking for a change of pace, a change of routine, or a change of scenery, we'll help you find what's next. Berkshire Hathaway Home Services. For you, for life.
RBB Electric is proud to support local high school sports and the athletes who work hard every day. From the field to the classroom, dedication matters. Serving homes, businesses, and farms across the region, RBB Electric is honored to support our teams and...
Ready to launch your future? At Northland Community and Technical College, opportunity starts here. Train for high-demand technical and skilled trades or start with an affordable Associates of Arts degree and transfer with ease. Visit northlandcollege.edu.
Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Talk to your Kubota dealer to schedule a demo.
For expert sales and service, visit Acme Equipment or online at acmekubota.com.
The body shop you work with is your choice, so pick the local team with the service you trust. Modern Auto Body in Grand Forks can make it look like the accident never happened. Schedule an appointment for an estimate on our website or give us a call.
Spare Husband keeps homes running smoothly with trusted repairs, remodels, and every fix in between. JK Rents sets the scene with tables and chairs for weddings, parties, and celebrations. Together, they're proud local high school sports sponsors, supporting the teams and the community they call home.
And we are back at the Purpur Arena as our post-game show continues. Brought to you by Spray Advantage and the Ski and Bike Shop. Here's your scoring and what happened. Nothing in the first period, but our second period, Fargo Shanley on the board first with Aaron Meyer of the even strength goal. An assist goes to Jordan Wright at 2:05. Well, then in an even strength goal, Fargo Shanley again, this time at 14:30. Noah Oxendahl gets the goal with the assist going to Chase Beasley. There was one penalty in that period. Jordan Wright with Jimmy Meyer for roughing. Third period got a little bit more interesting. Fargo North Spartans, they score the goal at 13:50. Jack Barch gets the even strength goal with assist going to Connor Long and Kellen Doherty. Well, then Fargo Shanley gets the major checking from behind 5-minute penalty. Fargo North couldn't do anything with it. We end up with a final of 2-1. Shots in that third period, 12 for Fargo North, outshooting Fargo Shanley that time, 12-9. Fargo North with a three-period total of 17 shots. Fargo Shanley with a total of 27 shots. So penalties, 2 penalties for Fargo Shanley for a total of 7 minutes, 0 penalties for Fargo North. How about that? Stay tuned, yet to come before we get out of here. We're going to have, on your post game, we have still got your 3 stars brought to you by PS Garage Doors, the finest cover of the game brought to you by Finest Auto Trim, and our player of the game brought to you by PS Garage Doors. We'll be back right after this.
Hey, this is Pastor Paul. I'd like to welcome you to Hope Church, especially if you're a person that doesn't have a place where you hang out spiritually. We would love for you to come and experience, hope, and find God. Hope Church, 9, 10:30, and 6 p.m. on Sundays. For more information, you can check out gfhope.org.
Pick 6 for $19.99, a perfect meal for 2.
That's gotta rhyme.
Well, how about munching on pick 6, my mouth going yap yap. People always staring at my wings, they go flap flap. Davis so surprised because he didn't know I'd rap. Pick 6 meal for 2 for $19.99.
H&S Electrical Services is proud to support local high school sports. From homes to industry, we deliver safe, reliable electrical solutions. Locally owned and operated, our skilled team ensures quality and service you can trust. H&S, trusted in your homes and businesses.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks. Gear up for ski season or hit the trails on a fat tire bike. At the Ski and Bike Shop, we offer top brands, ski and snowboard service, and everything you need for cold weather fun. The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks, where your next adventure begins.
All right, we are back on our post-game show brought to you by Spray Advantage of the Ski and Bike Shop. Dale Sumner, your 3 stars of the game. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Aaron Myers from Shanley. That first goal, he was quite involved in that second period, which kind of gave them the ability to get the 2 goals.
Okay.
My second has got to go to Dominic Crocker. The kid left his heart on the ice tonight.
Yeah, he
played
did.
a hell of a game, and you know, for a sophomore, that's huge for the kid. He's got a lot to look forward to.
And of course, our 3 stars of the game brought to you by PS Garage Doors. Our finest cover of the game, Dale, brought to you by Finest Auto Trim. We were kind of up in the air there until about the last minute of play.
Exactly. And when Jack Personnel covered that puck when he was in the splits, I don't know how he got to that, but he was able to get to cover that puck. That had to be my save of the game.
All right.
He's also our 3-star of the game.
Okay. And finally, our PS Garage Doors player of the game.
You know, that's a tough one. I gotta say our player of the game would have been Dominic Crocker there.
Okay.
Even though in a losing cause, he played a hell of a game. I mean, you saw him after the game just in tears. You know, you had to feel bad for the kid.
You did.
He did everything he could to keep that game where it was. It could have easily been 5-1. It should have, and it should have been. But I think he did a good job, and I think he deserves the player of the game.
All right, again, our final, Fargo-Shanley beating Fargo North 2-1 in the CDC state qualifier game, meaning Shanley will go to the state tournament next week. Fargo North is done. Coming up next, and you're going to hear it all right here, we've got Fargo Davies and West Fargo, and that's also a loser game out, and then the winner will go on to the state tournament, and then of course we've got your EDC championship game coming up later on, Grand Forks Red River and Grand Forks Central, and it's all right here in the Rivarge Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network on KNOX. Well, that's going to be a wrap for us, for Dale Sumner, for our huge crew here with the Sports Network on KNOX. My name is John Roberts. If you can't get here in person, enjoy the rest of this tournament, folks. And maybe, who knows, maybe we'll see you next week at the state tournament. Thanks for hanging with us, everybody. Hello.
All right, we are going to get underway, getting ready for this second state qualifier of Day 3, the Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales KNOX Live Sports Network. My name is Sam Jensen. I'll be doing play-by-play for this second state qualifier matchup between Fargo Davies and West Fargo Cheyenne. Alongside me is my partner, color commentator Ryan Kuntz. We're going to work our way through a condensed version of this pregame report. The pregame show brought to you by True North Equipment and Signature Graphics and Apparel. Fargo Davies, the number 3 seed, taking on West Fargo Cheyenne, the number 4 seed. Like we mentioned, this is the second game. For those of you just joining us, Fargo Shanley just punched their ticket to the state tournament. They will automatically be slotted in as the number 4 seed representing the Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament. They beat Fargo North by a score of 2-1, so the winner of this game will automatically be slotted into that 3 seed. Fargo Davies and West Fargo Cheyenne, they split their regular season series, Cheyenne winning the first game way back in December, winning that one by a score of 4-3, and then the second matchup went to Fargo Davies by a score of 8-3. Ryan, very excited for this matchup. It's winner go home time of year.
It is winner go home, state tournament berth on the line. You got 2 Fargo teams, 2 teams that know each other well, so we should be in for a doozy. You have, obviously Fargo Davies coming off a really, really solid effort against Red River last night. Obviously a 3-1 loss, but maybe the best that I've seen them play all year last year. They really kept Red River in check last night. So you wonder, okay, did they kind of, spend the tank last night against Red River? Now they have to reset on a quick turnaround, try and get emotionally back, ready to go. And you get a West Fargo Cheyenne team. We talked about this off the air. They lost one of their better defensemen earlier in the year. They haven't been the same team since. That's a huge loss for them. They're going to have come up with a big effort tonight against a really big, strong, defensively capable team.
Lots of storylines in this matchup, and you brought it up, the game last night between Fargo Davies and Red River. The Rough Riders winning that one to advance to tonight's conference championship. They won that one by a score. I'm going to turn down this crowd mic a little bit. They won that one by a score of 3-1. Red River having an empty net. Brecken Metcalf stopping 25 of 27 last night. And then West Fargo Cheyenne playing yesterday morning, beating their crosstown rival West Fargo. They won that game. I believe it was a final score of 4-1 in that matchup. So plenty of storylines, but bringing it back to last night, you mentioned it's the best that you've seen Fargo Davies play all year. What did you like from the Eagles' style last night?
They were physical, number one, and I think that's just their DNA this year. Is they were physical, but they were fast. They were good defensively. Red River does a lot of things offensively that are hard to defend, and Davies did a really good job kind of breaking all of those things up. Red River likes to rip through the neutral zone. They like to set up shop down low in the offensive zone. They like to roll 3 forwards high. They like to go cross seam. None of that worked last night for Red River, to the credit of Fargo Davies. And so this is a hard team to play against when they're playing like that. They're, like I said, they're big, they're physical. And you look at their top D pair, Dom Diebert, about 7 feet tall on skates. Duncan Metcalf, some very, very capable defensemen, so good top-end D pair. They got a top line, Curran, Sahlberg, Lindstedt, who can score. But last night, the story was kind of their second, third line. The Connor Peterson line, the Dylan Sahlberg line, those were names we said a lot. Sam Glur had a great game on the third line last night. So they're a deep team as well.
Really showcasing their depth. And then we turn over to West Fargo Cheyenne, maybe a team that's a little bit more top-heavy, but you can't talk about the Mustangs without bringing up Bennett Benson, the leading scorer in the entire state.
Yeah, and he is just a nightmare to play against. And if you've ever seen him play, he's going to – here's how I'll tell you how Bennett plays. He's going to punch you in the mouth. He's going to steal the puck from you. He's going to go score. Then he's going to come back and tell you about what he just did to you. He's an absolute menace, but he puts the puck in there. I think he had 3 yesterday. Did he have a hat trick yesterday in their win?
He did, yep.
A lot of their offense is driven through that top line. They have some guys in the second and third line that can play. We talked about their D maybe being a little thin with the injury to Charlie Yestibo. But they also have Cruz Patrick, who's an outstanding goalie, and he's a guy who if anyone can steal a game for you, it's him.
Cruz Fitzpatrick, only a sophomore, you mentioned it. Looks like he's played every single game for the Mustangs. They have an overall record of 14-9, and that mirrors the goaltender, Fitzpatrick, with a 14-9 record 3.17 goals against average, and just under a 91 save percentage on the year. So a good mix of offensive firepower and a solid young netminder in between the pipes for the Mustangs, taking on a very deep Fargo Davies team. 3 versus 4 in the Eastern Dakota Conference to advance to state, taking place next week in Fargo. We're going to take our first game of this pregame report. When we come back, we'll continue to take a look at the players that we're going to keep an eye out for during this matchup between Fargo Davies and West Fargo Cheyenne on KNOX.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
The way we live and work has changed, but our service and commitment remain. We're evolving to meet your insurance needs with answers where and when you need them most. Nodak Insurance Company.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks. Gear up for ski season or hit the trails on a fat tire bike. At the Ski and Bike Shop, we offer top brands, ski and snowboard service, and everything you need for cold weather fun. The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks, where your next adventure begins.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Eastern Dakota Conference Hockey Tournament here on the Rivard's Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales KNOX Live Sports Network. We're getting ready for this second state qualifier matchup between Fargo Davies and West Fargo Cheyenne. Making our way through this pregame report. Pregame report brought to you by True North Equipment, true to our values and driven by you. And also Signature Graphics and Apparel. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life. We're going to move seamlessly into our next element, and that is going to be our tools of the game. These tools of the game sponsored by State Farm Logan Karski Agency here in Grand Forks. Starting off with the lower seed, the number 4 seed West Fargo Cheyenne. We talked extensively in our previous segment about Bennett Benson. He leads the entire state of North Dakota in points. Just a really eye-popping stat line, 27 goals, 31 assists. And then it's really that entire top line that you see on your screen. On the left wing is Taylor Zander. He has 37 points, 8 goals, and 29 assists. And then Wyatt Matson on the right wing, centered by Bennett Benson, 19, 16, 35 for Matson. What's Fargo Davies going to have to do to really slow down this firepower? We saw their ability to do it last night. How can they transfer it over to a more explosive line, perhaps, from the Mustangs?
I think it's a lot of the same things they did last night. Be physical. Positionally, Fargo Davies was really, really good last night. They broke up a lot of plays. So I think it's kind of just continuing, like I said, what they did last night. If they play that kind of game plan, Cheyenne is going to have their hands full.
And then now moving over to the tools of the game for Fargo Davies, a little bit less eye-popping statistics offensively, but a lot of depth throughout. We mentioned that previously during our pregame report as well. Led by Carter Salberg. Carter Salberg coming into today with 35 points, 21 goals. That leads the Eagles, and 14 assists. Kaysen Currents up there as well. These two players on the same line. The top three scorers that you see on your screen for both of these teams make up the entirety of forward line number one. Kaysen Currents, he has 29 points, 15 goals and 14 assists. And then Joe Lindstedt, 3 goals and 14 assists for 17 points. So a little bit less numbers offensively for this top line from Fargo Davies. You mentioned the second and third line kind of doing their part last night in the matchup against Red River. What did you like from the top line, though?
Well, I think Ryan Ansero on that second line, he had 2 goals in the play-in game, and he was kind of the hero of their win in the first play-in game. He had the lone goal last night, so he seems to be on fire right now. And like I talked about, Sam Glur, third-line senior wing, he was probably the name that we talked about the most last night. It felt like every time he was on the ice, he was around the puck, he was making plays, he's physical. So this is kind of a depth team versus a top-heavy team. Dave Benson, he's kind of a mad scientist down there, the coach for Cheyenne. So we'll see what he's got cooked up in terms of systems and line matchups. But I know he's been thinking about this one all night and into today, and he'll have something planned.
We're going to take one final break. When we come back, we'll read off the starting lineups for you, and we will have puck drop for a chance to advance to the state tournament. Fargo Davies taking on West Fargo Cheyenne right here on KNOX Live Sports. We'll be right back.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great-tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Valley Truck in East Grand Forks is proud to support our local high school athletes. With over 400 years of combined experience, they keep our community moving on and off the field. Trusted repairs, quality parts, and support for the next generation.
Welcome back to our coverage of Eastern Dakota Conference hockey on KNOX Live Sports, our second state qualifying matchup between Fargo Davies and West Fargo Cheyenne. Just moments away from puck drop. We'll really quickly read off these starting lineups. Starting for the top seed, number 3, Fargo Davies. At top line of Joe Lindstedt, Kaysen Currents, and Carter Salberg. On the blue line, Duncan Metcalf and Dominic Diebert. In net is Brecken Metcalf. Then for West Fargo Cheyenne, they have Taylor Zander, Bennett Benson, and Wyatt Matson up front. On the blue line, Oliver Lashovsky and Brody Benson. In net is Cruz Fitzpatrick. We are ready to roll. Bennett Benson wins the faceoff forward, immediately putting it on net towards Brecken Metcalf, and he will cover that one up. That starting lineup sponsored by Forks Fence Company, powered by Greenworks, Greater Grand Forks' #1 fence company.
Obviously, Bennett Benson had some ideas of maybe pushing that draw forward, splitting the D, and popping one in 5 seconds in, but just leads to an offensive zone draw for Cheyenne.
This defensive zone draw won by the Eagles goes on to the stick of Currents. He'll move it forward to Lindstedt. Lindstedt slides it to the near side for Salberg. His centering feed goes all the way over to the half wall, and West Fargo Cheyenne will move it out to the neutral zone, immediately taken over by Currents, and he'll dump it back deep for the Eagles. This one will be played by Fitzpatrick behind his own net. He's able to clear out to the neutral zone, so the Eagles will have to get on sides. Allows West Fargo Cheyenne's Benson to take a pass to the near side, cross center ice, and he'll cross ice dump this one into the far corner.
Yeah, you mentioned Cruz Fitzpatrick. He loves to come out and play the puck, so it could be a factor in this game. If you're Fargo Davies, I'm sure they know that, but if there's a puck to be shot up the ice, he's going to do it.
Something that we'll keep an eye on throughout the course of this matchup, the ability for Cruz Fitzpatrick to play the puck outside of his own net, essentially acting as a third defenseman. Almost a turnover force there by Parmer. Davies forcing pressure in the far corner. Eventually it's picked up by Andringa, and he will chip it high off the glass all the way down. That will result in an icing and yet another stoppage coming all the way back to the Mustang end. Face-off will be taken to the right of the sophomore netminder, Cruz Fitzpatrick.
I thought that might have hit somebody. I thought they hit a Davies player right there. Obviously I was wrong and the refs were right.
Sometimes we like to think we have the best angle up here in the press box. However, on the ice, you can't beat that view.
I always laugh shortly before the game, right? The coaches and refs exchange pleasantries, and I think that's going to be the last time that happens for at least 2 hours.
Davies forces a turnover at center ice, entering the attacking zone, throwing a shot on net. That one was blocked by Easton Brown. Good job sacrificing his body. Threat not done from the Eagles. Shot from the point coming from Mason Peterson gets deflected into the far corner. Eagles still on the attack. This one comes back to the point. Netland getting a return pass. That was Metcalf, rather. It's behind the intended target. Forces Brecken Metcalf to leave this one for Duncan Metcalf.
Good little play Davies set up. Just missed on that return pass. Otherwise, Duncan Metcalf had a clear shot on net. Just kind of flubbed that pass a little bit.
A deflection at center ice goes right on net. Fitzpatrick fields an awkward bounce in his chest. He'll hold on to it. So slow-paced game to start here. A lot of whistles, not even 2 minutes in. 15:05 remaining on our All True Health System scoreboard here in period number 1.
We've seen a healthy dose of this Benson line. This is already the second or third time they've been out just 2 minutes into this game.
Interesting to take note, Fargo Davies playing the night game last night. West Fargo Cheyenne playing the morning game against West Fargo. Might be a factor in the later periods. Here comes Glur. Glur has his stick taken away. Oliver Lashovsky on defense for the Mustangs. Now here's a turnover at center ice. 3-on-1 developing for Cheyenne, and a tip from Benson right up front. Save made by Metcalf.
Great pass by Taylor Zander. I'll tell you what, watch Taylor Zander. He's like Tom Brady out there. That kid just sees the ice different, and a great pass there to spring Bennett Benson, and then Wyatt Matson with a great follow-up, but huge saves there for Davies early.
Good big early stop. The first real opportunity for either of these teams goes to the Mustangs. Brecken Metcalf shutting the door. Eagles looking for an opportunity of their own. Here's Peterson entering the zone on the near side. He's stopped at the near half wall. This one will go to Colin Olson on the fourth line for Fargo Davies, out on the ice right now. Comes to the front of the net, and this one will be flipped high up into the air by Lashovsky. Comes all the way back to the Davies end. Back to play it is Mason Peterson. Nice stretch pass deflected into the zone by Gigstead. Fitzpatrick will play it behind his own net. Fitzpatrick moves that one over to Alexandrovich. Pass up to the red line. Runs into traffic. Eagles trying to re-enter the zone. Here's Lindstedt. Lindstedt has his progress stopped. The bottom of the far circle. Cheyenne unable to clear the zone. Good job holding it there is Kaysen Currents on the far wall battling after it. Currents battling with Alexandrovich. Providing some support is Lindstedt. Finally, Currents is going to ring it around all the way to the near hash marks. Good forecheck here for Fargo Davies. Carter Salberg in the far corner. This one comes back to the point. Metcalf one-timer on net. Save made. Still loose in the slot. Comes to the near wall. Cheyenne is unable to clear. Holding that one in the zone, but it goes in the Cheyenne bench, I believe. So we'll have a whistle and an offensive zone draw for Davies. Good pressure being applied by the top line there for Fargo Davies.
Yeah, that line's, Carter Salberg is always a threat. Kaysen Currents always seems to be in the mix when things happen. Tell you what, early on it seems Fargo Davies using their points a lot. They've been trying to move the puck back to the point, and it seems like as soon as they get it back there, they're willing to shoot. There's another one right there.
Another shot from the point coming from Luke Voller. That one's gloved from long range by Fitzpatrick. Interesting to see if that strategy stays for Fargo Davies, trying to work that low-high game, get some traffic in front of the net, take the eyes away from Fitzpatrick. This draw taken to the left of the sophomore netminder, controlled by Davies. Voller tries work it down low. He's able to hold the zone. At zero, rings it around. It's loose up front. Bennett Benson has it below his own goal line. He'll pass it to the near side for Brody Benson. Brody Benson skates it out of his own zone, going coast to coast. On the far wall, gets forced behind the Davies net. Pressed up against the end wall by Luke Voller. And then he'll facilitate a breakout play that goes all the way to the Cheyenne blue line. Moving this one forward is Lashovsky. Teams battle for possession at the red line. It's won by Davies. Nice stretch pass from blue line to blue line. It's going to be tipped in by Brody Parmer. The Eagles will go for a line change on the fly.
Mentioned Brody Benson, just a freshman. Bennett's younger brother, just a freshman who at the start of the season wasn't even really a factor in the lineup, and with some injuries and some progression, he's now in the top pair. So big role tonight for a young guy.
Nice display of skating out of his own zone there as well. Fargo Davies forces a turnover at center ice. Here comes Duncan Metcalf making a move.
What a
High
play.
slot shot.
What a play.
Great save made by Cruz Fitzpatrick. We have captured that replay. We'll show that to you the next time that we have an opportunity. Good hands from the junior defenseman Duncan Metcalf on that offensive opportunity.
Yeah, he's got sneaky good hands. I've seen him make a handful of plays like that throughout the last couple of years. If he got some time and space, he can do that to you.
Alexandrovich skates it out to center ice. Comes back to the Cheyenne blue line. Facing pressure there was Easton Brown. Moves it over to the far wall onto the stick of Dom Diebert. He flips it up into the air, back onto the stick of Easton Brown. Some physicality on the far wall. Brown moves this one forward to Frith. They're able to get it out to center ice, but dumping it back in immediately for the Eagles is going to be Emmerich Netlin. Quick, efficient breakout for West Fargo Cheyenne. Here comes Carson Krebsbach. Comes back to center ice. Lashovsky is able to get it below the goal line. Fargo Davies looking for a quick breakout play. They're going to get it. Here's that top line. They cough it up at center ice, and dumping it back deep into the Eagles' defensive zone is going to be Bennett Benson. A turnover at the Davies blue line. This one's taken by Xander. He coughs possession right back up. Teams trading back and forth. Here's Bennett Benson at his own blue line. Bennett Benson, nice pass to Brody Benson. The freshman defender tries move it to the far wall. It's broken up. Could have been an opportunity there. Bennett Benson stepping up there on the West Fargo Cheyenne blue line on the far side. Otherwise, that easily could have been. I believe that was Kaysen Current streaking in all by himself. Here come the Mustangs now end to end. That play broken up nicely. Trying to get a number on who broke that up for Fargo Davies. Nevertheless, we continue to play on. A shot rings around to the far half wall. Comes to the near half wall now. Fargo Davies forecheck going to work. Comes back to center ice. Dumping this one back deep for Fargo Davies is going to be Adzero. Adzero entering the attacking zone from the high slot, looking for a shot. Able to get one off. Pad save made by Fitzpatrick. The rebound doesn't get too far away from the blue paint, and he hops right back on top of it. And we have another stoppage, a nice long stretch there without whistles. 9:20 remaining in the first, still scoreless.
That opportunity comes off a tough turnover for West Fargo Cheyenne. They went for a line change, and Avon Bredman kind of turned the puck over in the neutral zone, and Davies caught him in a line change. That's about the third time I've seen that play. So, I mean, you know, we talk about turnovers all the time. Puck management is a huge part of the game, and if you're from West Fargo Cheyenne, that puck's got to get deep and in the zone, get the line change, get 5 guys, and roll from there.
West Fargo Cheyenne gets it out to center ice only momentarily. Brody Parmer throwing his body around. Comes to the blue line, held in there by Diebert. Finally, the Mustangs get it out to center ice. Diebert will dump it back deep for the Eagles. Played behind his own net. Fitzpatrick, there he is playing the puck. He clears all the way down. Icing will be waved off. Within the vicinity there was Voller.
Perfectly placed dump by Cruz Fitzpatrick.
200-foot dump, no icing called. Voller in his own zone, D-to-D with Diebert. Back to Voller, his pass up through center ice is tipped in by Connor Peterson. There's Fitzpatrick playing it to the far wing. Once again, Fargo Davies really playing sound in center ice, not allowing any opportunities for Cheyenne on the rush so far.
They're not, but if you're Fargo Davies, we talked about Cruz and his proficiency of playing the puck. You're going to dump that puck in. That puck's got to go to the corner. If you're going to throw it behind the net, Cruz is going to get that. He's going to throw it right back out of the zone. So a little bit of strategy even on the dump-ins for Davies here.
Benson with some open ice, gets a return after a block shot. Looks like that went through the 5-hole of Metcalf, but went through the paint to the far corner. Best opportunity, the second chance for Benson here in period number 1. A shot from the point. That one coming from Brody Benson is gloved by Brecken Metcalf. We're going to have our first media timeout of this second state qualifier of the Eastern Dakota Conference Hockey Tournament. It's Davies 0, Cheyenne 0. We'll be right back with our coverage on KNOX Live Sports.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Welcome back to our coverage of EDC hockey on the Rivard's Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales KNOX Live Sports Network. Coming out of that media timeout, sponsored by Eagles Crest Bar and Grill. Head south for your next dining experience, connected to the clubhouse at Kings Walk Golf Course on the south end of Grand Forks. 7:47 remaining here in period number 1. Feels like both of these teams are kind of playing a conservative style of play early on.
I would definitely say that. I mean, you can see West Fargo, Cheyenne, neutral zone forecheck. I mean, they're kind of sitting back a little bit. You've seen Fargo Davies. They're throwing the puck in, but not the most aggressive forecheck, kind of maybe sending one guy, sitting a couple people back. So we'll see if that if the game loosens up a little bit. You know, maybe we need a goal or two to bust this one open.
Still scoreless. Eagles trying to force a turnover in the offensive end. Bennett Benson crosses center ice, and he'll dump this one in on net. Metcalf will be forced to cover that one up with some Mustangs crashing in on the crease. So we'll have another stoppage with 7:25 remaining in this opening period.
Yeah, Bennett Benson again, kind of a dump in on net. Those ones are always tricky, right? Those little high floaters, you got pressure bearing down on you as a goalie. You got to kind of track that puck, but you can hear guys coming. I've never played goalie, so I don't know what it's like, but I can't imagine it's comfortable.
Benson will be taking this face-off against Gigstead. It's controlled, stays right on the face-off circle, eventually controlled by the Mustangs. Looking for a centering feed there with Xander. Comes all the way to the near wall, and it will be skated out. Here's Colin Olson.
Break.
And a shot there coming from Gigstead, I believe that was. Nice blocker save made. Here come the Mustangs coming back the other way. Bennett Benson putting on the burners. His centering feed from an odd angle goes all the way to the far wall. It will be taken by Fargo Davies, Beckett, Gigstead, and moved forward. Now a turnover by Netland, unable to enter the zone, delayed offsides. Fargo Davies will have to touch up. Fitzpatrick plays it to the far side, right onto the stick of Connor Peterson. Peterson drops it for Diebert. Diebert throws this one on net. Save made, rebound loose, shot not cleanly fired off there by Fargo Davies, who was on the stick of Brody Parmer.
Boy, great A chance there for Parmer. He was in the high slot, and that puck just landed on his stick. It was rolling a little bit, so he took the shot, but went right underneath the puck. And
maybe one he'd like to get back, but you said it was a bouncing puck, so tough to control.
Yeah,
it
was rolling a little bit, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. But yeah, like you said, maybe he just takes another half a second to settle that down. I know it's easy to say from up here, but
that's right. In a high-pressure situation, you win, you go to state. If you lose, your season is over. The 3 versus the number 4 seed here in the EDC hockey tournament. The winner will automatically be etched into that 3 seed to play the number 2 seed out west next week in Fargo for the North Dakota High School Hockey State Tournament. Let's take a look at that opportunity earlier. I believe that was Duncan Metcalf. This replay brought to you by American Family Insurance, Tyler Nagel Agency. It's going to be Metcalf forcing a turnover, and then he just takes it from the red line all the way, putting on a move at the top of the far circle and then firing off a shot.
Couple nice moves in that sequence there by Duncan Metcalf.
Defensive zone draw controlled by the Eagles. Netland has it. He's going to move this one forward to Parmer. Over to the far side for Diebert. Diebert's going to fire off a wrister, gets a big rebound, but it comes all the way to the near half wall. Still controlled by Fargo Davies. Brody Parmer's going to throw this one behind the net. Playing it is Fitzpatrick. His breakout initiated to the far wing. Mustangs still trying to get it out. They are able to do so. They turn it over at the Eagles' blue line. The Eagles are going to dump it in and go for a line change. First one to the puck is Alexandrovich. He'll ring it around to the near half wall for Bredvik. Bredvik unable to clear for Cheyenne. Team still fighting for possession. A shot that's kind of
what a weird
bouncer
bounce.
from Salberg goes all the way over to the far wall. Bo Rademacher battling after it. Still stays in. Good job holding the line there by Luke Voller. He throws it to the side of the net, but it still will be covered up by Fitzpatrick. Maybe a little bit of a surprise that he didn't play that, but knowing that the Mustangs had tired legs on the ice, elects to cover it up, and the Mustangs are able to get a line change.
I like that play by Cruz. I mean, you could tell the line was struggling. It was late in the shift. Cover that puck. Get fresh legs out there for a big face-off.
First line back out there for both of these teams. Bennett Benson taking this draw against Kaysen Currents. Benson will get booted. Coming in to take it will be Wyatt Matson. It's won by Fargo. Davies shot from Voller from the point, gets deflected, goes wide, comes to the near side, and the Mustangs are able to clear. Here's Matson throwing a shot that gets deflected over to the far wall. Zander tries to hold the zone. He's able to do so only momentarily. The Eagles get it out to center ice. Bennett Benson takes it. The top of the circle's in his own zone. Pass to Brody Benson. Nice return pass back to Bennett. Entering the attacking zone, has it poked away from him by Fargo Davies. Number 24, Mason Peterson. Puck trickles towards the net, and it's controlled by Metcalf. He'll hold on to it. Under 5 to go. We're still scoreless. Shots on net 8-7 in favor of West Fargo Cheyenne. Very tight game as we were expecting between the number 3 and the number 4 seed.
Another bouncy puck that gets to Metcalf. That's Wyatt Matson on kind of a broken play, just kind of swatting at a puck, getting it to the net, knowing he's got Bennett Benson going hard to the paint, and Metcalf's able to corral that with Bennett Benson standing on top of him, literally, as the whistle blows.
Another bouncing puck there off the face-off. Goes high of the net. Diebert going coast to coast, being forced into the far corner. Now behind the net, looking for a centering feed. Gets deflected back onto his stick, looking for another centering feed up front. Comes to the near wall where Lashovsky will throw it high off the glass, and it ends up in the Mustang bench, so we will have another whistle, and it will result in a defensive zone draw for West Fargo Cheyenne. It will be taken to the right of Cruz Fitzpatrick.
Dom Diebert for Fargo Davies, very active tonight. I mean, like I said, he's about 8 feet tall on skates. You look at him towering over everybody out there. You know, he's kind of a stay-at-home defenseman, but he is certainly not afraid to activate and engage. And we've seen him rush the puck up the ice a couple times. He's got a couple shots on net already.
Gotta love that defensive pairing. Junior Duncan Metcalf.
It's a tough one pair if you're playing against them.
Fargo Davies looking to start the forecheck. It's over on the far half wall. Possession comes back to the point where Metcalf will ring it around all the way to the near hash marks. Waiting for it is Connor Peterson looking for a tip up front from Adzero. Still loose. Finally, West Fargo Cheyenne will clear. Doing so is Kresbach. Diebert, D to D. Pass in front of Metcalf. Comes back to Kresbach. He's going to dump this one below the goal line of Fargo Davies. Metcalf plays it. Stretch pass originating from Duncan Metcalf, looking to get connected with number 19, Brody Palmer, but it hops over his stick, so it will result in an icing. Defensive zone draw upcoming for Fargo Davies.
Yeah, a lot of offensive/defensive zone faceoffs thus far this period. Haven't seen much off of them, though. Usually when you see that many, you just kind of see a set play or two and maybe a chance or two, but nothing's really come from any of these draws for either team, other than maybe some breakouts or clears.
And there's an opportunity off the face-off. Speaking it into existence is our color commentator, Ryan Coons.
The old reverse jinx.
West Fargo Cheyenne still on the attack. Shot from the point coming from Easton Brown. Seeing that one the entire way was Metcalf. What do you see on the face-off there? How'd that opportunity formulate for the Mustangs?
Well, actually, I mean, it was a Davies win that kind of bounced back Cheyenne's way. They scooted that thing back out to the – well, no, they didn't. They drove the net on that one. And
kind of a bouncing puck, and they just whacked at it.
We've heard a lot tonight, right? That puck hasn't been settled all night, but bouncing puck, and Cheyenne's able to sneak through. I don't think that's how they drew it up, but it worked.
Davies waiting to get on sides. Eventually they're able to dump it into the attacking zone. Doing so is Salberg. He'll chase after it. West Fargo Cheyenne with an efficient breakout. Bennett Benson at his own line moves it forward onto the stick of Kaysen Currents. He dumps it but hits the linesman's skate, so Bennett Benson will gain possession. Pass over to the far wall for Zander. Zander to Matson. Matson coughs it up at the Davies blue line. Comes back for Salberg entering the attacking zone. And we did so offsides, wondering what the stoppage was there for a minute, but it will be offside. So a neutral zone face-off on the Cheyenne blue line. Just under 3 minutes remaining here in the opening period. Shots on net 10-7 in favor of the underdog, the number 4 seed, West Fargo Cheyenne.
Taylor Zander just gave Joe Linstead a shot right in front of the bench. I don't like to see that. A couple of my Team ND guys mixing up with each other. Thought they were friends, but maybe not.
Throw friendships aside when the
For a
season
couple hours
is on the line.
For a couple hours, they're not buddies anymore.
Metcalf, cross ice dump into the near corner. This one played by Brody Benson. He works it to the near wall. Shot coming from Sam Glur. Deflects to the far corner. Clearing attempt back to the point. Shot from way deep. Mason Peterson gets deflected. Here's Dylan Salberg behind the net. He's going to work it back to the point for Duncan Metcalf. Metcalf going D-to-D with Mason Peterson. Mason Peterson loses possession at the blue line, and West Fargo Cheyenne is able to clear. Taking possession back, however, is Mason Peterson. He'll cough it back up, comes back to the Davies line. Duncan Metcalf pass to the far wall for Dylan Salberg, looking for a return pass. They'll just dump it in. It'll be played there by Brody Benson. Benson pass to the far hash mark. Losing his footing was Lashovsky. Lashovsky regains possession, and he will clear along the far wall. Back to play it is Dom Diebert. Teams battling for possession at center ice. Diebert retreating back to his own end. Still trying to work it up. Could be an opportunity for Cheyenne on the far post. Bennett Benson whacking at it. Goes into the right pad of Brecken Metcalf. Now Cheyenne has it in the attacking zone. Good job holding offensive zone possession by Brody Benson, working it down low. Wyatt Matson whacking after it. Brody Benson with a centering feed, and it goes all the way to the near side. Brody Benson once again stepping up to maintain offensive zone possession. He has it taken away by Diebert, and he will flip this one all the way down, and it will result in an icing. Good shift there for the top line from the Mustangs.
Yeah, good job by the Mustangs, like you said, just getting the puck to the net. That thing was around the net for, 30, 40 seconds. I don't know if they actually got any great shots on net, but it was certainly around it. Some good pinches by Brody Benson to keep pucks in, and Fargo Davies had enough of that. They just iced it, and they're going to reset here, and another defensive zone draw here for the Eagles.
It's won by Davies. Luke Voller behind his own net. Saucer pass to the far wing, working it up to the Eagles' blue line. Bennett Benson takes possession. A turnover near center ice. Could have been a turnover. Instead, Cheyenne works it to the near wall. They'll dump it deep into the attacking end. Puck in the near corner. First one to the puck was Avon Bredvik. Possession taken away by Voller. His pass off the far wall comes out to center ice. Just 40 seconds remaining. 35 remaining here in period number 1. That puck goes up into the rafters, so we'll have a whistle. A neutral zone face-off upcoming on the Davies blue line.
Yeah, just down to 35 seconds. Shots 11-7. Not a lot of sustained pressure. Well, I'm sure we'll talk about it at the break, but pretty conservative period. I mean, it doesn't feel like 11-7 shots, does it? I think a lot of things just kind of trickled on net for both teams.
Maybe each team, liberally, we'd say, has one grade A opportunity so far, and like you mentioned, we'll go through that. There's an opportunity.
There was one.
We continue to speak it into an existence. A shot there from West Fargo Cheyenne's Wyatt Matson just barely misses the net.
Yeah, he just missed on that. A quick turnaround shot, and I think he had that far side corner wired. He just went high, but I think if he hits the net on that, that might be in.
Now the Eagles looking to make something happen with an offensive zone draw. Senior Kaysen Currents will take it.
Top two lines out for both squads in this period.
Currents against Benson in the face-off circle. It's won by Fargo Davies, controlled by Cheyenne. They will clear up into the stands, so we'll have another face-off at the same location, taken to the left of Cruz Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, if you're Cheyenne, you don't like to see that. Bennett Benson wins the puck right to his brother on the wall, which is exactly what he was trying to do, and I think the play was to chip that off the glass to neutral ice and race for it, but instead it goes over, and they got to do it again.
We do the face-off once more. This time it will be Davies winning it back to the point. Comes back to Duncan Metcalf. He'll ring it around. Lindstedt looking for a wraparound opportunity. Goes on to the stick of Lashovsky. He's unable to clear. Metcalf holds the zone. Here's Salberg. Salberg in the far corner. His centering feed gets broken up. West Fargo Cheyenne Zander is able to clear, just gets inches out of the defensive zone for the Mustangs. And that will do it after the opening 17 minutes of play here inside of Cliff Fido Purper Arena in Grand Forks. It's scoreless. Fargo Davies 0, West Fargo Cheyenne 0. We're going to take a break. Hear a word from our sponsors. When we come back, we'll bring you our intermission report coming up next on KNOX Live Sports.
We got an interview?
Oh, we do have an interview, folks. Yep, thank you very much, Ryan Coons. Not used to having this additional element. We're going to send this one down to Abigail Shower. Abby.
Coach, 0-0 after one. Shots are close. How did you feel about that first period?
Came out sluggish. I think the whole period we're just chasing, doing a lot of reaching. Yeah, totally night and day from last night, so hopefully figure it out here in second period.
What are the big changes you're going to be telling your team that you want them to make in the locker room before the second period?
I mean, just hustle and take the body. I don't think I saw one body check out there that whole period, so that's our game, is get pucks deep and hit them, so we got to get back to it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Abigail Shower having a conversation with the head coach of Fargo Davies, Nate Metcalf. Nate Metcalf doesn't sound too pleased with his team's performance after that opening period. We'll talk more about that when we come back. Our coverage of EDC hockey on KNOX Live Sports.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer.
In Grand Forks, it's about more than just where you live. It's about the people you trust when life happens. At Logan Karski State Farm, we're proud to protect what matters most. I'm Logan Karski with State Farm, and we'd be honored to be your good neighbor.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need. Turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
Nelson Auto in Grand Forks is proud to sponsor area athletics. We know the value of a good team, and we'd like to invite you in to meet our team. See how our team takes care of you and your family. Nelson Auto in Grand Forks, home to Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Hey, this is Pastor Paul. I'd like to welcome you to Hope Church, especially if you're a person that doesn't have a place where you hang out spiritually. We would love for you to come and experience hope and find God. Hope Church, 9, 10:30, and 6 p.m. on Sundays. For more information, you can check out gfhope.org.
Pick 6 for $19.99, a perfect meal for two.
That's gotta rhyme.
Well, how about munching on pick 6, my mouth going yap, yap. People always staring at my wings, they go flap, flap. Davis so surprised because he didn't know I'd rap, rap. Pick 6 meal for 2 for $19.99.
H&S Electrical Services is proud to support local high school sports. From homes to industry, we deliver safe, reliable electrical solutions. Locally owned and operated, our skilled team ensures quality and service you can trust. H&S, trusted in your homes and businesses.
Welcome. We are now in the first intermission report. This intermission report sponsored by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and also High Plains Water, your home's clear choice for awesome water. Sam Jensen here alongside Ryan Kuntz after the opening 17 minutes of this state qualifying matchup between Fargo Davies and West Fargo Cheyenne. Still scoreless. Don't have a scoring summary to bring you through, obviously. The shots on net, however, 11-7 in favor of the Mustangs. Played a clean period, no penalties on either side. What are some of your primary takeaways, Ryan?
I think we talked about it. I mean, both teams pretty conservative. I think both teams were content to just kind of sit back, not make huge mistakes, and I think we saw that there wasn't much, although I will say West Fargo Cheyenne, the one thing that jumped out to me, a lot of turnovers. A lot of turnovers in their own end of the ice, in the neutral zone, some clearing attempts that they kind of flubbed up the middle of the ice. So those are things that, I mean, when you talk about a do-or-die situation, when your season's on the line in a game like this, those add up. And I think that's one thing that Dave Benson will be talking about. Hey, we got to be smarter with the puck, manage it a little bit better. But, and then the other side of it, Metcalf in that interview, he didn't seem happy with this team's performance, and I probably agree that was not the same team, Fargo Davies team, that we saw last night. Didn't have the same jump, didn't have the same physicality. I'm sure they're going to get a little bit of butt chewing, and we'll maybe see a little bit different team coming out in the second.
Are we seeing nerves on display? I mean, these are two very talented hockey teams coming out maybe just gripping the stick a little bit too tight, knowing their season's on the line.
Well, yeah, nerves, but maybe just like, hey, we don't want to make a mistake early, get down, have to chase a game that really matters. I mean, we'll see if it opens up a little bit as this game progresses, but I don't know if nerves is more the word. I think it was just more, hey, let's be smart today. And so it seemed like both teams, instead of carrying the puck out of the zone, it was just, hey, let's just throw it off the glass, get it out of our end of the ice, and deal with it later. I think both teams were kind of content with doing that in the first 17 minutes.
Grade A opportunities, not really a whole lot for either team, but goaltender is what really stood out in that first period. You made the comment really early on, the ability of the sophomore goaltender for Cheyenne, Cruz Fitzpatrick, doing a pretty good job of coming out and playing the puck outside of his net.
He loves it, and if you're Cheyenne too, I mean, you're playing with him, you know, if that puck gets dumped in, someone's got to stay high. Far blue line, stay high. Cruz is going to rip that puck up to you. Maybe you connect on a freebie and get a breakaway. If nothing else, maybe you just chip that puck in, and it's a tool, right? If you're Cheyenne, it's like you said, having a third defenseman where puck gets dumped in your zone, it's like, okay, now it's in our end, but in a matter of a couple of seconds, that thing is up the ice and out, and maybe you're going the other way.
Impressive play from the sophomore goaltender. Brecken Metcalf having to make a couple of solid plays as well, the senior for Fargo Davies. We've mentioned that this is our second state qualifying matchup of the day. Earlier for the noon game, Fargo Shanley punching their ticket. They will be the number 4 seed representing the EDC at the state tournament next week in Fargo. They beat Fargo North by a score of 2-1. Then out west, another team punching their ticket. A big blowout victory for Jamestown. The Blue Jays defeating Mandan by a score of 7-1. So Matt Stockert and his team advancing to the state tournament. We'll provide updates when we come back from what else is taking place out west. But for now, we're going to take a break here. Word from our sponsors. When we come back, we'll wrap up this intermission report and get ready for period number 2. Fargo Davies, West Fargo Cheyenne on KNOX.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
The way we live and work has changed, but our service and commitment remain. We're evolving to meet your insurance needs with answers where and when you need them most. Nodak Insurance Company.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks. Gear up for ski season or hit the trails on a fat tire bike. At the Ski and Bike Shop, we offer top brands, ski and snowboard service, and everything you need for cold weather fun. The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks, where your next adventure begins.
And we are back, folks. Welcome back to our coverage on KNOX Live Sports of the EDC Hockey Tournament. We are in day number 3. This is the second state qualifier matchup. Scoreless after one period of play. Fargo Davies taking on West Fargo Cheyenne. The number 3 seed Davies taking on the number 4 seed Cheyenne. Earlier today we had Shanley punching their ticket to state, beating Fargo North by a score of 2-1. North scoring 1 goal with an empty net, unable to complete the comeback, however. Shanley, their first year back as a varsity program, advances to state. Got to be really happy for Coach Olsenowski, and that program has to mean a lot for all of the Fargo Angels program faithful, and certainly the Deacons High School program. We're continuing to make our way through this intermission report after period number 1. This intermission report brought to you by High Plains Water, your home's clear choice for awesome water. Quality water will improve every aspect of your life. Better tasting water, clearer skin, and softer clothes. Upgrade your water system today at High Plains Water, them and Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the men of steel since the 19th century. Grand Forks Welding and Machine, High Plains Water, the sponsor of our intermission report all tournament long here on KNOX, here inside the Cliff Fido Purpur Arena in Grand Forks. Just a really low-scoring game. We heard the comments from Nate Metcalf from Fargo Davies. In a couple of moments, we're going to hear the comments from the head coach, Dave Benson, in his 9th season at the helm since the inception of West Fargo Cheyenne becoming a varsity hockey program. What do you anticipate the comments that we're going to hear from the head coach, Dave Benson?
Well, if I was him, I would, again, mention the turnover side of it and just being loose with the puck. I think he's going to want his team to be engaged a little bit more physically because he's a little bit old school guy. He likes hard-nosed hockey, so as hard as you play, he's probably going to want you to play a little bit harder, and I think it's probably just, getting a little bit more pucks to the net. I think they did a decent job. You saw Bennett Benson kind of carrying the offense if there was any for Cheyenne that period. He seemed to be around the net a lot, but they're going to need a few more guys to chip in throughout the lineup if they're going to be successful today.
Seen that second line get out there a couple of times, and you mentioned it during our pregame report. Andringa, Peterson, and Bredvik getting a couple of opportunities for the Mustangs. Certainly that top line of Xander, Benson, and Matson has been the main offensive firepower for Cheyenne throughout the course of this season, but they're going to look for some more depth led on that second line by their captain, Caleb Andringa. We do have an update from out west, the second state qualifying matchup from the WDA. Bismarck Century currently leading over their crosstown rival Bismarck High by a score of 3-1. That's being played at the VFW Arena in Bismarck. I believe it is. Don't they go every other year, Minot and Bismarck in the WDA?
Yeah. I think they rotate that, don't they? They must.
I believe I saw it's in Bismarck this year. However, one team has punched their ticket. That's the Blue Jays, coached by Jake Stillwell. Thank you for our colleagues around the state for making that correction. And now Bismarck Century leading over Bismarck High. But we're going to keep our focus on what's taking place here inside the Cliff Fido Purpur Arena, scoreless after one period of play. My name is Sam Jensen. I'm doing play-by-play commentary for this matchup. Alongside me is our color commentator, Ryan Kuntz. And then we have a village of camera professionals working for us at KNOX Live Sports. The captain, Jacob Lindemann. And then behind the camera, we have Joey Spanger, Cooper Friggy, and also Luca Carpenter. And then down on the ice, of course, we have Abigail Schauer. Behind the camera down there, we have Kirsten Spanger. In just a couple of moments, we're going to hear Abby Schauer have a conversation with Dave Benson, hear his thoughts on that first period of play and what he'd like to see his team improve on moving into the second. We're going to hear a quick break from our sponsors. When we come back, we'll have that conversation between Abby Schauer and Dave Benson when we come back.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Welcome back, and right now it looks like we are not going to have a conversation between Dave Benson and Abby Schauer. That's okay. We are going to get ready for period number 2, maybe just unable to make that connection down on the bench. The coaching staff of West Fargo Cheyenne, Dave Benson, Nate Mullally, Dalton Heimer, Nick Buckland, Brady Kellerman, and Isaac Anderson. The coaching staff of Fargo Davies, led by Nate Metcalf, and a variety of other assistants for the Eagles getting ready for period number 2 here inside the Cliff Fido Purper Arena. Fargo Davies, the higher seed in their home white jerseys with maroon helmets and breezers, gold and maroon trim throughout. West Fargo Cheyenne in their business suits, black jerseys and socks with blue gloves, helmets, and breezers with some orange and blue trim on those black backgrounds. Cheyenne written in cursive across the chest. They'll be making their way from right to left on your screen here in this middle period. Davies working from left to right. We're getting ready to go underway. It's Kason Kearns winning this faceoff for the Eagles all the way back to Brecken Metcalf. He's going to leave this one for Diebert. Diebert pass to the near wing. Salberg trying to tip that out of the zone. Good job stepping up there was Wyatt Matson, causing some havoc. Here's Salberg entering the attacking zone, putting on a move, has it on his backhand, shot on net, rebound opportunity, glove save made by Fitzpatrick. Trying to do that one all by himself was Carter Salberg, and he almost did it.
Yeah, great play by Salberg. On just a one-on-one, he kind of works his way around the defender, not completely around, but gets a shot on net, follows it up with the rebound, but Cruz Fitzpatrick there with a couple of saves. Really sold that last one. Really made sure everyone saw he got that. Cruz is an animated kid, I'll tell you what. He's a character, typical goalie.
And here's a loose puck up front, but it's cleared by the West Fargo Cheyenne defense. Good job by Brody Benson getting that one out of harm's way. A shot from center ice goes on to Metcalf, and he will hold on to it. So a couple of quick whistles just 31 seconds into this middle period. It will be a defensive zone draw upcoming for the Eagles, and that's a theme that we talked about in that opening period. Maybe we'll see some more set plays and some offense coming from these offensive zone draws.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting. I mean, a lot of these draws, though, as we've seen, haven't been one clean by either team. Even when they're they're not clean wins, and so there really isn't much to do there other than maybe just find the puck, dump it in, and kind of work from there.
Eagles controlling possession after that defensive zone face-off. Metcalf, nice stretch pass all the way up to the red line. It's tipped in by Lindstedt. Benson will play it. He loses control. Salberg trying to make his way towards the front of the net, loses possession onto the stick of Lindstedt. One-timer from Voller, the top of the near circle. Didn't really get all of it on that shot. Easily saved by Fitzpatrick, and we will have another whistle.
Yeah, he did that. But that stems off a turnover. Brody Benson on that one had clear possession behind the net, and then just trying to chips it back behind him. Not sure if he heard something or saw something, but it went right to a Davies player, and they swing it out front and get a shot on net. Like you said, not a great shot, and Fitzpatrick has to make a save. But, again, turnovers.
And a shot right off the face-off there coming from Adzero. Another save made by Fitzpatrick. Both of these goaltenders dialing in. Shots tightening up 12-10 in favor of the Mustangs. This face-off fought for and eventually possession taken over by Cheyenne, but it's immediately cleared into the bench by Taylor Zander. So we'll have yet another, the third offensive zone draw for the Eagles in a matter of about 10 seconds.
Yeah, that one won by Cheyenne. The one before, a nice play off the draw and an opportunity for Davies. See what they do here. Boy, that puck was bouncing. Both those last two drops bounced about 3 feet high after the linesman dropped it.
Maybe just an aggressive drop coming from these linesmen.
A lot of energy for the refs too, right?
It's a big day for everyone. Benson entering the zone on the near side, centering feed broken up. Brody Palmer breaking up that opportunity for the Mustangs. Pass to the near side for Adzero. Adzero chases it to the near corner, pressing the Mustang defender up against the end wall. Fighting for possession. Good work taken over by West Fargo Cheyenne's Easton Brown. Getting it out to center ice. Here comes Bennett Benson. Bennett Benson coming in with Zander. His shot from an odd angle, easily saved by Metcalf. Benson coming in with Zander, but the pass was taken away, electing to just put it on net. Never a bad play to put a puck on net. Making the save was the senior veteran goaltender for Fargo Davies, Brecken Metcalf, wearing the C.
He's done a great job today of kind of swallowing up everything that's been thrown at him. There hasn't been any second opportunities for Cheyenne on any of these shots. So, I mean, it's just a shot, eats it, freeze, another draw.
Third line out for both of these teams. Possession won by the Eagles off of the faceoff. Mason Peterson unable to clear. Goes over to the far corner. Frith throws it behind the Eagles' net. Pass to the near wing, cleared by Glur. Comes
big
out to
hit
the
from
neutral
behind.
zone.
No call.
We play on. West Fargo Cheyenne moving it through center ice. Throwing a shot towards the net there for the Mustangs was Lashovsky. Gets deflected up and out of play. Nope, goes into the glove of Metcalf. So another defensive zone draw upcoming. Lots of whistles here in the early stages. Still waiting for this game to open up offensively.
Yeah, Lashovsky with a long-range shot there. He got decked right outside the blue line. He was playing a puck, and he just wore one right in the back. No call on that. I think he was hurting a little bit when he got up, but he stays out there, so it seems like he's fine.
Mustangs win the draw, but they're going to have to retreat all the way back to their own end. Lashovsky chasing it down. He goes D-to-D with Benson. He hammers it forward. Cheyenne just trying to move northward. Comes to the near blue line of Fargo Davies. Teams trading possessions in between the blue lines. Eventually it's Kresbach able to get it in only momentarily. Colin Olson, nice cross-ice pass. Here's Gigstead. Gigstead shot, glove save made by Fitzpatrick, and some extracurriculars after the whistle. Fargo Davies crashing the net hard after that shot on the rush.
Another opportunity for Gigstead. That was a name that we said a lot last night. Fourth line center, but he's getting a lot of ice time, whether they're rotating him in with his line mates. Looks like Colin Olson's out there with him too, but yeah, Fargo Davies not afraid to kind of,
they're rolling four lines.
Yeah, get deep into that lineup, and that line has performed. They were great last night, and they've been good again tonight.
It appears like Davies is rotating, rolling lines 1 and 2, and then that third and fourth line are rotating that every third shift. Nate Metcalf really flexing the depth that the Eagles have. This faceoff will be taken by the top line for both of these teams. Currents up against Benson. Controlled by the Eagles. A shot from the top of the far circle. Rebound loose. Shot once again. Nobody knows where the puck is.
Out of play.
Up and out of play. Shot coming from Joe Lindstedt off the faceoff. Rebound right up front, but somehow got cleared up and out of play. There's the best opportunity we've seen off a draw all game.
I'll tell you what, I mean, the first shot was a save for Fitzpatrick, obviously, and that kicked right out, and someone got a stick on it, and I don't know if it got deflected or if it hit Fitzpatrick. He was just down. I don't think he, quote-unquote, made a save. It might have hit him or it might have got deflected out, but like you said, great chance for Davies off that face-off there.
Diebert in his own zone. Moving it forward, getting tripped up is Lindstedt. Behind the net. Selberg back to the point for Netland. Near side, one-timer. Save is made. That shot coming from Fargo Davies, number 16, Sam Glur. We have a whistle on the play, and it looks like we're going to have a penalty against Cheyenne. Going to the box is going to be number 10. That's Taylor Zander. Didn't see what the call was. It's a tripping.
Yeah, he was in the neutral zone. It looked like he was almost diving for a loose puck and missed puck and got skate. And first power play opportunity of the game, like you said, and a chance for Davies to get something going offensively here.
This is our first power play of the game for either of these teams, and here comes Cheyenne shorthanded. Bennett Benson shot from the high slot, blocked by Duncan Metcalf. Benson still with it. Here's an opportunity,
nice
shorthanded. He trying to feed number 16, Wyatt Matson, all alone up front. It's the Mustangs getting opportunities shorthanded. Here's Fitzpatrick playing it up to the Mustang blue line. Eagles hold the zone, comes to Salberg up front. His shot save made. Good action on both ends. Things starting to open up. We needed a power play. Initially, Cheyenne showing some life shorthanded, but a good job by West Fargo Davies holding the zone and turning that into an opportunity.
Yeah, Wyatt Matson, Bennett Benson, an absolute threat shorthanded. I've seen them pot a couple of, I think back to the Red River game earlier in the season, they had a couple shorties, always a threat. They had an opportunity there, and then back the other way, a huge save by Fitzpatrick. He got pushed deep into his net. So by the time he stopped that puck, that was about 2 inches from the goal line.
Big heavy shot. There's another one. Loose. Rebound, still loose up front, still loose. Shot coming from Luke Voller. Davies RBB Electric power play starting to apply some pressure. Pass to the near side. Unable to control that one for Davies was Lindstedt. Salberg picks it up. One-timer there. Mason Peterson, another big save made by Fitzpatrick. Comes back to the point. Metcalf. Salberg shot blocked. Good selfless play there by Caleb Andringa. He stays out there, still offensive zone possession for the Eagles. Metcalf, one-timer, no, he looks to pass. That one's broken up nicely by Oliver Lefschofsky. He will clear all the way down. Handful of grade A opportunities for the Eagles so far here on the man advantage.
Yeah, they're really snapping it around, weren't they? Some good looks. The best opportunity out of all that might have been Joe Lindstedt. Got the puck far side here, and he just mishandled it. Otherwise, he had a wide open net to shoot at.
Turnover there led to an opportunity for Diebert. Eagles still with possession, just 25 seconds remaining on the power play. Here's a turnover at the Mustang blue line.
What a pass.
Great pass to Benson. Benson, blocker save made by Metcalf. Follow-up opportunity for Wyatt Matson, who made that spectacular saucer pass. Save made by Metcalf. Once again, things really starting to open up here on 5-on-4 play.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Cheyenne's best two opportunities of the game have come down 5-on-4 on this power play. But like I said, Wyatt Matson and Bennett Benson just seem to kind of know where each other at. And 5-on-4, you know, a lot of times when you're on the power play, you kind of forget about the defensive side of it. And West Fargo Cheyenne's kind of exploited that here on this power play.
Great pass by Wyatt Matson.
It was.
You said it
just
as
a great little area pass. Let Bennett Benson skate right into it.
Fargo Davies with only 5 seconds remaining on the man advantage, moving it up through center ice. Entering the attacking zone, cross ice dump in by Gigstad. Eagles still with it, trying to work it to the front of the net. Shot from an odd angle from Connor Peterson. Save is made, comes to center ice. It'll be dumped back in deep by Netland. Played by Fitzpatrick. Salberg stops it at the Mustang blue line. He's taken down. No call on the play. We continue to play on. Bennett Benson skates it out of his own zone, unable to corral a puck that was rolling up on his stick. Here comes Brody Parmer. Parmer loses possession at the far half wall. Unable to hold the zone at the far blue line was Mason Peterson. Cheyenne is able to clear all the way to the Davies blue line. Picking this one up is going to be Leshofsky. Leshofsky making his way towards the net. Shot, save made, rebound. Misses wide, goes behind the goal line, goes to the far half wall, eventually cleared by Parmer. Icing waved off. Cheyenne's number 14. It's going to be Easton Brown, rings it all the way around. Goes to the far blue line, cross ice dump in there from Andringa. Stretch pass broken up by Cheyenne's Easton Brown. He'll dump this one back in. Metcalf looking for a stretch pass. He finds Salberg. Salberg being draped the entire way. Good defense by Alexandrovich. Alexandrovich pokes it out to center ice. Looking to continue to poke that one forward for Cheyenne was Carter Nelson. Correction, that's Avon Bredvik. Bredvik chasing it down. Comes to the near corner. Poked forward by Voller. Not out. Shot coming from Cheyenne's number 7. That's Tanner Peterson. First time we've called his name tonight. Mustang starting
things opening up a little bit here in the second period. You get that long change, and all of a sudden things get a little bit goofy, but we're kind of seeing some track meet hockey back and forth.
And there's another stretch pass. This time it's going to get connected with Lindstedt. Unable to control it too terribly cleanly. He's going to drop this one off for Glur. He loses possession, comes back to center ice, and Dylan Salberg will throw it behind the Cheyenne net. It's played high off the glass by Fitzpatrick and out. Diebert trying to move it forward. He coughs it up. Goes to the far side innocently. Here comes Fargo Davies, Bo Rademacher. He crosses the red line. He's going to ring it around. Played by Fitzpatrick. He tries ring it to the near wall. Holding it in for Fargo Davies. Good job there by number 17, Colin Olson. Goes over to the far wall. The Mustangs are able to clear. Doing so as Landon Saki goes all the way on net. Hopping on top of it will be Metcalf, and we'll have a stoppage and a media timeout. Still 0-0, things opening up here in the second period of our state qualifier matchup between the Fargo Davies Eagles and the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs here on KNOX Live Sports.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersales.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Welcome back to our coverage of EDC hockey here on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales KNOX Live Sports Network. That media timeout brought to you by Eagles Crest Bar and Grill here in Grand Forks, connected to the clubhouse of Kings Walk Golf Course on the south end. Things starting to open up here between the Mustangs and the Eagles. Shots on net department reflecting that. Still Cheyenne leading Davies 19-7 in that category. Looking for an opportunity on the offensive zone faceoff taken by their leading scorer. Leads the entire state of North Dakota. That's Bennett Benson. Benson gets kicked out of the faceoff circle. Coming in to take his place will be Wyatt Matson. Davies wins it to Diebert on the far wall. Diebert looking for a stretch pass. This is broken up by Lashovsky. Lashovsky, odd angle shot, hits the netting, I thought. We continue to play on. First line out there for Davies. Emmerich Netlin's shot gets deflected up into the air. Netlin still trying to work this one back. Here's Lindstedt making a nice move in the slot. Unable to get a shot off on his backhand. Goes back to Diebert off the end wall, deflected up front. Case and Currents right there. It went in between the legs of the goaltender, Cruz Fitzpatrick, off of the end wall, back to the top of the crease. And Case and Currents maybe not expecting the puck to make its way through the goaltender. Led to kind of an awkward opportunity for the Eagles.
It was a hot bounce off the end wall, like you said. Fitzpatrick saw it the whole way. He just went to cover it with his glove and missed it, and the puck squirted out in front, like you said, Currents there, but play was broken up, and we're still scoreless. But shots, 19-17 now. We're halfway through this, so we ended, 7-11? So I think teams on pace to topple their first period shot totals.
Offense starting to pick up. Both of these goaltenders standing incredibly tall. Cheyenne with the centering feed goes off of Metcalf, taken by Sahlberg. Sahlberg's shot is deflected by Alexandrovich and goes up into the netting. So we're going to have an offensive zone draw upcoming for the Eagles. Just under 8 minutes remaining here in the second period. So far, it's only been Fargo Davies with an opportunity on the RBB Electric power play, but when they had the man advantage, Cheyenne had their best offensive looks so far of the game, and you brought that up when they were a man short.
Yeah, and let's not discount the Davies power play. They had some good looks kind of in between those chances for Cheyenne. They were kind of snapping it around pretty good, just weren't able to capitalize.
Benson picks up a loose puck. He crosses the red line, icing waved off, goes to the far corner, chased down by Lashovsky. Now Benson has it in the near corner. Backhand centering feed goes through the defender, led to an opportunity there for Wyatt Matson. Misses wide, comes all the way back to the Mustang blue line. Here's Brody Benson. Now Bennett Benson facing some pressure from Fargo Davies' Colin Olson, forcing a turnover at the red line. Moves forward to Peyton Persons, unable to get this one deep for the Eagles. Mustangs looking for a stretch pass. Nice touch there from Benson, getting connected with Matson, trying to give it back to Benson. He's tied up. No call on the play. Really looks like he was incredibly tied up. Shot in the goal for West Fargo Cheyenne. Brody Benson, the freshman defenseman, gets the Mustangs on the board. They lead 1-0.
What a pass. What a pass. I think that was Wyatt Matson who, after some weird puck bounce in the corner, Bennett Benson was just getting mugged the whole way down the ice, but we'll see it here. Wyatt Matson just picks that puck up and just throws it right to the slot. Great jump and great shot by Brody Benson, the freshman, getting the first goal of the game.
Brody Benson getting his second goal of the season.
I'll tell you what, and we talk a lot about Bennett Benson and the numbers that he's put up, but if you watch that whole play, that's just him, right? The hard forecheck, putting pressure, forcing plays. He didn't touch the puck, but had a huge hand in that goal. Oh, he did get an assist on it. Okay, well, there you go. Hard work, and he got on the score sheet. So,
always finding a way on the score sheet, is the leading scorer in the entire state. It will officially be Brody Benson from Bennett Benson. Then also getting credit with the secondary assist is number 10, Taylor Zander. Mustangs now with the momentum, bringing it around to the near wall. Waiting for it there is Alexandrovich. He pushes it further deep for Saki, looking for a centering feed. Frith throwing his body around below the goal line. Things starting to get physical. Just over 6:15 remaining here in period number 2. Here come the Eagles coming back the other way. Brody Parmer looking for a line change. He'll dump this one in. This one is flipped up and out of the zone. Once again, great work by Cruz Fitzpatrick, quickly getting that one out, and another perfect
Boy, he's
clear.
got that touch, doesn't he?
Great touch. Must have a heck of a pitching wedge.
Fargo, he's got 190 feet dialed in.
He does. Just really impressive so far with the way the sophomore goaltender for West Fargo Cheyenne, Cruz Fitzpatrick, has been able to play the puck outside of his own net. Just no hesitation. Knows he's going to do it every time. Here come the Eagles. Bo Rademacher goes off the end wall, comes back towards the crease. Hopping on top of it will be Fitzpatrick. We'll have our second and final media timeout here in this middle period. West Fargo Cheyenne first on the score sheet thanks to a goal from their freshman defenseman, Brody Benson. We'll be right back with the remainder of this game here on KNOX.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Welcome back to our coverage of EDC Hockey. West Fargo Cheyenne, the first to light the lamp tonight. Doing so is Brody Benson. The assist coming from Bennett Benson and Taylor Zander. We'll show you the highlight of that goal and any other goals that might take place after this second period for our second intermission report. Still 5:35 to go here in the middle period. Eagles looking for a response. They got their top line out on the ice. Kaysen Curran centering Joe Lindstedt and Carter Salberg. Defensive zone draw controlled by the Mustangs. Comes back to Zander, looking for a stretch pass, just trying to have Bennett Benson race that one down. It's too strong. It's an icing.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a set play, too. You saw Bennett Benson did not take that draw. They had Wyatt Matson take that play. Bennett Benson lined up in what would be the wing position. I think that was the play the whole time, was win it back, coming around the net, release Bennett Benson in the middle of the ice. Almost worked, just pass was a little offline, so they'll try it again. Same situation here, Wyatt Matson taking this face off.
And the shot gets blocked and then controlled by the Mustangs. Benson, nice quick pass, trying to get connected with Zander. He's able to deflect it. Back in his own zone is Netland. He rings it around all the way to the far Mustang blue line. Nice play through center ice. Here's Salberg entering the zone. Salberg drops it off for Currents. Currents trying to work it down low. Comes back to Metcalf. His shot hits traffic, goes to the far wall. Salberg centering feed and a goal! What a play! It's going to be Kaysen Currents tipping in a shot from the far wall from Carter Salberg, and the Eagles have evened it at 1.
Yeah, just a great play. I mean, that's why you put pucks on net, right? And that's why you go to the front of the net, like you said. Just traffic out front, camp. See this puck chips to the corner after a missed shot, and Salberg just throws it on net to Currents, and a great tip.
Unbelievable tip, good positioning in front of the net for Kaysen Currents. The assist will come from Carter Salberg. We'll await the announcement from the official public address announcer if there is a secondary assist credited. But we mentioned the feeling that things were starting to open up offensively, and now we see it on our All True Health System scoreboard, all even at 1. That goal from Kaysen Currents, that's going to be his 16th of the season, now up to 30 points on the year. 16 goals and 14 assists. Here comes Connor Peterson. Momentum now on the bench of Fargo Davies. Peterson from the high slot. He scores. Eagles lead 2-1. Connor Peterson. Wow, Eagles have all the momentum. Let's take a look at that replay brought to you by American Family Insurance. Tyler Nagel Agency. It's just Peterson entering the zone. He works it back to the middle of the ice, has all the room in the world to shoot in the high slot, and he beats the netminder high glove side. Eagles quickly get the lead, 2-1.
Yeah, great job by Peterson on the rush, and so he cuts to the middle. He gets to the Cheyenne defenseman to kind of turn to the outside. As soon as he does, he cuts middle, and that gives him enough time and space to walk to the high slot and then just wires one. Great job by him.
Eagles scoring 2 quick goals. We're going to have plenty of highlights to show you here in this second intermission report. Officially on that Currents goal. Currents just from Salberg. Easy assist from @0 there on that most recent play. Here's the Mustangs trying to even it up. Shot from the near side from Taylor Zander gets deflected. Back down low, Bennett Benson. Little peekaboo, how are you there on the far half wall?
A reverse hit, he saw him coming and he popped him. And
Zander below the goal line, working against Diebert. Diebert using his size and physicality to try take away possession. Comes to the near half wall, scooped up by Kaysen Currents. He will clear all the way down, which results in an icing, an offensive zone draw for Cheyenne. Big reverse hit, like you said, for Bennett Benson over there.
Yeah, who did he get? Who was that he hit? Did I see the number? It was Emmerich Netlin. Bennett Benson just camped on the wall holding the puck. He saw Netlin coming, kind of paused and saw him the whole way, and I don't think Netlin saw that coming, but big hit and a good answer, though. I mean, good answer for Cheyenne after the goal. They come back, they get some pressure. Offensive zone draw here, now cleared by Davies.
Davies able to clear. Colin Olson chasing it to the far corner.
His
His centering feed and a shot coming from Davies. Number 12, Beckett Gigstad, thought that maybe had squeaked through the 5-hole of Fitzpatrick. Good play from the far corner. Colin Olson finding Gigstad streaking towards the net. He whacks it on frame, but squeezing the legs is Fitzpatrick to keep this a 1-goal game.
Boy, I'll tell you what, I thought that was behind Fitzpatrick, and we can't see from our angle, but just the way Fitzpatrick went down, he got down a little bit late. I'm like, that puck's got to be sitting behind him. Fitzy even looked back himself. He wasn't sure, but oof, close call there.
All the momentum right now with Davies. Scoring 2 unanswered after falling behind 1-0. All of these goals coming here in the middle period. A shot from the faceoff. An opportunity shot on net from Davies, number 17, Colin Olson. This fourth line generating some offensive opportunities. Re-entering the attacking end offsides. We'll have a center ice faceoff.
Another great chance off a faceoff there for Fargo Davies. Wyatt Matson taking these defensive zone draws. I think he just jumped the gun a little bit. He swiped under that puck. He was there early and just right off the draw. Davies rips a shot on net, and Fitzpatrick has to make a far toe save.
2 grade A opportunities for that fourth line. Beckett Gigstad, Colin Olson, and Peyton Persons. Here's Bennett Benson coming downhill, top of the far circle. Shot misses high and wide. Redirects to the near half wall. That's scooped up by Connor Peterson. Cross ice pass to Parmer. He loses possession. The Eagles will have to retreat. They're going to dump it in. Back to collect it is Brody Benson. He has it behind his own net. Benson evading a forechecker. He regroups. Pass to the near wing. Lashovsky looking for a stretch pass. It's tipped by Zander. No icing. Played by Metcalf. He leaves it for Diebert. Diebert reverses to the far side. Turnover. Oh, could have been a turnover. It looked like that was going to go right onto the stick of Taylor Zander alone behind the net. Could have had a wraparound opportunity. Goes through his stick, and the Eagles still have it in their own end. Here's Diebert. Diebert, pass to the Mustang blue line. Goes on to the stick of Peterson. In the far corner, it's taken away by Lashovsky. Lashovsky still dealing with this forecheck from Davies. Pass to the far wing for Bennett Benson. He gets connected over the stick of Zander. Comes to the near side, and it's dumped in by Netlin. In the near corner, Brody Parmer fighting for it. Bo Rademacher providing some support. Mustangs are unable to clear. No, that did get over the blue line. A bouncing puck hopping over the stick of Netland. So the Eagles will have to regroup, giving Cheyenne an opportunity to break it out of their own end. Comes to the Eagles' blue line. Pass from Voller goes into the Cheyenne end. They're quick to clear it out. Eagles will have to regroup once more. Playing this one is Cruz Fitzpatrick. He will leave it for Lashovsky. Lashovsky hit immediately by Salberg. He's able to slide it over for Benson. Benson pass up to the red line, deflected. Still skating forward. Here comes Cheyenne. They're just going to push this one below the goal line of Fargo. Davies centering feed opportunity, bouncing puck. Unable to get that shot off was Easton Frith. Voller uses the glass. He clears, goes off the glove of Benson. So no icing on the play.
What a close call there for Cheyenne, huh? Krebsbach just centers a puck to Frith, and Frith swatted at would have been a one-timer from point blank, but just kind of fanned on the shot. But again, really close call there.
Cheyenne looking to answer, just under 30 seconds remaining in the middle period. Metcalf uses the glass. It hits the Cheyenne bench. So we'll see where this face-off comes. Could be a defensive zone draw. It will be. So the Mustangs will have an opportunity in the offensive zone with the face-off. The draw will take place to the right of Brecken Metcalf. Just 20 seconds remaining here in the middle frame.
I think Davies arguing this draw should be outside the zone, but I think Davies ripped that into the Cheyenne bench from inside their blue line. So I think this is the right position, but the refs are talking about it. And with 20 seconds left in the second period, I mean, this is kind of a crucial decision here by the officials where this draw lands.
And I would agree. It sure looked like Fargo Davies defenseman went off of a helmet of the West Fargo Cheyenne bench. They will keep the face-off. Critical location.
I think this is the correct call here.
Face-off will be taken by Wyatt Matson here for Cheyenne. Matson wins it back. Bennett Benson chases it to the near wall. His odd angle shot, save made, wraparound opportunity, thought that was a goal. It was Taylor Zander with the wraparound, but beating him to the far post with his left skate is Brecken Metcalf, shutting the door to keep it a 2-1 hockey game.
Boy, was that a close call. Taylor Zander behind the net. He saw it right. He saw you had the wraparound opportunity, and Duncan Metcalf with a great push and just sticks that skate on the post and hangs tight.
Thought for sure that one was in.
Yeah, it looked like it, right? As that play was setting up, you're like, oh, this might be in.
This time it's going to be Benson taking the face-off. Him and Matson taking turns. As Ryan Kuntz noted earlier in the face-off circle for this top line. Rings around to the near corner. Just 4 seconds remaining. Zander throwing it up front. Deflects to the far wall. Davies will clear. Very entertaining second period here inside the Cliff Fido Purpur Arena in Grand Forks. State qualifying matchup. We have Fargo Davies leading over West Fargo Cheyenne 2-1 as we head into the third. Don't go anywhere. We're going to bring you our second intermission report, bring you through a scoring summary, and show you the highlights when we come back.
Plus, we got Abby down there with Metcalf again.
We do have Abby again, so we're going to await the conversation, and we will send it down to Abigail Schauer. She's going to have a conversation with Nate Metcalf.
Coach, your team got 2 goals late in that period to take the lead. How does that make you feel now?
It's good to have a lead, but the way we're playing right now, it still doesn't feel like we're up. So we got to figure it out in a hurry.
What's going to be the key message in between this period going into the third to secure the win?
Just keep advancing pucks, getting pucks below their goal line, and go back to work. Like, it's been the theme of the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, that was Abigail Schauer having a conversation with the head coach, Nate Metcalf. His Eagles leading the Mustangs after 2 periods of play by a score of 2-1. That coach's interview brought to you by Acme Tools, your local Kubota sales and service full-line dealer. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have those highlights from the goals in the second period coming up next on KNOX Live Sports.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersales.com.
The way we live and work has changed, but our service and commitment remain. We're evolving to meet your insurance needs, with answers where and when you need them most. Nodak Insurance Company.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks. Gear up for ski season or hit the trails on a fat tire bike. At the Ski and Bike Shop, we offer top brands, ski and snowboard service, and everything you need for cold weather fun. The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks, where your next adventure begins.
Welcome back to our Eastern Dakota Conference hockey tournament coverage here on the KNOX Live Sports Network. We're in this second intermission report brought to you by High Plains Water and Grand Forks Welding and Machine. My name is Sam Jensen, doing play-by-play for this matchup. Alongside me is Ryan Kuntz, providing color commentary. Right now, we're going to bring you through a scoring summary in that second period. 3 goals that were scored. Getting the scoring started was West Fargo Cheyenne at the 9:58 mark of this second period. It was Brody Benson scoring. The assist coming from Bennett Benson and Wyatt Matson. Here's the replay of that goal. Nice feed from Bennett Benson, finding his brother Brody Benson, and he beats the netminder low glove side. Then the second goal was going to be Fargo Davies scoring just over 2 minutes after West Fargo Cheyenne got on the scoreboard.
This is the KNOX Inter.
It was a goal coming from Kaysen Currents, the assist coming from Carter Salberg. Here's the replay of that one. It goes to the far wall. Salberg throwing it towards the front of the net. Currents is there right on top. He has the redirect, goes into the back of the net. Great set play from the far wall, and good job of getting in front of the net there by Kaysen Currents, getting in position for that deflection.
It was a great play. I mean, you watch the replay, you can see him. He's in front of the net. That puck gets chipped to the corner. He actually comes back out, kind of in the high slot, right, and then works his way back down. I always tell players that you got to be in that area, but you can't stand there because you're easily covered, right? You know you're there, so you kind of come back out and you come back in. He did a great job, timed it perfectly, and turned into a goal, so great job there.
And then it was just 33 seconds later, Fargo Davies scoring 2 straight goals unanswered. This time it was Connor Peterson scoring with the assist coming from Ryan Edzero. Here's the replay of that goal. Basically Peterson getting that pass from Edzero, then going coast to coast, bringing it to the slot, and then rifling a wrister that beats the netminder high glove side. So that's our scoring summary. All of the goals coming in that middle frame. Fargo Davies leading West Fargo Cheyenne by a score of 2-1. Scoring summary brought to you by Bergstrom Electric. They light the lamp, and indeed it does shine brighter. Trust the employee-owned electrical company for your home projects and commercial builds. Bergstrom Electric, the sponsor of our scoring summary all tournament long. We just heard Abigail Schauer have a conversation with head coach Nate Metcalf. Despite his team leading 2-1 going into the third, still not pleased with his team's performance.
I thought it was a better period. I thought Davies looked better. Like he said, I don't know if they're still playing at the level they could. But give Cheyenne some credit. They're pushing down pretty hard too, and now down one. We'll see. They're going to be a desperate hockey team here in this third period. But I want to go back to that last goal for Tanner Peterson. So I didn't bring this up, but Oliver Laszowski was the other defenseman out on that play. So it was Brown and Laszowski. Laszowski actually got tied up in the far end with a Davies player. So it was Tanner Peterson actually back there filling in for him. So when you get a forward playing D, not regular partners, you can kind of see that gap was pretty wide for those Cheyenne defensemen. It gave Tanner Peterson some time and space. You've got to think if Laszowski's actually able to get back and in that position, what happens? But that's how it goes, right?
Excellent analysis right there. Laszowski getting taken down out of the play, back checking, and that was something we noticed after that goal. The spacing from the defense from West Fargo Cheyenne, like you said, really allowed Peterson to just step into his wheelhouse and fire a wrister with all the time in the world.
Yeah, just too much time and space when you're a defenseman, especially on even man situations like that. You have to gap up. There was a lot of room there, and then when you give the forwards that kind of room, they have the option, right? They can take it to the middle of the ice, or they can stop, or they can spin back, or they can do anything. But if you're tight on those gaps, you can kind of control the play a lot better. So it's kind of a miscue by West Fargo Cheyenne, and as it often does, it ends up at the back of your net.
That was, as it stands right now, the go-ahead goal for Fargo Davies. The goals coming from West Fargo Cheyenne, Brody Benson, and then for Davies, it's Kaysen Currents and Connor Peterson. Still only one penalty in this game, that coming at the 2:42 mark of that second period against the Mustangs. Taylor Zander, a tripping minor. And we talked during that second period of play, great opportunities for both Fargo Davies on the man advantage, but also Cheyenne a man short.
I'll tell you what, I'm coaching with Dave Benson this fall. When his team, or our team in the fall, when we go down a man, we're not thinking kill penalty. We're thinking, let's see if we can snip one here. And you'll see if we see another power play for Davies, you'll see it. I mean, Benson likes to float. They'll bring the puck in, they'll turn around, they'll throw it all the way back to their D and then kind of hang out and try that long pass. So they're thinking offense as well as killing the penalty on those PK situations.
Trailing by one, heading into the last period, season on the line. What kind of push do you expect from the Mustangs here in this final frame?
They got to push. Now, here's the thing that I'm wondering here now as we get into the third period. We have seen a healthy dose of that Benson line and that top pairing. Mm-hmm. Like, what do they have left in the tank? Because they're gonna see some ice, right? You got 17 minutes. You got to think that line's going to be out there for 9-10 of it, and they've played some serious minutes thus far. So see what they got left in the tank, but they need a goal. They need two.
No reason to leave any gas left in the tank. Final period of play, season on the line. Winner goes to state. Loser has their season come to an end. Once again, this intermission report brought to you by High Plains Water and Grand Forks Welding and Machine. We're going to take a break, hear a word from our sponsors. When we come back, we're going to attempt to have a conversation with Dave Benson and Abigail Schauer. That coming up next here on KNOX Live Sports.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Valley Truck in East Grand Forks is proud to support our local high school athletes. With over 400 years of combined experience, they keep our community moving on and off the field. Trusted repairs, quality parts, and support for the next generation.
Pro Ag in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Wilrich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything Pro Ag has to offer.
We very much take a lot of pride in our work. Customer service has always been our number one.
We have the best materials. You're going to have the best people in the area to do the job.
If you can dream it up, we can make it happen.
Or head to gworkslf.com to get started.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new. Big or small, Finest Auto Trim can cover it all. To get a quote, go to finestautotrim.com.
We welcome you back to our coverage of EDC hockey here on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales KNOX Live Sports Network. We're getting ready for period number 3. The Zamboni off the ice. The referees coming back on. The teams will make their re-entry in just a couple of moments. It's Fargo Davies leading by a score of 2-1 over West Fargo Cheyenne. The number 3 seed Davies versus the number 4 seed Cheyenne. The winner advances to the state tournament next week at Shields Arena in Fargo. The loser will have their season come to an end. Just try visualize inside of these locker rooms, Ryan Kuntz. The message from both of these coaches, 17 minutes up on the clock for the rest of your season. What do you imagine the message is from both Nate Metcalf and Dave Benson?
You kind of said it, right? I mean, there's nothing left to save here. And then it comes down to the details too, right? You got to finish every shift. You got to finish every play. You got to sell out. I mean, if you're Davies, right, you got to sell out defensively. If you're Cheyenne, you got to get in front of the net. You got to take some shots. You got to get some traffic. I mean, it's all the little things that you need to do to keep your season alive. And like you said, there's no point in saving anything. If you lose, you're done. And if you win, you're in the state tournament. You can just reset from there.
If you're Davies up by 1, do you change your strategy? Do you sit back a little bit more, or you still try to make that push in the early stages of this third?
I think you still have to push. The way this game's gone, goals have been at a premium. Obviously, opportunities kind of opened up there in the second, but goals have been at a premium. Both goalies playing well. I mean, if you're Davies, you're thinking, hey, if we get to 3-1, I mean, that's a stranglehold the way this game's gone, right? So you're going to push hard here for the first few minutes, just like you've been doing. Try and stretch that lead to 2, knowing full well that you're going to have a Cheyenne team coming at you pretty hard here.
We have a final score from the WDA, their second state qualifying tournament. So the field is set from the west. Don't know the official seeding of the teams that are qualified. Playing in the championship, automatically qualified with wins last night are Minot United and Bismarck Legacy. Bismarck Century punching their ticket with a 7-2 win over Bismarck High, and then Jamestown defeating Mandan 7-1. This is the final spot in the East with 1 period left to go. Fargo Davies versus West Fargo Cheyenne. 17 minutes for the season. Here we go. Fargo Davies wins the face-off, but it's going to be Metcalf going all the way back to his own zone. Deflects it off the glass, picked up by Currents. His pass is broken up by Benson. Nice cross-ice pass to the near side for Brody Benson. A chance on the rush there potentially for Xander. It's taken away by Diebert. His stretch pass blue line to blue line just too far in front of its intended target, Joe Lindstadt. So we'll have an early whistle just 23 seconds into this final period. Offensive zone draw upcoming for the Mustangs.
Going back to the WDA score, so I would assume that Jamestown will get the loser of the Red River Central game tonight, and Century would get the winner. I could be corrected. I know there's someone out there listening who's going to correct me.
We'll expect a correction in your text message inbox any moment now. Always appreciate the feedback that we receive. Want to be giving you guys the correct information. Voller pass from his own zone, broken up, almost led to Xander streaking in. There. Comes back to Lashovsky. He's going to cross ice, dump this one in. Playing it behind his own net is Netland. Netland making a nice play, moving it forward to Lindstadt. Lindstadt gets taken down, scooped up by Brody Benson. Benson circling his own net, looking for a stretch pass to no one apparently. Goes all the way to the Davies line, and it will be an icing with 15:57 to go here in the third period.
Boy, close call there. Oliver Lashovsky kind of got in the way of a Davies player and, knocked him over. The rule on that is once a player dumps it in, you can get in his way, but you can't initiate contact. Otherwise, it's interference. And Laszowski got him well after that threshold, but no calls, so we'll play 5-on-5.
Refs kind of letting him play. It's been a clean brand of hockey. Not like there's been a whole lot of questionable non-calls. Only one penalty so far. Davies was unable to take advantage on the RBB electric power play.
It is surprising given that both of these teams are probably preaching physicality,
right,
to the highest level, and there has only been one call. Like you said, I'd rather it go this way, right, where there's just maybe a few questionable ones they let slide than turn this into a penalty fest. But you got to think that power play is going to come into play at some point in this third period.
Here comes Tanner Peterson. He crosses center ice for the Mustangs. He'll cough up possession. Then it will be Metcalf moving it forward to the Cheyenne blue line. The Mustangs unable to clear two players behind the defense. Very close call. Two Eagles forwards were behind the defense of the Mustangs. But good job breaking that one up for Cheyenne was Mikhail Alexandrovich, preventing what could have been a 2-on-0 below the faceoff dots.
By the way, I got my text message confirming that I was correct in that statement. Thank you, Bob Gillen, state statistician extraordinaire. He's got my back on all this.
You are spot on the mark. So it will be Jamestown being the 3 seed, and then the 4 seed is Bismarck Century. And then, of course, the number 1 and 2 seed will be determined in the championship game between Minot United and Bismarck Legacy, similar to how we situate things in the Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament. State tournament begins next Thursday.
Now the question on the other side of the seedings is, and I've heard different things as we were just talking about, we thought Shanley would be the 3, or no, did we have that right? This winner of this game would be the 3. Shanley was the 4. I was sent something different. So again, maybe if the listeners want to chime in.
Would appreciate Mr. Gillen providing his input
there. Bob.
We had figured that the loser here, or the winner, would be the 3 seed, but we still got to figure out who that's going to be. Davies with it in the offensive zone. Spin around shot. Once again, a forward behind the defense.
Boy, that's a couple close calls there. That puck leaks through. Davies is in all alone.
Would have been Beckett Gigstad all by himself. Oliver Laszowski cross-ice pass to the near Davies blue line. Bennett Benson enters the attacking zone. Brings it back to the point. One-timer from Brody Benson blocked. Back onto the stick of Bennett. His shot gets deflected. Goes behind the Eagles' net. Dom Diebert throwing some bodies around. Goes to the far corner. It's going to be Fargo Davies, number 12, Beckett Gigstad getting pressed up against the wall. Finally prying loose. Cheyenne trying to make a stretch towards the net. It goes to Netland. He moves it up to center ice. It'll be played by Benson. Cheyenne asking for too many men on the ice there. Salberg gets blown up at center ice. Thankfully, he gets back right immediately. Thought maybe there was some potential knee-to-knee contact there, but immediately getting back up with Salberg.
I think he got him high, but it's one of those hits where you kind of just clip, right? And you saw Salberg spinning around about 3 or 4 times before he finally hit the deck. That one, I don't know, I felt that one up here. That was a hard hit. It looked awkward, but like you said, everyone's okay, so we play on.
Senior captain getting right back up to his feet. He's able to poke it out to center ice, trying to move it forward for Lindstedt. Lindstedt has it at the far blue line. His centering feed to Currens. Gets deflected below the goal line. Currens has it in the far corner to Salberg. Salberg, one-timer for Lindstedt. Save made by Fitzpatrick. Here we go, end-to-end coming back the other way. Momentum being stopped by West Fargo Cheyenne's Easton Brown. Here comes Lindstedt re-entering the attacking zone on the far side. Odd angle shot, misses wide, rings around all the way back to the red line. Playing it there for Fargo Davies is going to be at 0.
Boy, Joe Lindstedt was kind of quiet last night in that Red River game, but he has been active today. He's had multiple chances.
Nice pass. Coming to the near side for Parmer, entering the attacking zone, looking for a centering feed, electing to try a wraparound. His momentum stopped by Laszowski, or Alexandrovich rather. Diebert in a foot race with Benson. Diebert first one to it. Benson gets possession, but he gets taken down. Looks like he just lost an edge. Good non-call on the ice there. Still in the attacking end for the Mustangs. Pressed up against the near half wall. Diebert trying to deflect it off the boards and out, and it eventually does make its way out to center ice. Here comes Adzero entering the attacking zone. His shot from long range, gloved by Fitzpatrick. He'll hold on to it for a stoppage. 12:16 to go here in the third.
Boy, it looks like Fitzpatrick wanted to drop that puck and keep that in play and avoid the face-off he did. But great work by Dom Diebert right in front of us here. He worked himself that puck up the wall from the top of the circles to the blue line, got another battle there, chipped it out, and actually chased down a Cheyenne defenseman. So great job by him to just clear the puck. Those things all add up in games like this.
Nice play off the face-off. Shot from the point from Luke Voller. Gets
close.
deflected, goes up and over the net. Face-off win by Dylan Sahlberg. Made its way back to Voller, the senior defenseman. Cheyenne breaking it out of their own zone. Pass over to the far side. Here comes Frith. Frith putting it on net. Correction for West Fargo Cheyenne. That's going to be Paxton Weber. First time we've called his name tonight. Member of that fourth line for the Mustangs, getting a quick shift in and forcing an offensive zone face-off. And here comes that top line back out there for the Mustangs. You said it in our second intermission report. Expect a lot of ice time here from Xander, Benson, and Matson.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be every other shift most likely. And as we get down to the final, 6, 7, 8 minutes, if it's still this deficit of one, it might be more than that. We might be seeing them every, minute 15 of every 2 minutes.
Another play off the face-off there. Brody Benson with a shot from the point. Save made by Metcalf. Now here come the Eagles
pass.
coming back the other way. Nice pass to the far side. Opportunity there for Gigstead. Misses high and wide.
Boy, Gigstead's been active today, huh? For a fourth-line center, he seems to be involved in everything.
We've mentioned his name a lot tonight. He's been involved, that fourth line generating a lot of opportunities. Odd angle shot. And here comes Cheyenne having a guy back.
Yeah, it was a change, right? Cheyenne defenders went off for a change, and the puck squirted right out to the point. If there would have been someone there, he would have walked right down Main Street for a clean shot, but instead it clears the zone.
Cheyenne trying to re-enter the attacking end. The Eagles forcing a turnover at their own line. Cross-ice pass to Kaysen Currents. Currents drops it for Sahlberg.
Nice
Sahlberg to Lindstedt. Here's a nice tic-tac-toe play. Broken up right on top of the crease. Losing it. Running out of real estate was Kaysen Currents. Dom Diebert gets taken down at his own blue line. Leads to a turnover. Will the Mustangs turn this into an opportunity? They're going to cycle it back down low. Dom Diebert behind his own net. He moves it up to Currents. Sahlberg rather. Sahlberg, nice give and go back to Diebert. Diebert driving wide. Centering feed comes all the way to the near wall. Goes right onto the stick of West Fargo Cheyenne. Saki. Saki poking it deep into the attacking end for the Mustangs. Centering feed coming there from Frith. Gets deflected. Sahlberg throws it out to the red line. It's taken by Alexandrovich. He coughs it up at the Davies blue line. Davies moving it forward. They dump it deep. Their forecheck will go to work in the near corner. Good puck battle, won in a shot. Puck battle was won by Brody Parmer. He fed it to Adzero. Adzero's shot was deflected, went to the far corner. Threat not done. Here's Parmer, high slot, shot hits traffic. Back to Parmer, still has it in his feet. Threat still not done. Fargo Davies with it near the point. Finally, Parmer has to retreat out to center ice.
Boy, Brody Parmer let that shot go from the point. Oh, breakaway here.
Here's a breakaway for Fargo Davies. The Eagles, a shot coming from Adzero. Looks like that was deflected by Fitzpatrick and then went wide. Eagles still threatening. Voller dumps this one deep. Adzero back to Voller. His one-time shot all the way onto the logo of Cruz Fitzpatrick. Good, excellent shift from Fargo Davies.
Boy, I'll tell you what, if you're Fargo Davies, you could pick somebody right now to have a breakaway. It might be Adzero, as hot as he's been, and he got it. And Cruz Fitzpatrick, like you said, it might have deflected that puck. But what a chance for Davies. And on the other side of this here, Bennett Benson just blocked the shot. Tried to skate to go retrieve that puck and just instantly fell. I think he's got, you get hit in the ankle and all of a sudden your leg goes dead. You can't feel it, so he's hurting a little bit. He stayed out there because he's an absolute warrior, but he is not feeling great.
There's Benson coughing it up in his own zone.
Oh, there
now he gets it at his own blue line. Looks like his feet are doing just fine. Nice burst of speed. Gives it to Matson. Shot on net. Save made and down. Still down is the netminder Metcalf. He kind of looked up to make sure the ref was going to blow his whistle. Obviously want to make sure he's okay.
Was there contact there?
Let's see if we're able to capture this replay. We can only go back 15 seconds, but we'll see if we're able to capture the back end of what took place. And note, we're just going to be able to see Metcalf laying down on the ice in the crease. And we're going to take a brief timeout. When we come back, we'll have the final 9 minutes here inside Purpur Arena. Davies leading Cheyenne 2-1 on KNOX.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Valley Truck in East Grand Forks is proud to support our local high school athletes. With over 400 years of combined experience, they keep our community moving on and off the field. Trusted repairs, quality parts, and support for the next generation.
We welcome you back. Getting tended to from the medical professionals here inside Purpur Arena is the senior captain goaltender Brecken Metcalf. Looks like he's approved to stay in the game. Was being provided some examination from the all-true staff that we have on hand. And no, it looks like the professional is trying to get Metcalf to come out of the game. Metcalf pleading his case. He's just fine is what he's trying to tell. This is a situation where a senior goalie is pleading to play out the final 9 minutes of the game.
Well, this is a wild situation. So we didn't see what happened. And thankfully, a fan next to us had captured this all on camera. So through still frames, we saw there was a rush by West Fargo Cheyenne. The puck went to the corner, and Cheyenne, or a Davies player, made contact with his own goalie. So it was two players that ran into each other on the same team. And then Metcalf was just down, and they were doing some concussion tests. You weren't sure if it's the head or if it's leg.
But Nate Metcalf came out and demanded that Brecken Metcalf stay in the net, overruling the medical professional. I mean, you can tell he wants to stay in the game.
They do the concussion test, right? And this is obviously something that in today's game that they take very seriously. And if there's a sign that he might, have a head injury of any kind, I mean, they don't screw around with that.
As they shouldn't.
As they shouldn't. And oftentimes against their will, guys are just out. Mm-hmm. And so he's standing in there, but there's a huge discussion right now. All four officials, the medical trainer, Coach Metcalf, also his dad.
Right, yeah. An extra element of care there. Brecken Metcalf, senior goalie, 11-9 record this season, .292 goals against average, .900 save percentage. Can tell how much he means to his team with the C on his jersey, and you said it thanks to the fan sitting next to us capturing some pictures. It appeared that his own player, there was a collision. Defenseman chasing it to the far corner, didn't catch a number on who it was. It's irrelevant at this point.
Well, and this is a situation, too, where, I would have to think if the medical trainer makes a decision, this is not about refs and coaches anymore. This is
the health of your goalie.
So, this will be interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this before, to be honest with you.
Yep, and here he is. Metcalf is being taken out. The official medical advisor down in the penalty box is saying that this is not a choice. He has to come out. He's showing signs of a head injury. Has to come out of the game.
And they were doing, like I said, they were doing the concussion test. He had the finger in front. You could see him doing it on the ice. And so obviously he saw something where he's like, hey, he's got to go. And they're going to bring in, is it Jaden Larson? Jaden Larson, the sophomore. Now, you and I were at the Red River game. Red River put up 5 in the first period. They pulled Metcalf and put in Jaden Larson. He had a great game. Only let in one more goal. So, this is not like a goalie that's not capable of playing. Now, he's not your senior captain, but certainly a goalie that can make some saves here. But this is, wow, this is just got interesting, didn't it?
That's not something you expect to see. And we have Brecken Metcalf being taken to the proverbial blue tent to go under further examination. But you mentioned it, Jaden Larson, maybe, here we go. Lindstedt breakaway, and he gets taken down.
This could be a penalty shot.
This could be a penalty shot.
We're going to see here.
The call coming.
It's
going to be a holding.
Okay.
Oh, so it will be a power play, and we're going to have a media timeout. When we come back, it'll be Fargo Davies on the RBB Electric power play, leading 2-1 on KNOX.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
And we just got confirmation. Here he comes, Brecken Metcalf coming back to the net. So a lot of fanfare, some fireworks, some conversations that were taking place. Jaden Larson still staying in the net for the moment, but he will be replaced. A good old double goalie switch. Brecken Metcalf being taken out of the game, and you got to love the precaution there from the medical staff.
And we can only assume at this point from watching up here, but I assume the medical professional was like, I need to talk to him a little bit more off the ice and make sure that he's good to go back in. They did that in the tunnel right below us. He got cleared. We heard the conversation, so back in he goes. And a power play for Davies, chance to stretch this game to 2.
Good news, keep on stacking for the Eagles. Here's Duncan Metcalf at the point. Slides it over to Salberg. Salberg trying to slide that one through the seam, hits traffic. Comes to the near side, picked up by Mason Peterson, back to the point. Here's Metcalf, over to Salberg, far side, shot looking for a tip, didn't get one, save made, Currents gets the rebound. Back to Currents at the near hash marks. At the point for Metcalf, slides it over to Salberg. Back to Metcalf, walking the blue line, looking for a shot, hits the pipe. Hits the top left pipe over the right shoulder of the goaltender, Cruz Fitzpatrick. Good puck movement there for Davies. I think the entirety of the 41 seconds so far on the power play they have spent in the offensive zone.
Well, the other thing we should note, Bennett Benson got the penalty. So, I mean, their best player, their best penalty killer, the threat, short-handed like we talked about earlier. Now he's in the box. They'll be without him for 2 minutes.
Davies with another clean face-off victory. This one comes back to the point. Slid over for Metcalf. Metcalf trying to get that one back over to Salberg. Nice active stick. Good job by West Fargo Cheyenne's Carson Kresbach. Eagles quick to re-enter the attacking zone. Salberg looking for a centering feed. Gets broken up. Comes back to the point. Eagles still have possession. 55 seconds remaining on the RBB Electric power play. Salberg in the far corner. Works it back to the point for Metcalf. Comes to the near side. This is Kason Currents. Currents gets Lindstedt. Lindstedt down low for Salberg. Great save made by Cruz Fitzpatrick.
We got some fireworks afterwards.
Some extra pushing and shoving. Let's see if we're able to take a look at that save that was made. Great puck movement for Fargo Davies so far on this power play. Moving it down low for Lindstedt, and it's Fitzpatrick beating him to that far post to keep this a 2-1 game. Excellent work by that top power play unit for the Eagles. Now just 40 seconds remaining on the Bennett Benson holding minor penalty. Shots are completely even, 27 apiece.
I like the strategy here for Fargo Davies. Big Mason Peterson. They just put him a defenseman. Just plop him in front of the net. The old Zdeno Chara play that the Bruins used to run all the time. Just get the biggest body you can, stick him in front of the net. That'd be a problem.
And earlier this season, calling a game between Grand Forks Central and Davies. Davies taking the Knights to overtime, getting a lot of those goals on the power play, and it was Peterson scoring the game-tying goal to send it to overtime. Doing a deflection up front. Having to make an awkward save was Fitzpatrick. Went off the skate of the freshman defenseman Brody Benson. The Mustangs were able to clear, Chasing this one is Bredvik over. Bredvik now with a path to the net. Takes it to the front. Forehand.
Wow.
Bredvik does it himself. Cheyenne ties it shorthanded.
Wow.
Avon Bredvik.
Bredvik.
Whoa. Highlight reel goal. Here is the replay. Short-handed. The Mustangs tie it. Replay brought to you by American Family Insurance, Tyler Nagel Agency. A mixture of grit and talent.
Oh, geez. I mean, you could see that coming, right? I mean, it was a puck that was chipped out to the neutral zone. It was bouncing. Davies was struggling to handle it, and Bredvik just ran him down, picked his pocket, walks to the net, and tucks it in far side. And now we got a game again.
Oh, 7 minutes to go. We thought that maybe the shorthanded threat from West Fargo Cheyenne was gone with Benson on the bench. Here was Currents trying to deflect that one on net on the near post. Comes to the near corner. Cheyenne playing 5-on-5. Bennett Benson with fresh legs out of the penalty box. That'll be the biggest rest he'll get for the remainder of the game.
Well, I was going to say, now that he's had a 2-minute break, he might not come off the ice for the rest of this one.
And here it goes. Duncan Metcalf in the far corner looking for a stretch pass. Nice touch goes to Kason Currents. Good job by Salberg to get it to Currents. Currents' shot misses high and wide, rings around all the way to center ice. Dumping it back deep is Netland cross ice. Alexandrovich has it for Cheyenne, crossing center ice, entering the attacking zone, being pressed up against the wall by Gigstad. Correction, that's Sam Glur. And here's Dylan Salberg. Salberg looking for a stretch pass, goes to Alexandrovich with Cheyenne. His shot from center ice goes on net. Rebound collected by the Eagles, trying to break it out along the near side. It's taken by Rademacher. Rademacher moving it forward to Salberg, getting some support from the back end from Diebert. And they enter the zone offsides. We're going to have a whistle with 5:41 remaining here in period number 3. Let's show you that replay once again. Coming from Avon Bredvik to bring the score to where it currently stands, 2 apiece. Just the patience on display there to hold on to it for the last second while he has the open net.
You could dissect that goal in 10 different ways. Just the play on the wall, the pressure, the leg kick out to block the stick so he could step around and make the play. I mean, everything about that goal was great. And the reaction on the Cheyenne bench, I don't know if you looked down there, but they were going nuts. And now another level of energy here for Cheyenne as we get under 6 minutes in this tie game.
Lashovsky controls the defensive zone draw for the Mustangs. They're able to clear out to center ice. However, it's immediately taken by Colin Olson. Colin Olson driving wide, trying to put a shot on net. Some stick-on-stick action there from Lashovsky, forces it to the far corner. Pressed up against the end wall is Gigstad. Gigstad works it back to the point for Metcalf. Metcalf fires a wrister. It's loose up front. Save. Loose up front. Still loose. Puck stays loose, but we finally get a whistle. The ref lost sight, and I believe that was the right call. It was Duncan Metcalf firing a shot from the blue line and having an opportunity on the near side. I believe that was Peyton Persons with a premium grade A opportunity. And as you can see on your screen, we have a lot of extracurriculars taking place. I'd be surprised if no penalties come from this, and it doesn't appear that there will be.
Well, Aiden Bredvik had taken down somebody off to the left here of the net from our vantage point, but then a Davies player came in. I think it was Persons, like you said, pulled somebody out of the pile. Wow. Everyone wanted penalties, and they're not going to call any. And I'm cool with that. Let's go. 5-on-5.
Let's play. Have to draw blood. It's essentially overtime at this point. I mean, Johnny Obvious, the next goal, very critical
next
here.
Next goal wins this game, whether it's regulation or overtime.
A shot there from Davies, number 20, Adsero. Save is made. Mustangs still trying to clear. They will along the near wall. Thrown right back into the attacking end by Mason Peterson. Here's an opportunity for Connor Peterson. Connor Peterson slides it forehand, backhand. Being denied on the partial breakaway there was Brody Palmer.
Boy, Cruz Fitzpatrick is absolutely dialed in right now. He's had to make way too many big saves.
Another shot from Adsero. Fitzpatrick making another save. Comes back up into the Cheyenne bench. It will be a defensive zone draw for the Mustangs. Just 4:36 to go. And you said it, Fitzpatrick feeling himself. He's up to 30 saves on the night. Shots on net, 32-29. Now in favor of the Eagles.
I mean, lost in the chaos of that flurry after the chaos after the flurry. I mean, Cruz Fitzpatrick down the ice in the split, just holding his pads there as Cheyenne or Davies whacked at a loose puck for several seconds. Unbelievable sequence of saves from Cruz there.
The Eagles now starting to do a good job on the forecheck, controlling the pace of play the last couple of shifts, looking to get an answer to regain the lead.
Thought Bredvik had a little bit of a break there, but lost the puck.
Here comes Cheyenne entering the zone on the near side. It's Easton Brown losing possession. The Eagles will clear, will go all the way down. Icing will be called. So it'll be an offensive zone draw for Cheyenne. This one will be taken to the right of Brecken Metcalf.
I thought they might wave that one off. There was a late change, a deep change there by Cheyenne as that puck went right past them, and I thought maybe they waved that off, but
sure looked like Bennett Benson was within reach of maybe getting to it, but certainly it wasn't deflected. Nevertheless, we'll have this draw. Benson trying to win this one back to the defense. It's scooped up by Salberg. He skates it out of his own zone. Salberg makes one man miss. He'll chase it to the far half wall, cycle it back down low for Lindstedt. Lindstedt continues the cycle to Currents. Currents chases it to the far wall, battling with Bennett Benson. Scooped up by Salberg. Salberg gets taken down by Lashovsky in the far corner. Comes back to the point. Here's Voller. Voller shot. Glove save made by Fitzpatrick. No traffic in front of the net, so Fitzpatrick seeing that one the entirety of the way. 3:36 now to go in regulation.
Well, I'll tell you what, we had both benches screaming for penalties. Benson and his staff screaming for a penalty on Davies, and while they were screaming, Metcalf and his staff, they start screaming for a call. So I guess in the end, we're still even, right? No one got the call, so here we go.
Yep. We play 5-on-5. The refs have been letting them play all night long.
They really have. They
two
really
penalties. Cheyenne comes to the near corner. Wyatt Matson unable to get that clear. Fitzpatrick plays it behind his own net. He's going to deflect it high off the glass. Excellent move up to Xander. Xander wrapped up. Taking it away is Dylan Salberg. Salberg's shot from long range, kind of using the defense as a screen. Fitzpatrick able to make the glove save. It's scooped up. Here come the Mustangs. It's Alexandrovich driving wide along the near boards. Pressed up against the end wall by Diebert. Cheyenne trying to move it back to the point. And here it is in the high slot. A shot coming from Xander gets deflected. Xander chases it to the far corner, working up against Netland. Still on the far half wall, Dylan Salberg throws it back down low for Duncan Metcalf. He's pressed up against the end wall by Matson there. Centering feed, trying to find number 16 for Cheyenne. Wyatt Matson streaking towards the net. A shot from long range coming from Mikhail Alexandrovich is gloved by Metcalf. We have another whistle. Good crowd starting to fill in here inside Purpur Arena. About every section at least half full. Great environment. Everybody paying for their whole seat, but they only need to utilize the edge here as we're in the final moments of regulation. Taking this draw is Bredvik for Cheyenne. It's going to be controlled by Davies. Connor Peterson, the goal scorer. He scored the second goal for the Eagles on the rush back in period number 2. Both of those goals from the Eagles only coming 33 seconds apart. Trailing 1-0, gaining a 2-1 lead. And then that goal from Bredvik here in the third, highlight reel goal, working the goal line, brings us to where we currently stand, 2 apiece. Eagles work it to the near side. Connor Peterson trying to cycle it down low. Pressed up against the end wall. It's picked up by Azzero. Back to the point. Voller looking for some traffic. It hits traffic, and it will be picked up and cleared by Lashovsky all the way down. That will be an icing. The Eagles will get an offensive zone face-off with under 2 minutes to go here in regulation.
And now these draws that we've been talking about all night really, really, really matter. And it's not just on the offensive side, right? I mean, it's not just Davies and the offensive aspect of it. A lot of times on these offensive zone draws, you'll see, maybe you get a little bit too offense happy, and the other, the defensive team spins a 2-on-1 or something back on you, but not in this case. It's won by Davies, shot blocked, and here we go.
Here we go, coming back the other way. Icing waved off. Deflection. In front of the net is Matson all by himself. Finally, the defense comes back for support. Here's Lindstedt crossing center ice. He's going to deflect it to the far corner. Circling the net is Joe Lindstedt, the sophomore forward for Fargo Davies. Trying to make his way towards the front of the net. Lindstedt having the puck on his stick the entire time. Gets hit in the near corner. Good hit by Easton Brown. Benson picks up the loose puck. He'll chip it high off the glass, clearing it all the way down, and icing is called.
That was a close one too, but probably the right call there. The puck just crossed the line. Taylor Zander chasing that down. Couldn't get there in time.
Another offensive zone draw for the Eagles. Over a minute to go here in regulation. If we go to overtime, it will be sudden death. Play as many overtimes as it takes.
Boy, this is a draw that you would think Bennett Benson would be out there, but they just had the tail end of a long shift. I thought maybe Dave Benson that is, would call a timeout, rest his guys, and finish the game with that line. But another swing at it here. Let's see if he does.
Out on the ice for West Fargo Cheyenne is that second line, Andringa, Peterson, and Bredvik. See the fourth line out there for Fargo Davies as well. Colin Olson, Beckett, Gigstad taking this face-off.
They've been good.
It's won by Cheyenne. Poking this one forward was Saki. Comes back to the Eagles line, moved forward by Netland. Cheyenne unable to clear. Held in by Colin Olson, still loose up front. Whacking after that one was Peyton Persons. And we continue to have some extracurricular activity taking place after the whistle. Once again, it's that fourth line putting pucks on net and then crashing the net.
Well, there was like you said, puck on net, they crashed. There was a stick that went into the glove or midsection of Cruz Fitzpatrick, and Avon Bredvik, a little ball of hate. He's not going to stand for that, so he got in there, and all of a sudden we have bowling pins and everyone down on the ice. But as expected, no calls.
That's exactly right. Gotta love what we're seeing from the officials here tonight. The head referees are Arden Blair and Scott Krabenhoft. On the lines we have Eric Kahn and Cole Jurek. Face off to the left of Cruz Fitzpatrick. Top line against top line. Currents against Benson in the face-off dot. Won by Currents. Back to the point. Metcalf, D-to-D. Netland shot doesn't make its way through traffic. Threat still not done. Selberg in the far corner. He has his pass broken up. Still below the dots. Davies trying to advance it towards the net. They're not going to be able to do so. Brody Benson rings it around to the near point. Holding it in is Netland. Salberg on the near half wall trying to get it towards the center of the ice. He'll cough it up, and the puck is cleared all the way down, just missing the net. Brecken Metcalf hugging that post, missed by about 6 inches. So an offensive zone draw once again for the Eagles. Just 18 seconds remaining in the game, in regulation rather.
That was a clearing attempt, obviously for ice, but I thought Bennett Benson might have got a stick on that. I think he was kind of arguing his case. They're not going to listen to him, but
Currents against Benson once again. Benson this time wins it to Brody Benson on the near side. Trying to move it forward. Benson at his own blue line, pass through center ice, results in another icing. And once again, it's Bennett Benson pleading his case that maybe he got a stick on that one. Will be for no avail. We've been waiting for a play off the face-off all night long, and we've had plenty of them. Don't have face-off figures in front of us. Maybe we'll be able to provide that statistic to you if we do have yet another intermission report.
Yeah, with 9 seconds left, you have to think that West Fargo Cheyenne is in full defensive mode here. Probably not enough time to risk something offensive.
Duncan Metcalf from the point hits traffic. Metcalf holds the zone once again. Just 2 seconds remaining. We are headed to overtime. Good play off the face-off. Metcalf with an opportunity. His shot from the blue line hits Wyatt Matson on its way to the net. The opportunity is cleared by the Mustangs. So coming into the period, it was Davies leading 2-1, and then the Cheyenne Mustangs, thanks to this goal by Avon Bredvik, tied it up to make it 2-2. Let's take a look at that goal once again. Just a beautiful hustle play to win the puck possession at the far half wall, working the goal line, like you said, avoiding the poke check from the goaltender, showcasing his patience, and putting it into the back of the net to make the score 2-2. We're going to take a brief timeout. When we come back, we will have the overtime period, the Zamboni not being brought out onto the ice. So when we come back, we will have overtime between Fargo Davies and Cheyenne for a chance to make it to state next week on KNOX.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great-tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with Harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Valley Truck in East Grand Forks is proud to support our local high school athletes. With over 400 years of combined experience, they keep our community moving on and off the field. Trusted repairs, quality parts, and support for the next generation.
Pro Ag in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Wilrich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything Pro Ag has to offer.
We very much take a lot of pride in our work. Customer service has always been our #1.
We have the best materials. You're going to have the best people in the area to do the job.
If you can dream it up, we can make it happen.
Or head to gworkslf.com to get started. From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new. Big or small, Finest Auto Trim can cover it all. To get a quote, go to finestautotrim.com.
All right, folks, just moments away from puck drop to start the overtime period. We are just about underway. Scoring summary of that third period at the 10:01 mark. It was Bredvik scoring shorthanded to tie things up. It's Cheyenne winning the center ice faceoff, having to retreat to their own end. Picking this one up was Lindstedt. His centering feed comes all the way to the near wall. It's picked up by Cheyenne's Taylor Zander. His cross ice stretch pass gets deflected by Bennett Benson. It's below the goal line of Davies. Wyatt Matson battling for it. Comes to the near blue line. Lashovsky with a nice step up. Lashovsky to Benson. Benson with a between the legs centering feed that didn't get connected with its intended target.
It was close though.
Collected by Currents. Brings it to Diebert. He crosses the red line, rings it around. It's played behind the net by Cruz Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick with a nice shifty play, giving it to Lashovsky. Over Lashovsky's clear, unsuccessful. Lindstedt with an opportunity. Connor Peterson also whacking at it on the near post. Connor Peterson's shot from the top of the near circle. Ryan Edsero chasing it to the near corner. Peterson, Parmer, Edsero out there right now for Fargo Davies. Battling for it in the near corner. Possession eventually won by the Mustangs. It's cleared by Zander. Immediately sent back in by Voller. Being chased down by Brody Benson. He gets taken down in the far corner. Parmer battling for it alongside Connor Peterson. A hand pass there by West Fargo Cheyenne. Nothing called. First touch by Davies anyway. Comes back onto the stick of Brody Benson. Turnover in the slot. Boy. Great active stick there by West Fargo Cheyenne's, I believe that's number 13, Landon Saki, lifting the stick of the Davies
defensive
forward.
Play. Unbelievable defensive play by Saki.
Numbers for the Eagles coming back the other way. Here's Voller, the defenseman, driving wide, has it on his backhand, tried to drop that one for Parmer. Goes to the far wall, a deflection, awkward save had to be made by Fitzpatrick. Long range shot by, that was coming from Metcalf. Metcalf now having to retreat.
That puck got deflected by a Cheyenne player on Fitzpatrick. He was down with his glove up, ready to make that save, and it hit between his pads, almost 5-hole.
Now it's Cheyenne on the attack. Bennett Benson putting on the brakes, making a couple of defensemen miss, trying to put a shot on net from an odd angle. Gets deflected all the way to the far half wall. Davies unable to clear. The second attempt now coming from Dylan Salberg. He sends it into the stands. We'll have a stoppage, 5:28 to go in the first overtime period. We'll play as many periods as it takes here inside the Cliff Idaho Purpur Arena.
Well, we're not getting through an entire EDC tournament without an overtime game. So this was, this was in our future, right? At least one. We got another one tonight, right?
Free hockey here in the EDC tournament. Of course, our coverage completely free to you. No subscriptions necessary, no paywall that exists. Cheyenne with the offensive zone draw victory comes back to the point. Second opportunity now from Benson. Not able to get a clean shot off. Here come the Eagles coming back the other way. Salberg on the near side. He's going to ring it around all the way to the far corner. Kaysen Currens pokes to Lindstedt. Lindstedt battling for it down low with Andringa. Andringa comes away with it. He moves it along the far wall to Bredvik. Bredvik has it taken away at the red line. Good job stepping up by the Fargo Davies defenseman. That was Emmerich Netland. Here's an opportunity coming to the near side. Still alive. Salberg trying to give that one back to Lindstedt. It was a 2-on-1 opportunity for the Eagles. Unable to get a shot on net. Netland, pass off the boards, collected by Lashovsky. Lashovsky to the near side, gets the return pass in the slot. It's loose. Diebert collects it. End-to-end hockey. Here we come back the other way. Peyton Persons on the near half wall. Dom Diebert's shot gets deflected, goes up into the chest of the netminder Fitzpatrick. Rebound goes to the far corner, and it will be cleared by Andringa. Out to center ice, Diebert throws it right back in for the Eagles. Chasing this one down is Beckett Gigstead in the near corner. Gigstead has it, looking for a centering feed below the goal line. He almost got connected there. Looks like he was trying to get connected with Colin Olsen. Voller stepping up, not allowing Cheyenne to seamlessly move through center ice. Finally, the Mustangs are able to get it below the goal line of the Eagles. Eagles looking for a stretch pass. That one originating from Parmer, diving after it to try get a deflection was Beckett Gigstad. Not able to get a stick on it, so it results in an offensive zone face-off for West Fargo Cheyenne.
I'll tell you what, West Fargo Cheyenne looks absolutely gassed right now. You're looking at Bennett Benson on the start of a shift with his hands stick on his knees. You watch Lashovsky could barely move in the corner at the end of that shift. These guys for Cheyenne have logged some huge minutes. The longer this goes, obviously, the more this favors Fargo Davies.
Davies wins the defensive zone draw off the glass, and now it's a foot race. Can Salberg get there before the goal line? He did not. Puck did not. I thought that puck went in the back of the net. Salberg, after the icing was called, fed it to Lindstedt, waiting right on top of the crease. Salberg thought he had gotten there before it crossed the goal line. Wow, another very close play having to be made by the linesman down on the ice.
That's a tough call. That puck squirts past that line by a couple inches, but both players running it down, it crossed the line, it's ice, right?
That's right.
Unless there was a touch before that we just didn't see, but.
Matson against Currents in the face-off circle. Currents wins this one back to Voller. Voller to the far wing. Nobody home there for Davies. Matson feeding Bennett. Benson comes to the near corner. Zander chasing it down for the Mustangs. Zander looking for a centering feed. Goes on to the stick of Currents, who breaks it up. He's able to clear out to center ice. Voller moves it forward. The Mustangs at their own blue line move it forward to Bennett Benson. A fake slap shot, deflection, and a goal! West Fargo Cheyenne! They're going to the state tournament! Overtime winner from Bennett Benson.
Wow, what a finish.
Just a deceptive play there. A pump fake slap shot comes in and fires off a snapper. Let's take a look at that replay, brought to you by American Family Insurance, Tyler Nagel Agency. There you see the pump fake, brings it back using the defense as a screen, beats the netminder. The Mustangs are headed to state.
I'll tell you what, Benson had me fooled. I legitimately thought, wow, a slap shot. We never see that anymore. He fooled the whole building, and he pulls that back and snaps it in. What a way to finish. Unbelievable hockey game.
We'll keep this one here, folks. West Fargo Cheyenne trailing by 1 coming into the third period. They get that highlight reel goal from Avon Bredvik, and then the leading scorer in the state, Brody Benson, with his second of the night, the 5th here in Fido Purpur Arena the last 2 days. A hat trick yesterday, 2 today. He gets the game winner. And the Mustangs advance to the state tournament. The number 5 seed in the conference tournament moves on. The number 3 seed, Fargo Davies, has their season come to an end. We'll keep it here, and we'll have a conversation hopefully between Abigail Schauer and the head coach of West Fargo Cheyenne, Dave Benson, in his 9th season, are taking the Mustangs to state to be played inside of Shields Arena next week. That overtime period, Ryan, wow, that was exciting end-to-end hockey.
You know, I'm watching the clock. I'm watching West Fargo Cheyenne. I'm trying to get a read. Is Cheyenne even going to be able to ride this period out? I mean, they were absolutely gassed. That might have been it, right? That might have been the last rush that Bennett Benson and that line had left in their legs, at least until a period break. And they make the most of it. What a wild game. Back and forth, chances everywhere. Cruz Fitzpatrick was unbelievable. I feel bad. Fargo's Davies is too good of a team not to be at the state tournament, but the scoreboard doesn't lie. West Fargo Cheyenne going on.
Let's show you the game-tying goal for Cheyenne. This one coming in the third period, coming from Avon Bredvik. And this was that play where Bredvik just wins that puck battle at the far half wall. This tied it in the third period with just over 7 minutes remaining, working that goal line, showcasing patience, putting it into the back of the net. And then here is the game winner. Replay courtesy of American Family Insurance, Tyler Nagel Agency. And we thought we were going to see an old-fashioned slap shot. The pump fake turns into a wrister, and that was enough to confuse the goaltender for Fargo Davies. The Mustangs advance to the state tournament. And right now we have Abigail Schauer down on the ice talking to Dave Benson. Abby.
Coach, you just punched your ticket to state in overtime. How does that feel for you?
It's amazing. We're just kind of tingling right now. So it's a great feeling. Boys played their hearts out, and it's fun.
Walk me through watching that last goal go in there.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was going to come up on the top of the circles and just rip a slap shot, and then he pulled it back in and he shot it and it went in.
And what does the next week look like for you guys going into state?
Yeah, we're going to enjoy this right now tonight, and next week we'll see what happens.
Exciting. Thank you very much. Good luck.
David Benson, his Mustang team, punching their ticket to the state tournament. There you see an emotional Duncan Metcalf on your screen. The senior goaltender had a terrific performance for the Eagles, but it's West Fargo Cheyenne. 2 goals from Bennett Benson, 1 from Avon Bredvik, and a terrific performance between the pipes from Cruz Fitzpatrick. Ryan, hearing those comments from a colleague of yours, Dave Benson, you got to imagine the emotions going through his head right now.
Yeah, and I said this in an earlier broadcast with the Cheyenne game. I didn't know much about I didn't know Dave Benson well. We crossed paths at the rink a lot and with Team North Dakota stuff, and obviously Cheyenne. It was always kind of this program that I obviously knew existed, but I didn't have any connections to. And this fall coaching with Dave, the one thing I learned is this team is a team. They are bought in. They are so into Cheyenne hockey. The job that Coach Benson and that staff has done, getting the boys, to be a group, to be a unit, to buy into what, the message they're selling. Super proud of him. And I have 5 players on my Team North Dakota team on this Cheyenne squad. So, really proud of them and the job they did today. And they battled, boy. They battled their butts off and gave it everything. And like we said, they were out of gas completely, but they found a way to win.
Let's bring you through a condensed version of our post-game report. This post-game report brought to you by Spray Advantage, everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. And also the Ski and Bike Shop, where your next adventure begins. We're going to start off by bringing you through a scoring summary and showing you all the replays from the goals that we have captured. Getting the scoring started in period number 2, West Fargo Cheyenne getting off to a 1-0 lead. This goal scored by Brody Benson. The assist coming from Bennett Benson and Wyatt Matson. Nice feed there from Bennett Benson, finding his brother Bodie Benson. And then the second goal was Kaysen Currents at the 12:05 mark. A deflection right in front. Currents deflects in a shot from the far wall from Carter Salberg. That made the score 1-1. Then just 33 seconds later, Connor Peterson with an even strength goal. Going coast to coast with plenty of space, fires home a wrist shot. That gave Davies a 2-1 lead. And then here we go, the goal that tied it up, coming from Avon Bredvik. And we've shown this highlights multiple times, working that goal line, showcasing his patience, putting it into the back of the net. And then the game winner that we have, courtesy of American Family Insurance, Tyler Nagel Agency. It's Bennett Benson with that pump fake slap shot, just enough deception to get it past the goaltender, Duncan Metcalf. And there you see the doggy pile for West Fargo Cheyenne, the Mustangs celebrating themselves, punching a ticket to the state tournament to be played next week in Fargo at Shields Arena. That scoring summary brought to you by Bergstrom Electric. They light the lamp, and indeed it does shine brighter. Bergstrom Electric, the sponsor of our scoring summary all tournament long, as a part of our Eastern Dakota Conference coverage here on KNOX Live Sports. Right now we're going to transition seamlessly from our post-game report, getting ready for the conference championship. Grand Forks Central taking on Red River, coming up next on KNOX Live Sports.
Metcalf was able to hold that, but they stayed with the puck back behind the net. Blue got it, took a chance out in front to Zeal with a tap in that will score. Parks out of the shotgun, takes the snap, stepping, looking, back shoulder fade to Mackey, and he catches it for a Red River touchdown.
It's time for the best in local sports coverage with KNOX Live Sports and News Radio 1310 KNOX.
Puck goes free to the high slot, picked up Lovejoy, wrister, and he scores. Reardon working right side, defended the entire way. A stop by Dookie. She looks into J.C. Reardon. The high-low is there.
The following is a presentation of KNOX Live Sports, presented by Rivard's Turf and Forage and Grand Trailer Sales.
Off to the right, down to the doorstep. Hoganson, a backhander, he scores. What a play for Griffin Hoganson.
Let's go live to tonight's presentation.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivard's Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports today. And for those of you that are listening online, we welcome you to our coverage here today as well, along with those of you that are now joining us on KNOX Radio also tonight. A little bit late, but you know what they say? It's better late than never when it comes down to an Eastern Dakota Conference Championship matchup. And tonight in the East Region Final, the Grand Forks Central Knights and the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders will renew their rivalry for a third time this season after a stunning and exciting overtime finish to fill out the state tournament field from the East Region, moving on to the state tournament. Ryan Cunningham, Ryan Kuntz, Abigail Schauer with you. Had a huge production team throughout the tournament that has included Jacob Lindeman, Luca Carpenter, Joey Springer, Cooper Freegene, and Kristen Clay. We've also had some help from John Roberts and Sam Jensen. They've been with us with our announcing duties throughout the course, and it's been just a whole lot of fun to have everybody involved with this one. And we're glad that we have you with us here tonight as we get ready for the final of the East Region. West Fargo Cheyenne punches a ticket in dramatic fashion. An overtime goal for Bennett Benson on a pump fake that turns into a wrister. And Cheyenne advances with a 3-2 win in overtime, knocking off Fargo Davies. And so as we go right to drive for the title tonight, we can show you that for those of you that are with us on the online version right now on KNOX Live Sports, well, the 4 spots in green are filled, which means green means go. You're going to the state tournament. Last night, Central Red River punched their tickets. Today, Fargo Shanley punches their ticket. West Fargo Cheyenne punches theirs. Ryan, I've been in the arena throughout the course today talking with a handful of coaches and various people, and the one thing that we seem to be absorbing from this is that, boy, you get to day 3 of the East Region tournament and there are state tournament berths on the line. Your resume against a team just doesn't resonate, period. It doesn't matter. When you've got to fight for survival, it turns into an actual fight for survival. And we've had great hockey this afternoon at Purple Arena.
Yeah, we have 2 close games, 2-1 the first one. This one, like you mentioned, overtime, 3-2. Just a wild day of hockey so far. We got a nice one dialed up here in a few minutes. But you're right, it doesn't matter, right? You can throw everything out. I mean, the last game, for example, 8-3 last time those 2 teams played. Today, 3-2 in overtime. So this is what it is. Hard tournament to get through, like Coach Tyler Klein mentioned yesterday when we talked to him, and it's proving so today.
We have Fargo Shanley with the win today over Fargo North, and also West Fargo Cheyenne in an overtime thriller as West Fargo Cheyenne defeats Fargo Davies. Ryan, let me ask you, first of all, are either of those results surprising to you to see, based on those matchups, the outcome that we had?
You know, no, the first game, no. I mean, Shanley's tough. They're tough defensively, and they improved that today, so that wasn't surprising. If you would have asked me who I was going to pick in that last game, I might have said Fargo Davies, just based on what we saw last night against Red River. But like you said, you put 2 teams in the rink with their life on the line.
Absolutely.
You know, you never know what's going to happen, and give West Fargo or Shanley credit, or Cheyenne, sorry, Shanley. Too many teams run through my head. Cheyenne credit. I mean, they were gassed. They left it on the ice tonight. Both teams did, but what a finish.
And that's what you have to do, right? You've got to leave it on the ice at that point. So Cheyenne moves on. Shanley moves on. Cheyenne will get the number 3 seed out of the East Region tournament. Shanley will get the number 4 seed out of the East Region. Correction, my mistake. Shanley, because of their first round victory over West Fargo Cheyenne will be the number 3 seed. Cheyenne will be the number 4 seed, which means that if you're fortunate enough to win the West Region Championship tonight in the matchup between Bismarck Legacy and Minot United, your reward in the first round is going to be a Cheyenne team that's beleaguered due to injury. They've already fought through overtime, and they're a bruising hockey team out of the East Region. I don't dislike Cheyenne's chances in the first round of the state tournament, Rhino.
No, you got the leading scorer on the team who was great again tonight. You got a goalie in Cruz Fitzpatrick who absolutely stood in his head, and that's who you get to play.
Oh my. Shanley moves on as the number 3 seed out of the tournament, so Shanley will take on the West Region runner-up. And Central and Red River will play for points, if you will, here tonight. They're going on to the state tournament next week, but Central, Red River will now play for a championship. The winner will get the number 1 seed and take on the 4th place team out west, which will be Bismarck Century, who defeated Bismarck High today. And the loser here will get the number 3 team, which is Jamestown, who won their qualifier today. And that's a look at drive for the title that we have for you here today as we get ready for our championship matchup. Our pregame report brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel. And it's also brought to you by True North Equipment, true to your values, ready to serve you with 10 locations throughout the Red River Valley. When we come back, we'll take a look at the players to watch in this one with our tools for the game. We'll run down our keys for the game as well. And, of course, hockey is on the way. We were scheduled for a 5 o'clock start. I think we're going to go about 5:20 or so, which won't be terrible considering we had an overtime matchup. Central Red River for the East Region Championship is next on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports. We're back with more next.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivards Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
The way we live and work has changed, but our service and commitment remain. We're evolving to meet your insurance needs with answers where and when you need them most. Nodak Insurance Company.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks. Gear up for ski season or hit the trails on a fat tire bike. At the Ski and Bike Shop, we offer top brands, ski and snowboard service, and everything you need for cold weather fun. The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks, where your next adventure begins.
This is the KNOX pregame show. Brought to you by True North Equipment. True to your values, driven by you. And Signature Graphics and Apparel. Make your vision come to life.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports tonight from Purpur Arena, where the final is set in the Eastern Dakota Conference or East Region Tournament. And tonight, Grand Forks Central will go up against Grand Forks Red River for the championship. The Knights have won 2 straight games this year against Red River. This will be the 3rd of potentially 4 matchups. We'd love 4. That would mean that they would meet in the state championship if that were to take place, or perhaps somewhere else in the tournament. Let's hope it's for the state championship if they're going to meet a 4th time. But tonight, round number 3 between the Knights and the Rough Riders. And our pregame report brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel. And True North Equipment, true to your values and ready to serve you with 10 locations throughout the Red River Valley. Ryan Cunningham, Ryan Kuntz with you here this evening. And as we get ready to move on, Ryan, I just got to say, the one thing I don't like about this game, season's coming to an end. We got one more week of high school hockey in North Dakota, and boy, we'd like to have a little bit more in Minnesota if possible, but man, here we are looking at the ice one more time, knowing another year is about to be put in the bin right now.
Yeah, it also means we're another year older, too, the next time we dial this up. So all sad, negative news from you. Way to buzzkill this game. But you're right? And the worst part is, too, is we get to the EDC tournament, and it's just crazy hockey left and right. The whole thing, the building's packed, everyone's here. So you get a taste of, like, the best of the best.
Absolutely.
And then it's over.
Yep.
And then it's over.
Well, we move on to the state tournament next week, and that usually brings its own list of surprises that we
That's
have
true.
there. It's Central Red River tonight. Let's take a look at our tools for the game. They're brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Logan Karski, your agent at State Farm Insurance in Grand Forks. They've got a pregame plan for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there, and they can put together a game plan for you to protect home, auto, life, health, business, all that needs to be protected at State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. For both of these teams, we could throw on 5-6 names, maybe more, that come down to the tools for the game. But when you look at the scoring and what's gone on so far, what stands out on the page right now when you look at Central, 49, 47, 41. What stands out for Red River, the hero last night, Griffin Hoganson, the hat trick, 52 points. He scored every goal last night that Red River needed, +1, in order to get the win over Davies to get into the championship matchup. We talked about a Red River team going into last night that had been so balanced. And then it was all Griffin Hoganson last night. Meanwhile, Central was just Central in the semifinal against Fargo Shanley, 11 goals. Cooper DeZiel up to 49 points. Nolan Marto with 47. Gavin Wackenfuss with 41. 24 goals for DeZiel, 20 for Marto. Griffin Hoganson with his 3 last night moves his goal total to 22. But, Ryan, that's a quiet 52-point season for Griffin Hoganson. We didn't even notice that he was going to go over the 50-point plateau, and he did it last night. And it's an amazing season for Hogue.
And we talked about this last night, and this is a guy who, for 3 years now, as games get bigger, he seems to shine a little bit more. And last night was no exception. A Red River team came out, didn't have their best game. I think that was obvious for everyone who watched it. Credit to Fargo Davies for kind of pushing back and making it that way. But when they needed somebody, there he was with 3 goals, and you said it. I mean, that's a quiet 52 points. You look at the Central side, too. Cooper DeZiel back up, leading the team in scoring. About a month ago, he was probably not even close to that.
Yeah,
I feel like.
third,
Marto
fourth,
and
something like that. For a while, he was off the leaderboard.
And he's obviously heating up now in that whole first line, giving Central that true two-headed monster that's rolling. We saw it last night, an 11-goal performance from Grand Forks Central. So interesting dynamics coming into this game. Nothing will surprise me tonight. The only thing that would surprise me is if the 6 names on that screen right now aren't a factor into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to be at some point in this one. And, we're talking about Griffin Hoganson. I picked up today in the arena that, so Hoganson, 52 points, would think you'd have some options to do what you want to do. And he's going to go play baseball at Valley City State University. That's where he's going to end up. So I'm going to have a chance to keep my eye on Griff when he's out there throwing balls and strikes for the Vikings coming up next fall and next winter.
His dad was a stud baseball player back in the day, and
I like it.
Great North Dakota player, and I think he played some college. I can't remember if it was Jamestown or Valley City, but he was a really good baseball player, so that's where he's going to go. But in the meantime, he's going to ride out the last 3-4 games of his high school career and hopefully tack on to that 52-point total.
Absolutely. Those are our tools for the game, brought to you tonight by State Farm Insurance. Logan Karski, your agent in Grand Forks. A break in our pregame report. When we come back, We'll dive into the keys for the game tonight, brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. We'll also take a look out west at the All-True scoreboard and find out what's gone on in West Region play as they are ahead of us. They started at 11 o'clock this morning. They've got 2 qualifiers in. They'll have a championship game underway, so we have that coming up for you as well. This is our coverage of Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament Hockey, and the final is up next. Central Red River on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports and KNOX Radio.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks. Gear up for ski season or hit the trails on a fat tire bike. At the Ski and Bike Shop, we offer top brands, ski and snowboard service, and everything you need for cold weather fun. The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks, where your next adventure begins.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Valley Truck in East Grand Forks is proud to support our local high school athletes. With over 400 years of combined experience, they keep our community moving on and off the field. Trusted repairs, quality parts, and support for the next generation.
This is the KNOX Pregame Show, brought to you by True North Equipment, true to your values, driven by you. And Signature Graphics and Apparel. Make your vision come to life.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. Tonight we are at Purple Arena as we get set for our coverage of tonight's matchup. And tonight's matchup will feature the Grand Forks Central Knights. The Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders with a chance to claim an Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament Championship. Ryan Cunningham, Ryan Kuntz, and Abby Schauer with you here for our coverage this evening. Let's take a look at our keys for the game tonight. Our game keys brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Stop in and see what's new for the season at Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World has every skate, every stick, every pad, all the implements for the game that you're looking for. Precision skate sharpening, which is obviously a plus. Get the edge that you're looking for your athlete at Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. They can take care of you every time they room with some great service. For Grand Forks Central, let's keep it simple. Downhill pressure early. It's just the thing they do when they get out of their game. That's where things don't go well for the Knights when they're in their game. It's what they do. For Grand Forks Red River, you're going to have to pick your poison on those lines that you're going to go up against, right? And you obviously don't have last change tonight. So that means that Coach Tim Scarperud will be making some decisions on the fly as to how to match up out there. But for Red River, you got to keep it tight. I think they win a close game. If they're going to win, it's going to be a close game. And that means that those 30 seconds at a time where you get the right guys on the ice against the wrong guys, those can really make the difference in this one tonight, Ryan.
I think for whatever, you're talking about matchups, and you mentioned not having last line change. So Tim Scarper will have to change on the fly or do things on the fly if he wants forward line versus forward line. Maybe the big key here for Tim Scarper is those 6 defensemen who we know for a River are pretty deep, and maybe it's getting them the matchups a little bit more, right? Whoever's out there against this line, make sure this. Whoever's out there against the Martel line, make sure this. So it's going to be a chess match all night for sure, but downhill pressure for Central. I mean, you saw it last night. They were great in transition. They were all over Shanley. They were all over the blue paint in the Shanley zone, on the net, making plays. They did everything well, but pressure was the common theme the whole night for Central.
The downhill pressure is certainly a theme for them when they're doing things well. We're getting ready for the announcement of our starting lineups, and also I believe we'll have our national anthem for the first time today coming up here in a couple of moments as well. We have a guitar player that's down low to bring us our national anthem tonight. So we'll take one final break. We'll come back with our starting lineups in this matchup and get ready for the championship matchup of the Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament. This is our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales, Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Pro Ag in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Wilrich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything Pro Ag has to offer.
We very much take a lot of pride in our work. Customer service has always been our number one.
We have the best materials. You're going to have the best people in the area to do the job.
If you can dream it up, we can make it happen.
Or head to gworkslf.com to get started.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new. Big or small, Finest Auto Trim can cover it all. To get a quote, go to finestautotrim.com.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer.
In Grand Forks, it's about more than just where you live. It's about the people you trust when life happens. At Logan Karski State Farm, we're proud to protect what matters most. I'm Logan Karski with State Farm, and we'd be honored to be your good neighbor.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need. Turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
Nelson Auto in Grand Forks is proud to sponsor area athletics. We know the value of a good team, and we'd like to invite you in to meet our team. See how our team takes care of you and your family. Nelson Auto at Grand Forks, home to Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to acknowledge our national anthem that we have for you this evening. We will have a guitar solo that will be performing the national anthem here tonight at Purpur Arena. So without further ado, we'll bring you our national anthem for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
that was a fun twist, huh? Let's go, baby.
That was something special, wasn't it? National anthem done by the electric guitar here this evening, and welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. Ryan Cunningham, Ryan Kuntz with you here this evening from Purpur Arena. Let's take a look at our starting lineups for tonight's matchup. First of all, for the visitors, the Grand Forks Red River Roughriders. The starting goaltender is Rylan Carinta, a senior. The starting defenseman, Cam Urian, a junior, left point. Cullen Rost, a senior, right point. Bringing out the first line, Griffin Hoganson, a senior, with Stetson Brown, a junior, on his left, and Mason Breno, a senior, on his right. Tim Starperud, the head coach of the Rough Riders. And they'll face the Grand Forks Central Knights team, led by goaltender Weston Nielsen, a senior. Starting defensive pair, Wyatt Blake, a senior, and Logan Bina, a sophomore. Bringing out the first line will be Cooper DeZiel, a senior. Ryder Rivard on his left wing, a junior. Che Kwame on his right wing, a senior. And Grant Paranika, the head coach of the Grand Forks Central Knights. Well, they're in the state tournament, Ryan, but Red River's lost twice to Grand Forks Central. You've been in that situation where you've been in that rivalry before. This game matters to Red River, doesn't it? For the purposes of who the opponent is tonight, not qualifying for state.
To be honest with you, I don't even think that's crossing either of these teams' minds
right.
about state tournament. It is about beating each other, and it matters to both teams. They could care less if they're 1 or 2. They just don't want to lose this hockey game.
Let's dial up a good one. Cullen Ross with a puck in the left corner for Red River as the Riders take control early in the opening draw. For those of you on radio side, Red River's in black tonight with red breezers. Grand Forks Central's in striped maroon and gray with the maroon breezers. And the Knights break out on the right. This is a drive up the ice off the right side for Che Kwame. Shot goes in. The puck flies up over the net. And the net comes off its moorings as Rylan Carinta was looking deep at Cooper DeZiel coming up the ice. They'll reset the net. And 24 seconds into the matchup, we're ready for another draw coming up in the Grand Forks Red River zone.
Yeah, hot start. I mean, a big hit down in the central end by Griff Hoganson on a central defender, and then a rush up the ice. Kind of a weird angle shot by Ryder Rivard that popped up in the air, and Coop DeZiel and a Ryder defenseman back into him and knocking the net off. So we're off to a good start here, Ryan. Everyone's still feeling that guitar solo, I think.
Well, they're rocking is what you're saying.
Yeah,
and that
absolutely.
was a rock guitar solo, no question about it. Blaze Newbert taking control of a puck for Grand Forks Red River. The Riders left to right and right to left as we take a look at it tonight for Grand Forks Central. Newbert will blaze one up into the Grand Forks Central zone. Nielsen looking to transition. Backhand play to Kwame over the right side. We already see second line for Red River still out there against the first line for Grand Forks Central, but they're changing as we've seen a pop out onto the ice for for Gavin Walkenfuss for Grand Forks Central. Puck kicked into the neutral zone. Ulmer's there and will be offside. Red River beyond the line. So we'll draw coming up on the central line. Just want to say a quick shout out as we continue. We lost a colleague not that long ago, Kevin Fee, passing away recently. And Ryan, you and I both had the opportunity to work with Kevin in a couple of state tournaments, and certainly going to miss Kevin Fee and his analysis and his additions to the game here in Grand Forks.
Yeah, he used to sit in my spot, and I used to sit down on the benches way back when and hunker down there with the remote mic. And so when I first started doing games with you guys, he was here. So
we'll
echo your sentiments.
We'll definitely miss Kevin, and obviously made some great additions to what we do here as well during his time with us. Puck on the far side wall. Stetson Brown for Red River trying to race it down. It's held in by Logan Nielsen on the right point. This ends up with Brecken Hultberg for Red River behind the Red River net. He'll transition up the right side boards and a rush from Mason Breno into the central zone. This will come back over to the right side wall. Nielsen takes control for the Knights. His pass through the neutral zone strong, and they'll get no icing call out of it. It was allowed to go through. Rylan Edmond back to cut one off for the Rough Riders. Flips one up into the neutral zone, and a struggle for Breno to get control of it as he kicks it back to the far wall. He'll chase it all the way behind the goal line. This will come back near side to Walkenfuss, who takes a hit from Caden Binky of Red River, and a shot goes wide of the net off the right side point. Puck will come back towards the right. Nielsen taking a look up ice. Transition pass trying to find Rylan Spicer, and that went behind Spicer. We'll end up back in the Grand Forks Central zone after an icing call.
Both teams coming in this game after very different semifinal games, and I think maybe a hard reset for both teams, but for different reasons, right? I mean, if you're Grand Forks Central, you had 11-1 game last night, and, a minute after the game, he's telling Abby Schauer, hey, we got to put that game behind us because it means nothing anymore. Win by 1, win by 10, and Red River obviously not their best effort last night. So again, they need to reset and get back to their game plan which we did not see against Fargo Davies
Absolutely.
in the semifinals.
Weston Nielsen makes a save on a shot off the draw. And we'll draw to the right of Weston Nielsen again. Puck on the far wall, picked up towards the corner and driven down by Rylan Edmond. Edmond trying to chase it around. This goes loose back to the back wall and comes off the right side. A hard hold of the point by Brody Lucier for Grand Forks Red River. Able to hold the offensive end. Benke after it in the corner. He'll be put in the wall by Kason Panzer for Grand Forks Central. Panzer trying to give chase. Now the puck comes back to the point. A hard hit there. Thor Seeger takes control of it. Drive by Edmond. Hit the side of the net. Comes off the right side. A pitch up into the air by Sam Presting. Playing a third line winger's position now for Grand Forks Central. Puck off the right. Driven wide of the net by Chase Kulka for Red River. And Central transitions out with Trey Clausen. Clausen coming up on the right side wall. Absorbs a hit from Lucier. Barely moves. That is his MO. Gets into the corner. Turns it back out towards the left. And played it back towards Caden Benke of the Rough Riders. This will be transitioned back through the neutral zone by Thor Seeger. He'll dump. And Red River will change up. 14 minutes to play opening period. A shot for the Riders. We have no score on the Ultra scoreboard early in the matchup. Puck loose in the neutral zone. Caden Ulmer back to get it. Turns it off towards the left side wall. Was able to find Cam Irian. Irian stepping back behind the net, working out towards the right side. Irian will take it off the near side wall. Cale Gruenberg a transition up to Caden Ulmer. And Ulmer 2-on-2 up the ice. The drive from Newbert hit Nielsen in the chest. He gave up a rebound, but nobody home in the slot to take control. And here comes Central up the ice with Kwame rushing towards the right side. A drive in and a quick toucher by Rivard. That goes wide of the net. Big pass from the right side. Rivard's shot goes wide.
Boy, we've seen that a lot from this line lately. Just everything on transition. It's Rivard, DeZiel, Kwame. Whoever's got the puck, the other two are going to the net, and it's that hard cross ice pass looking for a tip. That time Rivard got a stick on it, just deflected it wide, and then Cullen Ross went sailing into the net and draw in the Red River zone.
We'll have live coaches interviews coming up during the intermission tonight, brought to you by Acme Equipment. Stay with us for those coming up during the intermission with Abigail Schauer. Acme Equipment, your Kubota dealer in Grand Forks, bringing you our intermission call coming up tonight, radio and video, so stay with us for that. Rivard off to the right side with a takeaway, looking at DeZiel on the right side wall. DeZiel a stop on the point, turned it down the wall, and it was picked off by Cam Irian for Red River. Back into the neutral zone, Irian got it as far as the line. Gruenberg gets tripped up. Rider crowd wants penalty, they won't get one. And the puck will be driven deep into the central end and out of play. That'll bring us back out, I believe, into the neutral zone for a draw. With 13:03 to play in the first period, you saw the hit on Gruenberg.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Man, you could argue a trip on that. There was a hook, too, on Haltberg here when he had the puck walking along the blue line. So if it's anything like last game, they're going to let these guys play, and you're really going to have to do something to get a penalty.
Off the draw, other puck picked up by Stetson Brown, who's had a nice postseason and a big night for Grand Forks Red River in the opening matchup against Devils Lake on Tuesday. Puck through the neutral zone. Logan Nielsen back to get to it on the Grand Forks central line. Nielsen making a step towards the right, up into the neutral zone. Picked up off the left side here by Mason Bensley. And Bensley throws one in, and it's gloved up and saved by Rylan Corinta. And we'll draw coming up in the Red River zone.
Well, there's that downhill pressure from Central. We've seen it early on in this game, but that's the first time it's translated to a shot on net, even though they've kind of been around the net a lot. Early, it took 4.5 minutes to put one on net finally.
Our coverage brought to you by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR for PS Garage Doors. Devils Lake Grand Forks, and the PS stands for perfect service. Puck to the point and a rifle in from the left point that time from Bodie Burris. It ends up loose on the far boards. This will rotate back to the right and a look up ice for Grand Forks Red River's Brecken Hultberg. He finds Gruenberg. Caden Ulmer coming up the ice, defended by Nielsen to take the puck off his stick before you could see a shot lost by Caden Ulmer. Puck on the near side. Watkins was a hit from behind, but made a chip looking for Mardo and Spicer. And the puck will go back off of Spicer's stick, back into the Grand Forks central zone. Another chip from Spicer, and Mardo gathers it up on the right side wall. He'll leave it back for Spicer, and a quick slap shot from the right circle, stopped by Rylan Corinta. That's a nice save for Corinta early. A well set up play by Grand Forks Central coming up into the offensive end.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I like about that play by Corinta. When he made that save, he's about 2 feet outside of his crease. So he's getting out there, taking away the angle. Now the shot was from a bad angle, but Corinta was almost, it's like he read that play and was sitting there waiting for that shot to come. So great job by him early.
We'll draw to the left of Corinta in the Grand Forks Red River zone. Got a great crowd here tonight.
Oh yeah, it's packed.
At Purpur Arena. Got some seats open in the bleachers, but that's because they're standing 2 and 3 deep along the walls here tonight. So these two crosstown rivals giving us a great finish to the East Region Championship this evening. Loose puck, Gavin Walkenfuss for Red River plays it back into his own zone. This will work deep into the corner. Riders trying to take control. Stetson Brown, Mason Breno. It's Breno coming in on the back end. Couldn't quite catch up to it. A chip off the far side wall for Carson Cutterba of Grand Forks Central. And now his D-mate Panzer goes back to get it to it. But puck lost back in the corner again. A touch for Griffin Hoganson, the hero of last night for the Rough Riders with the hat trick against Fargo Davies. Puck loose on the left wall. Hoganson pokes it back into the offensive end and takes a hit for his trouble from Carson Cutterba. Ends up on the ice. Back behind his own net is Panzer, and Cutterba looking up the ice, trying to find some help from Gavin Walkenfuss in the neutral zone. Spicer there as well, and Cutterba throws another body. Carson Cutterba thinks it's back to running the football for Central's football team.
Yeah, Carson's engaged early. I'll tell you what, I mean, it's 11-1 game last night, but I thought Carson had a really great game. Got a goal last night, maybe an assist on top of that, but he was good last night, and he's hot early.
Well, he's feeling the momentum of last night. Here's a loose puck picked up by Central, and a charge into the left by Jacob Spicer. Ends up in front of the net, but a pick away for Red River. Kyler Beadall clears it out. Before it can lead to further problems, he'll dump back into the Central zone. 10:35 to play first period. Shots 3-2 Central. We are scoreless on the All-True scoreboard. The Knights will drive it up ice with Wyatt Blake, who missed some time at the end of the year but has become healthy for the postseason, and the Knights are happy to have him back. Back up as far as the line, Logan Bina, his defensive mate, will dump it in. Corinto holds it up behind the net for Red River. Central changes behind it. Puck comes out towards the line. It's picked up there for Red River by Cale Gruenberg. A chip to Ulmer, he fires and scores! Caden Ulmer comes up with the opening goal of tonight's matchup. A beautiful play up the ice between Gruenberg and Ulmer again. They've been all over it for Red River this postseason and second half of the year. And the Rough Riders take a 1-0 lead with 10:08 to play in the opening period.
Yeah, great job on the rush there. That's just Caden Ulmer driving the middle of the ice. I mean, you can see how on sync they are. You saw Gruenberg, saw that play from about the blue line, and he's like, I know exactly what's going to happen right about here. He's like, go, baby. Gives it to him. Great dish, great shot. I'll tell you what, this line was a little bit off last night, Ryan. They looked much more engaged and much tighter tonight early in this game.
It'll be Ulmer from Gruenberg at 6:52 of the
Oh,
opening
he scored
period.
again.
Another ricochet that goes in and scores for Grand Forks Red River. The Rough Riders will take a quick 2-0 lead on an excuse me play for Griffin Hoganson through the slot, and Red River's feeling some momentum.
This is just a great wall play by Griff Hoganson. He battles on the far blue line, chips that puck through, gets it to, I think it was Breno, and then back to Hoganson. Let's watch it again, right? Here it's coming up on the wall, does some work, slides it over, and then goes to the net. They forget about Hoganson, snaps a shot, and it trickles through.
A quick pair of goals for Grand Forks Red River as they will be scored just 14 seconds of game time apart at 6:52 with 7:06. And Grand Forks Red River takes a 2-0 lead over Grand Forks Central.
Well, that's about the best start you could ask for Red River. I mean, we've talked about this. When you play Central, you can't chase because they're going to force you to make mistakes and they'll capitalize. So to go up is a huge key for Red River to win this game.
Hoganson gets credit for the second goal. There's an assist for Stetson Brown on that one. It'll be Hoganson for Brown at 7:06 of the period. And that will make it a 2-0 lead for Grand Forks Red River over Grand Forks Central. And now all of a sudden, this becomes a different game. Rivard up ice, looking right side, trying to find Kwame. Instead, Kwame blasts it in off the end wall. And let's see how Grand Forks Central responds here as Bina dumps one in. They haven't been hit in the mouth like this 2 quick times all season.
And that was a huge opportunity there. A 2-on-1, it just rolls off Jake Kwame's stick. You got to think if he gets a shot, that's a grade A scoring opportunity. But fortunately for Red River, Jameis handles that.
Puck tied up in the far side zone. By the way, all-true scoreboard update. We don't have the score yet. As a blast from Central ends up going wide. Rebounded puck past Corinta on a blast from Logan Bina. Well, you understand, East Grand Forks this season has come to an end in the semifinals of the Section 8 tournament. Detroit Lakes has picked up a win over East Grand Forks, and there will be no appearance in the region or other Section 8 championship game for the Green Wave this year. More details to come. 2-0 Grand Forks Red River leading Grand Forks Central in this matchup. Puck back behind the net. Kirkaby for Grand Forks Central trying to step out towards the far side wall. He got tied up in the corner. A body thrown in by Rylan Edmond as well. And it's 2-on-2 for control in that far corner. A lot of back and forth jabbing at that. I think Thor Seeger's in there someplace. No, that's Caden Ulmer, and that's going to bring us to a media timeout. And we got a lot going on in this East Region final. A pair of goals for Grand Forks Red River coming just 14 seconds apart. Red River leads 2-0 on the All True scoreboard. Timeout for media. This is high school hockey on KNOX Live Sports. Stay with us. We've got more on the way coming up here in just a couple of moments, and we'll be back with more to continue our Hockey Up coverage. Next.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivard's Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. We get underway, and a big shot off the draw for Grand Forks Central up in the Red River zone. The Rough Riders have taken a 2-0 lead over the Knights in our East Region Championship game. Couple of goals just 14 seconds apart for Grand Forks Red River, and the Riders back up in the offensive end. Gruenberg trying to drag one towards the corner. Mardo goes in to dig it up, and the puck will come back into the neutral zone. Step near side by Spicer. He gets escorted into the wall. Walkenfuss trying to chase down the loose puck against Cam Urian, who trips up behind his own net and left it free. A curl back for Gruenberg into the right side corner. Gruenberg tries to turn it out towards the point and ends up down along the wall with Mardo, and Mardo gets stood up, taking a couple of forearms in that far corner underneath his chin as well. Back out to neutral ice, it's Gruenberg. Gruenberg coming to his forehand side, rips a shot past Weston Nielsen, but wide off the right side wall, and the puck will come back in towards the corner where Cutterba is there to dig it up. Spicer goes in to throw a body down on Grand Forks Red River's Caden Svoboda, who tried to hold the offensive zone on the far side wall. So we bang back to the neutral zone and end up free behind the goal line. No ice here. They'll go back to pick it up with Brecken Holtberg for the Rough Riders. 6:40 to play in the opening period, and it's 2-0 Red River. Clausen trying to dig at Holtberg all the way up the ice. Puck goes free on the point. Comes back to Svoboda on the right. Svoboda taking a look. Went down to the corner. Cutterba back after it. Griffin Hoganson stands up Cutterba. Loose puck on the right side. Clipped down with a stick to his legs for Sam Presting, but the Knights come away with it. Presting with a shot, gets blocked, and a rebounding Jacob Spicer that ends up being redirected back into the corner. Puck back behind the net, Svoboda for the Rough Riders. Out to Breno. Breno taking a look, sidestepping a defender. Breno guides one back to the neutral zone. Spicer goes back to get to it for the Knights and rings it back towards the left side. Blake is there to chip it up into the air, and we're going to see a hand pass coming up. With 5:56 left of the opening period. As we were mentioning, our coverage brought to you tonight by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR for PS Garage Doors. Devils Lake Grand Forks, so the PS stands for perfect service at PS Garage Doors. There's a nervous Knights bench for those of you taking it in. Not the start they were looking for tonight.
No, an early observation here, 10 minutes into this period. Red River has way too much time and space. One, to break the puck out, and two, in the neutral zone. There's just, look at right there, free through the neutral zone. That's, if you're going to give Red River that kind of time and space, I mean, that's an area where they can really beat you.
Weston Nielsen playing one back towards the near side wall. Comes to the point, Rost into traffic, deflects wide. Loose puck to Breno on the far side, actually rather to Newbert on the far side. Ulmer carries one in, left one out in front, and a chance for Cale Gruenberg that he couldn't quite connect on. Kwame trying to chase down a loose puck for Central in the neutral zone. Blake will back into the neutral zone for Central, and Urian returns it right back into the Central end. 5:15 to play in the opening period. Bina taking a look for a breakout angle. He'll be pressured out in front of the net by Kyler Beadall. Bina comes back towards the right. Long range pass to the near side. Rivard. Nice pass goes to Kwame. Kwame surveying his options. Got tied up, running out of time, waiting for DeZiel. And the puck scooped off his stick where Cullen Ross brings it back into the neutral zone. Ross will send it up as far as the line. This will be taken by Chase Kulka. Comes in on net. Weston Nielsen covered it up, and there was a little bit of a play at a glove hand. That was thrown in there by Thor Seeger. Had a chance to watch Thor Seeger play soccer this year for Red River. He is not your prototypical soccer player. He's got a hockey mentality on the soccer field, and he's not afraid to body up a little bit.
You need one of those guys on the pitch, right?
That's what it's called. That was a team that I think finished runner-up this year, went to the state championship.
Yeah, they did.
game.
I think they were close too, right? They played a South team that was, I think, undefeated or something like that.
Yeah.
Probably a tall ask, but they did a great year.
And didn't really have it all together until they got to the state tournament. Then just got hot from there. Puck back out in front. Long shot from the point that time coming from Rylan Edmond. Nielsen will knock it down. And the puck ends up back behind the central net. Knights trying to get over and gather. This comes out into the neutral zone. Kirkaby wrestling down Chase Kulka, and the puck will go free along the line. At center, Bodie Burris steps up into the offensive end. Took a bit of a rub that time from Rylan Edmond on the far side wall. That'll free the puck in the Red River end. Back to the near side, Burris with a drive up and over the glove of Corinta. Springs off the left wall, and here comes Stetson Brown up ice. He's got Hoganson to his right. Tried to pull it back to his forehand and had it knocked away. Kirkaby comes away with possession for Central. He'll find Mason Bensley cutting back to his forehand side. Lost the puck into the corner, but Bensley follows it, throws a body, and Griffin Hoganson will paddle the puck back out towards the left wall. Chip off the far end by Ulmer. He works into the neutral zone, ends up back behind him. Hoganson a move, and offside apparently is the call. Mason Breno trying to get out of the offensive end, and he was pretty close to getting back. The Rider crowd a little frustrated by the call, but nonetheless will draw coming up on the central line.
Yeah, that was close, huh? That was real close. I mean, Griff Hoganson bearing down, and that's never a good sign if you're a defender, but apparently just a couple inches offsides on that one and draw outside the line here.
They put it down back on the Grand Forks Central line. It's picked up by Carson Cutterbutt for the Knights. A play into the neutral zone. Long rush to get to it here for Mardo. Mardo trying to drive in. Made a pass across looking for Spicer. Spicer held up just a little tardy to the spot. Spicer gets held up against the wall, and the puck will go back into the corner. Ulmer turning it back to Brecken. Holberg chipped off his stick, a turnover. Mardo tries to dig it back out in front of the crease and ends up being tripped up for his efforts. Puck will go free. Now Mardo taking over on a turnover. Hits a slapper that's deflected. Near side, Panzer with the wrister into traffic. Blocked as well. And the puck into the corner with a big hit down there. Coach Scarperud wants a penalty that he's not going to get. We've got a fracas in front of the Grand Forks Red River bench. We're going to see Panzer being pulled out of there after he exchanges some words with Blaze Newbert. And the teams will separate. And Tim Scarperud was heavily animated after that hit, looking for a penalty that he didn't get.
Yeah, listen, it's in the corner that we can't see well because the student section is standing up. But from what the half that I saw, that Brecken Holberg was a pretty good distance away from the boards with his back turn. That's probably a penalty, Ryan. I mean, if you want to let the hooks and holds go, okay, but if there's a dangerous hit, I always get a little bit sensitive about those. I thought that should have been a call.
Cam Urian looking for control of a draw in the Red River zone. Knight stepped down to it, comes back out towards the point. Blake, wrister, blocked again. Puck will go loose, steps towards Corinta, but never got there. And a clearing play that will dribble back into the neutral zone in front of Logan Bina. Knights get back on side. Lose a puck back as far as the line, and Cullen Ross will drive it into the offensive end. Far side, Hoganson looking to come back and pick it up. Turns it back into the central side. Wyatt Blake is there for the Knights. A tough pass coming back to the near side, looking for support from Bina. This goes back to the neutral zone and a hit thrown in on Sam Presting. We're starting to see a little different Red River Central game than we typically see. We typically see some really good skating and a lot of technique, and this one's turning into a physical battle, and more so initiated by Red River after they take a hit or two.
Well, I think the key to Central is, with their speed and their skill, you have to be physical. You have to get in on them any chance you get to kind of slow them down, get them off their path. I think Red River knows that.
Rivard takes a little wrister, and Rylan Corinta will cover it up.
And you can see Red River, too. They're really committed here in the defensive zone, and they've kind of controlled that area of the ice, right? There hasn't been a lot of sustained pressure for Central as we're now almost at the 2-minute mark, except for that last shift from Mardo. That was the first time we've seen some really solid sustained pressure from Central. Great shift by the Mardo line.
Riders leading 2-0 on the All-True scoreboard. We're in the final 2 minutes of the opening period of play. Caden Ulmer sends it down to the corner, and we'll see Logan Nielsen bring it back out. Burris looking to transition up the wall. Touch into the neutral, looking for DeZiel. It was knocked back, but Nielsen was able to hold on to position. Nielsen will step up into the offensive end. He got tripped up, and here comes a whistle. And a penalty coming up that's going to put Grand Forks Central on the power play with 1:43 left to play.
Yeah, was that who are they giving this to? Yeah, Ulmer, yeah. He got his stick in there originally, Ryan, and maybe got away with one and then kind of went back to the well again and eventually took the Knight player down, and a huge chance for Central here. Boy, if they can get one in this last minute 43, you feel a lot better about this period, where I don't think Central was at their best for most of it.
2 minutes for hooking for Caden Ulmer. Comes at 15-17 of the first period. And the Knights will go on the RBB Electric power play, brought to you by RBB Electric, on call, on time, and online. RBBElectric.com. So Central the first to the man advantage tonight, but a clearing play by Red River will turn this back to the neutral zone. Wyatt Blake back to pick it up for Central, backpedaling against pressure from Griffin Hoganson. Comes back to center. Bina looking to make a long pass. Found Clausen. They may have been offside. They'll play through it. Clausen's pass is deflected up into the Red River section.
What a catch.
That kid from Red River made a one-handed catch on a puck, jumping off of the bleachers, and then came down on the bleachers and didn't lose his balance.
Sign him up. Is he a football player? Get him on the squad next year. Nothing but jump balls to that kid.
Vern Muir, you got work to do here at Purpur Arena tonight.
Should be scouting.
Will draw to the left of Ryland Corinta with 1:12 left of the period. 1:25 left of the power play, and off the draw, deflection all the way in on Weston Nielsen in the central zone.
So we should point out, too, this power play is going to leak into the second period. It's going to cut this 17 seconds short, assuming Central doesn't score. So kind of a little bit of a tough break, abbreviated power play.
Mardo coming up ice, looking back to Blake, and that comes back outside the zone. With 45 seconds left, the Knights have really yet to get into a power play cycle on their power play opportunity. Puck off the right side for Mardo. Mardo will leave it for Logan Nielsen on the top. Nielsen taking a look, wrister into traffic. Corinta makes a glove snare right between traffic. Pair of Red River defenders there, but Corinta no problem pulling it in. You know, quietly here, Ryland Corinta's put together a nice night.
Put together a nice game yesterday, looked calm, confident, and is kind of continuing today. And I'll tell you what, you kind of watch the Central power play. There's so many weapons. I mean, they have all these weapons down low, but Logan Nielsen last night snapped 2 from the blue line. He's also a threat just to walk down the middle and fire.
30 seconds of the penalty left. DeZiel tries to go top shelf, can't sneak it in. Rebound comes back to Nielsen on the right point. DeZiel's got it on the left. He'll look down towards the corner, stopped by Spicer. DeZiel.
Oh, he scored.
He got one. Cooper DeZiel will score 5-hole for Grand Forks Central. And on the power play, the Knights climb back to within a goal. It's now 2-1 Rough Riders.
Yeah, let's watch this again. When we see the replay here, this is a well set up play. I don't think Cooper was going 5-hole here. Did he get his stick deflected, or did he just kind of fan on the shot? I think he was going far side top corner. Watch him walk in. You see him look here.
He gets the pass back right there.
Oh, it hit his stick. I don't think that's where he was shooting, so tough break there for Corinta and the Riders, but a really well-run play by Central. If you give Coop a look from there, you're going to be in trouble.
It'll be Cooper DeZiel picking up the goal. Meanwhile, the save by Logan Nielsen on the rush back from Red River.
By the way, a huge goal. Can't understate how big that goal is for Grand Forks Central. If this 10 seconds goes by without anything else, down 1 is a lot better than down 2.
Absolutely. DeZiel scores at 16:42 of the period. There will be assists from Ryland Spicer and also from Che Kwame on the power play. And with 10 seconds left in the period, we'll have an offensive zone draw for Grand Forks Red River. The Knights back within 1 by a score of 2-1 to break up some of the Red River rhythm. Griffin Hoganson taking the draw for the Rough Riders. Bats one down on the far side, and we have a hand pass coming up here against Red River. And
yeah, huge.
You don't know how big that is. Central's got 4 different plays to score off a draw.
Yeah, Hulper got caught there, right? He had no other option but to bat that with his hand. Now, I think if you're Red River, I think you just leave that puck and just everyone back up and just let this clock run out. But now you give Central one last swing at it here with 6 seconds left. And we've seen what they can do off the draw. Watch Ryder Vard coming backside here and snapping one.
Abby Schauer will be with our coaches coming up in the intermission. Stay with us. Draw one by Cooper DeZiel. Tried to play it back up on the wall, and very quickly Brecken Holtberg going to pile it up on the boards, and the officials will step in to separate them again coming up here at the end of a period. So 2-1 after the first period. Red River snaps the momentum with a couple of very quick goals in succession, but Central comes back to score on the power play, and we're going to go to the second period with Red River on top by 1, and kind of tough to tell who carries the advantage of rhythm and momentum into the second period.
It is, but I'll tell you what, I mean, obviously Central had such a good game last night, but Red River obviously not having their best effort. They looked much cleaner, much tighter, much more engaged today. We didn't see that kind of play from Red River for any stretch of the game last night.
Yeah, they were much better here today as Tim Scarperud gets set to join us. And our intermission updates with our coaches brought to you by Acme Equipment, your Kubota dealer. Abby Schauer is standing by with Tim Scarperud. Abby?
Tim, you're up 2-1 in the EDC championship game. What's been the key difference maker tonight for you guys?
Well, I mean, obviously I think it's just two good teams going at it right now. I like our speed. You know, I think we're a lot better going north and south. Yesterday we got a little cute and didn't start the right way, but, you know, that first goal is just all because of speed and creating opportunity because of our skating. So I think we're skating a lot better and going okay so far.
And what are you going to be telling the boys in the locker room moving forward to close out this game tonight?
Don't let up, right? I mean, it's against a good team like Central, it's going to take all 3 periods. It's going to take all 51 minutes. Just don't let up. Just keep going. Keep that puck deep and make them go 200 feet.
Thank you, Tim. Good luck.
Tim Scarperud joining our Abby Schauer tonight as we make our way to our intermission report, brought to you by High Plains Water, your source for awesome water, and Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. We'll do that next. We'll come back, take a look at the highlights and a scoring update from the West region as well. So stay with us for more as we continue with our coverage of high school hockey. It's 2-1, Red River over Central after a period of play on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports, along with KNOX Radio. We're back next.
It's game day, and whether you're feeding the family or the entire team, Hugo's is the place to go. Score big with favorites from the meat department, delicious fresh veggies, and don't forget about the bakery to celebrate the big win. Hugo's Family Marketplace, your game day headquarters.
Thief River Glass handles it all. Aluminum storefronts, auto glass, windows, shower enclosures, and more. Just like our athletes, we're built for every season. No job is too big or too small. Call 218-681-1333 for year-round dependable service.
When you're looking for a change of pace, a change of routine, or a change of scenery, we'll help you find what's next. Berkshire Hathaway Home Services. For you, for life.
RBB Electric is proud to support local high school sports and the athletes who work hard every day. From the field to the classroom, dedication matters. Serving homes, businesses, and farms across the region, RBB Electric is honored to support our teams and communities.
Ready to launch your future? At Northland Community and Technical College, opportunity starts here. Train for high-demand technical and skilled trades or start with an affordable Associates of Arts degree and transfer with ease. Visit northlandcollege.edu.
The Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Talk to your Kubota dealer to schedule a demo.
For expert sales and service, visit Acme Equipment or online at acmekubota.com.
The body shop you work with is your choice, so pick the local team with the service you trust. Modern Auto Body in Grand Forks can make it look like the accident never happened. Schedule an appointment for an estimate on our website or give us a call.
Spare Husband keeps homes running smoothly with trusted repairs, remodels, and every fix in between. JK Rents sets the scene with tables and chairs for weddings, parties, and celebrations. Together, they're proud local high school sports sponsors, supporting the teams and the community they call home.
This is the KNOX Intermission Report, presented by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey tonight in the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. After a period of play, it's a 2-1 matchup in favor of Grand Forks Red River over Grand Forks Central to make our way to our halftime report this evening. And our halftime, or I should say rather, our intermission report this evening. And our intermission report is brought to you tonight by our friends at High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks, and brought to you tonight as well by our friends that we have at Grand Forks Welding and Machine. They are the Men of Steel, Ryan Cunningham and Ryan Kuntz here tonight. Abby Schauer with us here tonight as well with our intermission report that we have for you tonight with our coaches' interviews. 2-1, Grand Forks Red River leading Grand Forks Central. 2 goals, 14 seconds apart for Grand Forks Red River. All the momentum in the world. They give up the penalty. Tell me, Ryan, how big that is for Grand Forks Central going into the locker room.
Well, I mean, it's Grand Forks Central, right? We know that they can score, 2 goals by the time you take a sip of your drink, right? So, I mean, they're never out of a game. We know they start slow, and they can flip the script at any given time. But I think for Central, it's just a mentality thing. It's coming into the second period. Okay, now it's down 1. Now it's 1 shot, it's 1 play, and we're back tied. So I think it's just a mentality, a better feeling, just being down 1 instead of down 2. I mean, I was surprised that, like we talked about, I just didn't see a lot of pressure from Central outside of a couple of shifts, right? There was so much time for Red River, time, space, defensive zone, neutral zone. Even in the offensive zone, they were getting behind Central's defensive, which is something you rarely ever see. So I think Central needs a little bit of a reset here in the intermission, but again, feeling much better about 2-1 than 2-0.
Well, and you mentioned something there that was important. Offensively, Grand Forks Central looked just fine. Created some of the things that they wanted to.
Yep.
The usual pass behind a guy or whatever, but they looked cohesive. They looked like they were doing some things, but when Red River had the puck, it just wasn't the Central that we're used to seeing.
No, I mean, we watched the last couple of games for Central, even against Shanley. And again, it was a blowout win, but every time Shanley had a rush of any kind, it was even numbers, right? It was 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3. There was never an odd man situation for Shanley to kind of capitalize on, but tonight, I mean, the second goal, or the first goal was a 3-on-2. We saw multiple odd man opportunities, which, like I said, is just something you don't see from Central very often.
Let's take a look at our highlights that we have from the opening period tonight, brought to you by American Family Insurance. Tyler Nagel, your agent. It gets started. Really quick goal. This is a beautiful play. Caden Ulmer finishing a Cale Gruenberg pass and scoring. That made it 1-0 at that point in favor of Grand Forks Red River. We had no sooner brought you that highlight when Grand Forks Red River comes right back, and it's Griffin Hoganson, the hero from last night, that chips one in on a flurry in front of the net. That made it 2-0, but after taking the opening penalty of the night, Red River gives up a power play to Central. Cooper DeZiel gets a pass back, maybe tried to lift this, hit it off the bottom of his stick. His stick actually got hit on the way through, and that redirects the puck low versus high. Goes 5-hole on Ryland Corinta, and DeZiel scores on the power play to make it 2-1, so Central gets one back. One thing to mention about that situation that we had with the power play, and that situation with the power play, was that when you take a look at Red River giving up the power play, we talked about that earlier in the tournament. Their power play is not yet exactly where they want it to be at this point. They got to try to pick it up a little bit. Penalty kill, I should say not power play, but penalty kill, right, about 75%. So a place that they are vulnerable going through the tournament.
And you watch Central kind of roll through. They got both power play units out there for that one. In fact, the first unit came out twice. That was their second time around when they scored. There's so many weapons, Ryan. There's so many weapons. We talked about, hey, Logan Nielsen could just walk down the middle of the ice and rip one from there. He scored a couple goals doing that last night. You got Cooper DeZiel on one flank. You got Ryder Rivard on another flank. We've seen them both just tee off one-timers from that wall position. But then if Central gets the puck down low, they do such a good job of working it from behind the net to the front of the net. It's like, where do you defend at? And if your PK's not, cranking on all cylinders, that's a big ask.
Absolutely. So Grand Forks Central gets one back in the power play. Our scoring summary with Who Lit the Lamp is brought to you by Bergstrom Electric. They make the lamp and the light shine brighter, and I think we just got some bad news. We don't have a scoring summary as of yet.
We don't. No.
Thankfully, I was able to take it down. So our scoring summary, Caden Ulmer scored at 6:52 of the opening period. He lights the lamp, and Griffin Hoganson just 14 seconds later at 7:06. So Ulmer with the goal for Grand Forks Red River, Hoganson with one as well. Ulmer's goal assisted by Cale Gruenberg and also by Cullen Rost, and Griffin Hoganson's goal was assisted by Stetson Brown, who's had a great tournament. And for Central, on the power play, Cooper DeZiel, assisted by Ryland Spicer and Shea Kwame. That came at 16:42 of the period and on the man advantage. So who lit the lamp? Well, Caden Ulmer and Griffin Hoganson for Red River, Cooper DeZiel for Central, and that's who lit the lamp. Brought to you by Bergstrom Electric. They make the lamp and the light shine brighter. A score update from the West Region and more when we come back, so stay with us. This is our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports. We have more coming up in just a couple of moments, so don't go anywhere. We'll continue with our coverage next.
Hey, this is Pastor Paul. I'd like to welcome you to Hope Church, especially if you're a person that doesn't have a place where you hang out spiritually. We would love for you to come and experience hope and find God. Hope Church, 9, 10:30, and 6 p.m. on Sundays. For more information, you can check out gfhope.org.
Pick 6 for $19.99, a perfect meal for two.
That's got a rhyme.
Well, how about munching on pick 6, my mouth going yap, yap. People always staring at my wings, they go flap, flap. Dave is so surprised because he didn't know I'd rap. Pick 6 meal for two for $19.99.
H&S Electrical Services is proud to support local high school sports. From homes to industry, we deliver safe, reliable electrical solutions. Locally owned and operated, our skilled team ensures quality and service you can trust. H&S, trusted in your homes and businesses.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivards Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
The way we live and work has changed, but our service and commitment remain. We're evolving to meet your insurance needs with answers where and when you need them most. Nodak Insurance Company.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. Man, that band is fired up tonight. The Central Fight song going on right now as the Grand Forks Central coaching staff making their way back out to the bench, and Abby Schauer will attempt to get a word with Grant Paranika, brought to you by Acme Equipment, your Kubota dealers in Grand Forks tonight. Let's go down to Abby Schauer.
Grant, down 2-1 going into the second period. What needs to change here in order to even this thing up?
Well, we got to possess pucks. We're swatting it around. It looks more like a ping pong game than anything to us. So, we just got to get a hold of it kind of and get more than a one-man attack going. Red River's coming at us really hard, and we've kind of recognized that, but we haven't been able to counter. So that's kind of what I guess what we got to do to get more chances.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Abby Schauer visiting tonight with Grant Paranika, the head coach of the Grand Forks Central Knights hockey team. And here we go. 3-1 final score, by the way, on the Ultra scoreboard up in Thief River Falls tonight. So East Grand Forks beaten by Detroit Lakes by a final score of 3-1 this evening.
We were talking about that off air earlier, and I don't think anyone thought that was going to be an easy game for East Grand Forks. I mean, they split the regular season, those two teams. But
absolutely they did, yeah. By the way, out west, a final is in. Minot United defeats Bismarck Legacy by a score of 2-0. And so Minot United is on their way as the West Region champion into the tournament. So that means that it will be Minot United going up against West Fargo Cheyenne in the opening round of the tournament. And we'll see Bismarck Legacy going up against Fargo Shanley in the opening round of the tournament. coming up in Fargo on Thursday. So there's an update.
Already a couple interesting games, huh?
Oh, yeah.
We're not even done with the night yet.
The storylines are going to be thick going into that state tournament. That much we do know. We're ready to go with second period action here tonight as Central and Red River will draw with a 2-1 lead in favor of the Rough Riders over the Knights. And the puck into the neutral zone, bouncing through. This will be played off the glass in front of the scorer's table. Wyatt Blake will play it off the wall. Ends up past Kwame, and here comes Stetson Brown for Red River. His drive up and over the bar. Loose puck back to Cullen Rost on the right. Rost will drive it in. Works back near side. They found Cooper DeZiel. DeZiel driving up through the neutral zone as well. Got in deep and then ends up losing the puck. He'll have to come back outside the zone. And Griffin Hoganson putting some pressure on the forecheck for Grand Forks Red River. A dump in by Stetson Brown, and the Riders will look to change up. Logan Bina to the right side for Ryder Rivard. Rivard to stop, going rink wide, trying to find Bina. Puck loose, Cale Gruenberg comes over to pressure one on the left wall. This ends up back out.
Big hit.
With a big hit, and a penalty coming up here as well. Huge hit on Blaze Newbert, and that's going to result in a penalty against Grand Forks Red River.
Yeah, he came to the middle of the ice there. Rivard was the culprit who hit him. I'm assuming they're going to say it was a high hit.
Be Ryder Rivard that will take it. Elbowing call. Let's take a look at it again on the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay, and you'll see the hit that comes in here as Rivard takes his seat, and the neutrals are actually in the penalty box, and it comes back really right there, and maybe kind of brought the elbow up.
Yeah, you could see his stick in the air, right? Rivard's stick in the air, which means his hands are probably up a little bit, so probably the right call.
And so on we go now with play continuing on the power play for Grand Forks Red River for the first time tonight. Power play brought to you by RBB Electric, on call, on time, and online. RBBelectric.com. They bring you our power plays throughout the course of the season, and we'll see a puck out of play 11 seconds into the power play.
As we always say with Grand Forks Central, some dangerous guys shorthanded here. So Red River needs to be on alert, obviously. You can't be making mistakes up at the blue line. Central's got a couple guys that like to go on the PK and see if they can't snag one.
Not only that, but they almost relish the opportunity to do so. I mean, they've been offensive on the penalty kill for a long time. Shot coming in from Brecken Holtberg. Loose puck to Rost. Ends up behind the net with Caden Ulmer. Now Hoganson off the left point, working back to Holtberg. Hoganson again. Holtberg on the right point, looking in. Will send it back over towards the blue line, and a pickup there by Rost. Hoganson once more, one-timer blocked out in front of the net. That's a huge block shot for Bodie Burris. Took it right in the gut and kept right on going. Caden Ulmer comes away. Gruenberg with a one-time blast.
Is that thing loose?
Pinballs around in front of the crease.
There's no whistle yet.
Nothing but coal mining going on in front of the crease right now. The puck comes loose back out in front, and the shot whistles wide. That time taken by Ulmer. And an attempt to clear, blasted off the far wall. Finally for Grand Forks Central from Gavin Wackenfuss.
Boy, that puck was apparently loose forever. I mean, we couldn't see it, but the ref was right on the back of the net, so he obviously saw that thing loose. But it was just whacking at it, and Logan Nielsen, or Weston Nielsen, somehow finding a way to keep it on the net.
And a shot in on Nielsen, and Nielsen will hold for the whistle. And we'll see Caden Ulmer calmly escorted out of the crease by Carson Cutterbutt with 47 seconds left of the power play.
That was wild. Not sure how that stayed out, Ryan. I mean, at one time, you can't see the puck, right? But from where everyone was poking their sticks, that thing looked like it was probably sitting on the line. Nielsen's skate probably pressed against the post, just holding on for dear life, trying to clear that puck.
He was trying to cover it, and at that point, I think
he was in no position to cover it. All he could do was leave his pad on the post, and hopefully someone else would come in and take care of it for him.
And in the meantime, Red River couldn't see it. I don't think anybody knew where the puck was.
No,
they were
just
kind
knew
of
it was
putting
there
sticks
somewhere
where they thought it was. Kind of like duck hunting at that point. Just shoot at the crowd and see what happens. Puck will come back for Grand Forks Red River on the left point. We're down to 30 seconds left of the power play. Ends up in the corner. Back out to Mason Breno on the right point. Breno looks down to Stetson Brown. Back to Breno on the right. He'll be pressured by DeZiel. Down to Brown, cutting across the high slot. Svoboda dials it up on top for Erie, and a bouncing one-timer in front of Nielsen. Dangles. Another puck put back in the crease, and a chance by Newbert that ends up through the top of the blue paint and ends up over on the far wall. Brown will be hit by Panzer. Newbert picks up the loose puck with 5 seconds left of the power play. A bounder out in front. Svoboda has his shot blocked. Able to hold the offensive end was Breno, and Grand Forks Central's back to full strength. So the Knights have killed off the power play, and they go looking. Rivard jumps out. He's got a step, got in, backhander.
What a save.
Kick save by Ryland Corinta as Rivard had a step. The Riders try to clear. Bina down to a knee to pick it up. He'll drive it back on the right. He ends up finding a pass to DeZiel with a jab towards the net. DeZiel turns the rebound back out on top. A drive in from the high slot by Bina. That's blocked, and here comes Breno back up the ice for Red River. He dumps down the wall. Nielsen will take it behind his own net, tries to transition out. Bina with a stretch pass to Trey Clausen up into the offensive end. Clausen leaves the puck behind, and Thor Seeger backhands it to Caden Binky in the neutral zone for the Rough Riders. Back near side, hit from behind coming in on Sam Presting. Seeger ends up picking up the puck and drives it back up for Binky. He'll be beat to the spot by Wyatt Blake. Off the wall, puck picked up on the far side by Trey Clausen. This will be kind of pitchforked into the air, and icing will be the call against Grand Forks Central with 13:07 left to go here in the period. Our coverage brought to you tonight by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR for PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks and Devils Lake, where the PS stands for perfect service.
Let's go back a little bit of a rush for Grand Forks Central there. Sort of a quasi 3-on-2. It's kind of a 3-on-2.5, but Brody Lucier did a great job gapping up and kind of sniffing that out. He was tight on the offensive player, Ryan. He controlled that play and kind of stopped that 3-on-2. A great play by him.
Jacob Spicer coming up the ice, drives one in, looking for Trey Clausen, who was out in front of a defender. Clausen looking back towards the point, leaves it on the point. Nielsen driving one in up and over the bar. This will spring back to Bodie Burris on the point, who dumps it back down to the corner. Riders look to break out, pass intended for Newbert. I think Gruenberg got a piece of it. Then Gruenberg throws a stick on Bodie Burris and then gives him a shove as well after Burris.
To let him know he's there?
Just to put it back up in the Red River zone. Yeah, just saying hi at this point between Gruenberg and Burris. Gruenberg has it back, drives his way through the neutral zone off towards the right. Drive by Cullen Rost up into the air. It's up and over the bar and works back towards the corner. Spicer trying to dig one out for Central. Stetson Brown for the Rough Riders, and we'll see a whistle. Not sure what they called here.
I think it hit the Red River bench possibly. Looks like it's going to go back to the central zone.
Come back into the night zone for a draw with 12:13 to play. Our coaches' interviews tonight are brought to you by Acme Equipment, your Kubota dealers. A full line of Kubota products across from Simplot, their lot on Gateway in Grand Forks. If you're still looking to move snow, and there's plenty of it to move, they've got all the right equipment at Acme Equipment. You can find them, your Kubota dealers, in Grand Forks, and again, see their lot across from Simplot on Gateway Drive. Puck out on the left for Grand Forks Central. Played up into the neutral zone, and it'll be picked up by Ryland Spicer. Down numbers with Mardo. A drive that's kept low, goes wide of the net from Corinta. The puck will come back out towards the right side wall. Cutterba drives one in. A chance by Spicer to deflect it in front of the net. Instead, he'll leave it for Walkenfuss, who carries it into the corner. Walkenfuss sidesteps the defender. Brecken Holtberg gets in. Svoboda gets in. Holtberg hits the deck. Walkenfuss does as well. And the puck will come back out to Blake, trying to chase down Stetson Brown. Holtberg took it back for Red River and found Svoboda in the corner. Svoboda lost the puck, and Nolan Mardo takes it over. Pass to the high slot. Blake down to the doorstep. It's deflected by Corinta. Dangled on top of the crease for a moment, and then is played back out to the line where Griffin Hoganson picks it up. He's down numbers coming up the ice, makes a spin move, holds possession in the left circle, turns it back to the point, and took a big hit from Walkenfuss coming back in. And the loose puck to Logan Bina for Central, as the Knights look to dig one out. It's Walkenfuss. They've got a 3-on-2 if they hurry. It's Mardo stepping up the offensive end. He snipes that one that goes wide of the net, and that was a howitzer. Puck back into the neutral zone. Long rush to get with it for Ryan Blake. That'll be icing, and that should take us to our media timeout with 10:47 to play here in the opening period, or rather second period. 2-1 your score on our All True scoreboard. We continue with our coverage next on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports tonight. From Purpur Arena, it's the Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament Final. Grand Forks, Red River, Grand Forks Central. Been a fun one here so far tonight between these two. Ryan Cunningham, Ryan Kuntz with you here. And we'll draw coming up in the Grand Forks, Red River zone. It comes out to the point. Drive goes wide to the net from Logan Bina. Boy, Central beginning to find a little bit more of an offensive groove here and a body throw.
Yeah, I agree. Central really starting to push a little bit. Didn't see this much in the first, but this period they're getting back to their game a little bit better.
Red River back up into the neutral zone. Gruenberg with a backhand shove. It goes up in the air, and it's caught by Grand Forks Central's Brody Ledege. Ledege will turn it back towards the left side. Blake up into the neutral zone looking for Kirkaby. He got a puck loose towards the goal line, and then Cam Urian just throws him around in the corner. It'll be taken back out of the far corner by, I believe, Cutter, but now loose puck. Bodie Burris with a chance. Deflected wide to the net. That happened quicker than a hiccup.
That did happen quick, and I think actually Rylan Crinta probably had the shot dialed, but it hit another rider's stick and went the opposite way. A close call there for Red River.
Now we'll see a whistle as, well, going to have a hand pass coming up here against Grand Forks Central. Trying to get an update in on the Hugo's Low scoreboard here, and Grand Forks Central today in the opening round of the state duels tournament, boy, just dominated. 58-3 in the first round. They defeated Devils Lake 47-25 in the consolation semis, and Central ends up dropping the fifth place matchup to Bismarck Century today, 39-22. So Grand Forks Central finishing sixth in the state duels championships going on today down in Fargo at the state wrestling tournament. Ryder Rivard battling for control. Loose puck snapped off the wall that time, and it came snapshot from Chase Kulka. The rebound will go back into the Grand Forks Red River zone. We're at 9:25 to play, second period, 2-1 on the all-true scoreboard. Grand Forks Red River currently leading Grand Forks Central 2 goals, 14 seconds apart. For Grand Forks Red River, the difference in the first period, at least so far in the matchup. Beadall with a drive, and right there is Weston Nielsen to make a glove save.
Nice little neutral zone transition there by Red River. They love finding that wide guy, Ryan. They like moving one way and then coming back across the ice the other way. They do a good job of kind of finding some soft areas of the ice, and when they're going in the right direction, they execute that play pretty well, and you saw it right there.
How'd the shots get to be 17-12 Red River?
Yeah, they're kind of just chiseling away, aren't they? But a lot of one-and-dones lately for Red River.
Yeah, very quiet that they're up to that 17-12 shots on goal advantage here in the second period. Puck back towards the near side. It'll be played off the wall that time by Trey Clausen. Clausen comes in for a loose puck, tries to drive in with the puck picked up off the left that time by Rylan Edmond, but Clausen picked his pocket. Now Edmond gets back to it, and he'll be forced into the wall on the far side. For Grand Forks Central by Jacob Spicer. Spicer and Sam Presting both doing battle for the puck. It's freed on the back end by Griffin Hoganson. You can always tell where Hoganson is. He's a head taller than everybody else on the ice.
And the puck's on his stick 95% of the time he's on the ice.
There's that as well. Breno trying to clear one. Instead, it's a snapshot by Kaysen Panzer from the left point. And that'll be stopped by Rylan Corinta for his 12th save of the night. We'll draw coming up in the Red River zone with 8:28 to play in the second period.
Boy, I'd love to say Red River had a matchup, a favorable matchup there, right? You have your top line, or one of your top lines against Central's third line, but that third line is Clausen, Presting, and Spicer, who completely dominated that shift. So there really is no favorable matchups, is there?
Off the draw, Rylan Spicer picks up a wrister, hits the top of the bar, and it deflects out of play.
And they threw it back. Who's not keeping that puck? That's a fun little souvenir. Your kids will love that.
You know, we're used to throwing them back at Wrigley if they're not ours. It came from Central's crowd, though. I don't know. Maybe they keep the goals and throw away the missed shots. Cutterbuck will turn the loose puck into the near side corner off the draw in the Red River end. It goes loose into the corner. Marto picking it up. He's got walking boost. Marto,
nice
little
play.
give-and-go play, drove towards the net, couldn't quite get it cleanly, and Red River puts it back up into the neutral zone. Gruenberg coming over, throws another body. Big collision in front of the Grand Forks Red River net, and now Gruenberg turns a puck up ice and gets right into the backside of Brady Kirkeby, and now Cutterba throws a body inside on Cale Gruenberg. And Marto will chip one off the wall. Looking to get a step. He's pulled down, and here comes a penalty against Grand Forks Red River. So back to the power play for Central, where they are 1 for 1 so far tonight against a penalty kill for the Rough Riders that, as we mentioned, is about 75% on the year, and maybe a little vulnerability here, and it's going to be Cullen Ross, the defender, that's going in the box.
Yeah, not a bad penalty to take if you're Red River. I mean, Marto's in. If you don't take him down, he's in, and it's probably a breakaway, if not a 2-on-0, but that play starts down here with a really nice effort by Carson Cutterba to knock Gruenberg off the puck. He spun it back up the ice, and that's where that whole thing started.
It's a holding call on Cullen Ross, so the holding penalty, and a puck down to the doorstep for a score for Che Kwame, who will score on the power play with Nielsen leading it from the high slot. It took just 8 seconds on the power play. This game is tied.
So we're going to watch this again. This is a shot from Logan Nielsen. It gets deflected on the way by a rider's stick, but Che Kwame has the wherewithal to kind of stick with it, right?
Nielsen will pick it up. It'll be brought back off the wall. And here's the drive from Nielsen.
There,
and there's
but Che
with the
Kwame in the right spot. He stuck with that and tips it far side. They don't always have to be pretty or work out like you drew them up. Great play by Che Kwame there.
So the game is tied at 2. The hot start for Grand Forks Red River has been equalized by Grand Forks Central on a pair of power play goals. As Kwame gets credit for the goal. Logan Nielsen will pick up an assist. And Cooper DeZiel is back on the scoreboard as well, his second point tonight. It's Kwame from Nielsen and DeZiel on the power play at 9:19 of the second period. And here we are, 2-2 with 7:27 to play in the second period in the East Region Championship game.
Yeah. I was, funny, I was just texting Tyler Klein, who's here. We talked to him yesterday. He loves the atmosphere. I told him we need this one to be close so something happens, so the roof comes off this place at some point tonight. Because I just feel like there's an energy building right now, don't you?
You do, yeah. And it's because it's Central Red River, right? Again, they've forgotten about the East Region title. This is just a good old game between the crosstown rivals, right? That's what it is. Somebody's taking home the East Region Championship, though, when this one comes to an end tonight. Brecken Holtberg breaks out with a puck for Grand Forks Red River. He looks up the ice trying to find Mason Breno. Into the corner, a sidestep by Wyatt Blake. Really nice defensive play for Blake, but Cullen Ross picks up the loose puck,
nice
drives
tip.
one in, it deflects, and Nielsen has to cover it up. He'll hold for the whistle. That was a tough puck to handle for Weston Nielsen. He gets the cover on it.
Yeah, great play by Cullen Ross just to track down a puck right at the blue line, and in desperation just turns and fires into the net. Mason Breno standing right on top of the crease and gets that thing to bounce on net. You're right. That was a tough save for Weston Nielsen because that thing was not coming in clean.
We'll see a draw to the right of Weston Nielsen.
And he's had a lot of those tonight. Right, he's had a lot of bouncy pucks on net. Sometimes those are harder to save than just hard shots, you know what I mean?
Well, it's because there's been effort around the net for both teams tonight. I mean, the pile-up that we had, been a lot of digging. Cullen Ross, a one-timer, hit it cleanly. It's up and over.
How'd that not go in?
Puck will come back to the left side. DeZiel. It fluttered a bit. Ross didn't hit it cleanly, all right?
I just like to use that line when I can.
He's going to tee that up for a mulligan is what he's going to do, but he put a good piece of wood on it anyway. Caden Ulmer coming back near side, looking for a cross-ice pass for Gruenberg. DeZiel got a piece to chip it away. Another collision in the neutral zone. Rivard comes out. Kwame looking left side. DeZiel trying to gather it up in the circle. Instead, Cale Gruenberg comes away with a loose puck. 2-on-2 with Newbert. Gruenberg will widen out to the right point. His pass gets picked off. I'm not sure how somebody like Bodie Burris can just put a stick down clean and take that one away. And then Che Kwame tries to vault over Cullen Ross' shoulders to get it up into the neutral, actually into the offensive end. Another puck out neutral. Bodie Burris picks it up, chips off the left wall. Rost is there to pick it up for Grand Forks Red River. Ross to turn to the right corner. Dumps one up and over bodies. Goes loose to the wall for Caden Ulmer. Ulmer a stop on the right half wall. Comes back high. Tried to play it across ice for Gruenberg. That was broken up by Central's defense. Clausen comes away. He'll fire up over the bar. We'll see a draw coming up in the Red River zone, and that'll take us to a media stoppage with a clock at 5:37 left to go in the second period. Media timeout. Your score in the East Region final. Central 2, Red River 2 on the All-True scoreboard. This is high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports. And we're back with more coming up next.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
Ready to launch your future? At Northland Community and Technical College, opportunity starts here. Train for high-demand technical and skilled trades or start with an affordable Associates of Arts degree and transfer with ease. Visit northlandcollege.edu.
Vegan Construction Game Look-In brought to you by Vegan Construction, designers, builders, engineers. Nearly a century of quality work in the Red River Valley. Grand Forks Red River scores twice, 14 seconds apart in the first period. Central scores twice on the power play, late first, mid-second. Cooper DeZiel with 2 points tonight for the Knights. Griffin Hoganson and Caden Ulmer with a goal each for Red River. And it's a 2-2 draw, at least for now. 2-2 tie with 5.5 left to play in the second period. And that's our Vegan Construction Game Look-In tonight, brought to you by Vegan Construction, designers, builders, and engineers in the upper Red River Valley. Griffin Hoganson driving one back behind the Grand Forks Central net. Cutterba over to pick it up. Stetson Brown comes out with it for the Rough Riders. Brown turns it back to the left point for Caden Svoboda. A touch by Hoganson in the corner. Ends up down there again, and this time picked out by Kason Panzer for Grand Forks Central. Toss up the ice, long chase for Sam Presting, but he's beaten to the spot by Svoboda. Then Svoboda made a pass that ends up being turned over as Trey Clausen got a touch on it. Puck loose back to neutral. Stetson Brown comes away. He's on the right with Mason Breno. Breno to Brown, and Brown slams on a one-timer. Weston Nielsen comes up with a save. Central tries to get into a transition. Meanwhile, it's brought back by Rylan Edmond for Red River as far as the central line. And we've got someone without a twig out there and a whistle that will stop play with the puck going back into the central end for a draw.
Well, that was Caden Svoboda who lost his stick, and actually Central had a 2-on-2 by the defenseman who had no stick, and it was Caden Svoboda, but they kind of bobbled the puck. But let's go back to that play by Breno. Unbelievable job, driving wide, throws it right on the tape to Stetson Brown, who puts it the only place he really can with the defender on him. And what a save by Weston Nielsen. Unbelievable sequence.
Loose puck off the draw after a deflected shot came from Edmond from Grand Forks Red River on the point. Long stretch pass, Spicer right wing. He drives one wide of the net. Loose puck back off to the point, and Bina able to hold that in.
How did he hold that puck in?
Not sure how, but it will be lost by Central anyway as the puck comes back near side for Benke, and the Riders are back up into the offensive end. Benke back behind the net, twirls it back off towards the right. Looking to try to find Edmond, and instead, puck knocked loose, and here comes Mardo. 2-on-1. Mardo will hold it for the 3-on-2. Walkenfuss back to Mardo, trying to go tic-tac-toe. Mardo couldn't hold the puck cleanly in the corner.
Boy, one of the rare mistakes that Nolan Mardo makes, he passed it on Ledegy's backhand. And Ledegi couldn't get the shot. Was it Ledegi or was it Spicer?
It was
Whoever
Spicer.
It was, Spicer.
And now we're going to see a penalty coming up as well, and this may go against the Knights.
Yeah, this might be on.
Penalty's going to come at.
Who's going in the box?
Well, we'll see.
Walkenfuss.
It's going to be Walkenfuss that will go in, and it'll be a slashing call. Time of the penalty is going to be at 12 minutes and 59 seconds. So Walkenfuss will take a slashing call. Another power play coming up, brought to you by RBB Electric, on call, on time, and online. RBBelectric.com. So Gavin Walkenfuss for slashing at 12:59. And Red River back to the power play.
Looks like they're going to toss Caden Ulmer in the draw here. Gruenberg tried to get a head start on that.
Be the second opportunity for Grand Forks Red River on the power play tonight. They're 0 for 1. Central's 2 for 2. Rivard trying to clear a loose puck to Cullen Rost on the right point. Rost a look. Back out high for Brecken Hultberg into the corner for Hoganson. Hoganson back to Hultberg, high slot, stepping towards the right. Hoganson will take it. His drive through traffic blocked. I believe it was knocked down by Blake. He goes fishing for the loose puck, and a return by Central ends up being knocked down by Cullen Rost. And now here comes DeZiel, and he's got one thing in mind. He's coming up by shorthanded. DeZiel, a wrister from the left point that goes wide of the net. He'll get help from Rivard coming up on the right wall, trying to close the gap, but Cale Gruenberg breaks out with the puck and restarts the power play rush for the Rough Riders. Gruenberg left point, dumping down towards the corner. Riders try to set up the full cycle. This will come back towards the point. Hultberg was there. Gruenberg takes a bump in the back, ends up losing his footing, and Cullen Ross throws it kind of to nowhere. Was looking for Ulmer on the left point, but really nobody home. Nielsen will hold it up. 1 minute left to go on the power play. Brought to you by RBB Electric, and Central will get it clear.
Great job by Weston Nielsen. Riders tried to dump that and ring it around to the far side. Weston Nielsen cut it off, and it was easily cleared by Central. Really heads-up play by Weston.
Now a loose puck, Trey Clausen, 2-on-2. Clausen a drive. Carinta gloves it and then covers a rebound after it bounces out. And now we got Clausen mixing it up with Newbert in the far corner. Kwame coming in behind, trying to push Newbert off of Clausen. Clausen now throwing some words out there, I believe, with Breno. And we're going to see another draw coming up in the Red River zone, as we'll see Ryland Carinta take the bucket off in the net.
Did you see Trey Clausen's reaction there? He kind of came in late. I don't even think he got a piece of Carinta, but he was in the area late, and he turned around with like his fist ready to go. Like, who's coming at me? He knew he was in trouble. I thought that was funny.
Clausen wins the draw for Grand Forks Central. On the point, it's Burris that dumps it back in. Clausen rushes towards the white wall, and picks it up in the corner, but this will be taken out by Cam Urian for the Rough Riders. Off towards the right side. Breno plays it back to center. Newbert steps up in the offensive end, and Red River's offside, trying to get on the power play rush. And a rather disjointed power play for Red River down the stretch here.
Yeah, a little bit there. Breno, I mean, Newbert was trying to gain the line, but a great job by the Knight defender. But when you're tight like that, Ryan, you can kind of dictate plays, right? And the Knight defenseman forced Breno to sort of widen out his stride to gain the zone, and that pulled Stetson Brown offsides.
You can see Red River changing up power play personnel. They'll get Griffin Hoganson and Caden Ulmer back on the ice with Gruenberg here with 29 seconds left of the power play. Great camera work done again tonight by our camera crew that we've had throughout the evening. And Cullen Rost will drive one in. That rings off the right side corner. A step back to Gruenberg for the Rough Riders. He lost the puck. Nielsen will drift it back to the neutral zone. Brecken Hultberg back to get to it. The Knights will back off on pressure and wait at the Red River blue line to pick up the Rough Riders coming back in. Hultberg stepping up, trying to cut through on the high slot, looking for Gruenberg perhaps. That one knocked away by Central, and Grand Forks Central kills off another penalty. So the power play comes to an end for Red River, still 2-2. Great pass. Spicer to the doorstep, and a drive by Wackenfuss that somehow Carinta came over to make a stop on. The net was wide open for Wackenfuss, and Carinta got there at the last moment. Wow.
Yeah, I think Wackenfuss is going to want that one back. Great dish. He had the whole net, and Carinta was down trying to get across, and just kind of went back into his body, and even that almost went. It looked like it almost went five-hole on Carinta as he was trying to slide across, but close.
He gathered it up as close as he could. Puck loose back over on the far side. This will be taken up by Red River off the draw from Mason Breno, and Breno will dump it into the Central zone. We're inside of 2 minutes to play in the second period. Tied at 2, Red River and Central on the all-true scoreboard. DeZiel chasing down a loose puck against Ross. Stays in his footing, dumps it out in front of the net. It's loose. Kwame slashes in looking for an opportunity, but it's broken up, and the puck will come back towards the left with Cullen Rost on the drive for Red River. Ross looking into the corner, being chased by Cutterba all the way. Cutterba pays him a visit into the end wall. Then Ross picks it up, tries to go wrap around on the near side. That's deflected. Breno tries to bring it out and loses possession of the puck. DeZiel back behind the net, able to pick up possession, and Kwame will dump it into the Red River zone.
Another really great play defensively by Carson Cutterba. Ross was coming in hot down the left side, and Carson Cutterba just bumps him off his path and forces him to go around the net versus cutting to the net. Great job by Carson.
Wackenfuss trying to leak one up the ice for Spicer on a pass through defenders, and we'll see a cover by Carinta with 53.8 seconds left. The thing that stands out, as you see a look at Carinta, who's had a big game tonight for the Rough Riders. By the way, shots are even now at 19 apiece. The thing that stands out, Ryan, is that both of these teams seem to be on top of their game right now. They're playing really quality hockey.
Yeah, I think both teams have really tightened up. Everything seems to be clean. I mean, they're defending hard, but they're also making plays to kind of break the other team defensively. So, I mean, good job by both teams. It's a great hockey game so far.
It has been a fantastic final. with 46.8 seconds left. Our intermission report, we'll see our coaches' conversations again as Abby Schauer and Kristen Clay get into position. Coaches' conversations brought to you by Acme Equipment, your Kubota dealers, with a full line of Kubota products in Grand Forks on their lot across from Simplot on Gateway Drive. And we'll go down to the ice coming up during the intermission. Logan Bina has one leaked through. Loose puck to Gruenberg. Gruenberg with a drive up over the bar. And the loose puck picked up by Blaze Newbert on the right side. He dumps down, looking for Gruenberg to step in. It was broken up by Wyatt Blake. Puck back in the neutral zone. Too strong for Mardo to pick it up on the bounce. Svoboda cuts it off. Tried to play it through, but here comes Spicer, 3-on-2 odd man. He drops for Walkenfuss and a wrister that got broken up on the way through.
Really nice play.
Picks it up. He'll look down. Mardo with a chance, pulling back to his forehand side, and was unable to put the puck on the stick cleanly.
Well, Ryder defender got a stick on Mardo's stick. Otherwise, that's in the back of the net, Ryan.
Puck back towards the right side half wall, and it looks like the period will come to a conclusion with the puck trapped up against the wall, and that's going to be the end of two. A power play goal for Grand Forks Central. We should add, the Knights have not yet scored at even strength tonight. 2 power play goals, the difference, and we talked about it on Tuesday in the keys for the game, and it kind of took us by surprise, Rhino, that Red River's penalty kill at 75.3% for the year. And I don't think there's anything subjectively wrong with the penalty kill, but they just haven't had a lot of luck on it so far this season. As we get ready for Abby Schauer, she'll be joined here by Tim Scarperud as we'll go down to the bench where we've got Abby Schauer standing by with Tim Scarperud. Abby?
Okay. Tim, you guys gave up a goal halfway through that second period. The game is now tied. What did you see that period, and what do you guys want to clean up?
Yeah, I think we got it. We just went in spurts more often that period. I think the start of the period was okay. You know, they got a lucky bounce in the power play goal, but got to stay out of the box as well. And I think towards the end there, we just kind of got weak on plays. You know, it just, you know, just little taps in and no, get it hard, get it in, and go to work, and just can't be so soft on the puck.
And what's going to be key moving into this third period and really regaining that momentum the first 5 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's all about our skating, all about our physicality, and just good, strong, hard plays, right? I mean, it's obviously a good team that Central has, and just be physical, get the pucks in, and crash at net. You know, there's been a lot of rebounds out there for us, so I'd like to see us get a greasy one here in the third period.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks.
Abby Schauer joining us here tonight. From the bench with Tim Scarperud, the head coach of Grand Forks Red River. And that last comment might be the most important one. Like to get a greasy one. Looking for something blue-collar from his Rough Riders in the third period.
Hey, you know me. I have an irrational love of greasy area goals, so I'm down for as many as these teams want to score tonight. But I think he's right. I mean, there has been some rebounds, but for the most part, they're kind of, you know, there hasn't been a ton of traffic and not a lot of opportunities on the second chance for Red River. You know, if you're going to take a shot on Nielsen, it's going to be clean. He's going to save it. He's going to cover it. That's going to be the end of it. You're going to have to try and regain possession off the faceoff. But if you get a couple bodies out front, Ryan, throw some pucks on net, you never know what could happen.
Well, Ryan has, for those of you that haven't caught us before, Ryan has 2 irrational loves. One is for greasy area goals. The other is for pulling the goalie. And so we'll see if that comes into play.
Which could be a factor tonight at some point.
You never know. Tied at 2 after 2 periods of play on our All-True scoreboard and our intermission report coming up next. And it's brought to you here on KNOX by High Plains Water, your source for awesome water, and Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. So hang on with us, and we'll come back with more as we continue our coverage of high school hockey. On the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales, Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports intermission on the way next.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks. Gear up for ski season or hit the trails on a fat tire bike. At the Ski and Bike Shop, we offer top brands, ski and snowboard service, and everything you need for cold weather fun. The Ski and Bike Shop in Grand Forks, where your next adventure begins.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to GrandForksWelding.com.
Your family deserves clean filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Valley Truck in East Grand Forks is proud to support our local high school athletes. With over 400 years of combined experience, they keep our community moving on and off the field. Trusted repairs, quality parts, and support for the next generation.
This is the KNOX Intermission Report, presented by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports tonight, KNOX Radio as well in Grand Forks. Ryan Cunningham and Ryan Kuntz, Abby Schauer with us here tonight as we make our way to our second intermission tonight. Tied at 2 on the All-True scoreboard between Grand Forks Central and Grand Forks Red River in our East Region Final. Our intermission report tonight brought to you by High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks. Get the chemicals out of your water, get the taste into your water with a system from High Plains Water. That scaly buildup goes away, your appliances last longer. Better tasting, cleaner water in your home with a system from High Plains Water. Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, ready to get you moving. If you've got snow to move, get those buckets sharpened up, those cutting blades sharpened up. If you've got heavy duty snow to move, they can make sure that that's taken care of for you at Grand Forks Welding and Machine. And if you put your farm implements away last year with some boo-boos, they can cover that for you as well, so you're ready to go in the upcoming season. Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. A power play goal for Grand Forks Central coming from Che Kwame. And you heard, greasy goal from Tim Scarperud. Well, the power play goal was greasy in and of itself. You'll see that here in a moment. Nielsen with a shot from the high slot for Central that was deflected by Che Kwame, and that's the only scoring in the second period. 2-2 your score. We're even on the scoreboard. We're even on the shots on goal. But Ryan, I think you probably agree, we're not even with momentum right now going into the locker room. That period turned into a little bit more of a Central-esque type of feel to it.
Yeah, it did. In the first period, it felt like Red River was kind of pushing a little bit harder offensively. Not that Central didn't do anything, but that period, Central just felt dangerous, right? Like the dangerous Central team that we've seen so often, where it's like every time they touch the puck, it's like, oh boy, here we go. This could be in the net. So Red River's going to have to get back to it. And like Tim said, North-South hockey, get greasy, get grimy, get a little bit more physical, less time and space for Central.
Well, penalties did come into play. Let's take a look at our highlights brought to you by American Family Insurance. Tyler Nagel, your agent. The first of those penalties comes from a hit right out at center ice. This put Ryder Rivard in the box for Grand Forks Central. Big collision out in the middle, and Rivard went to the box on that one, but it would not result in an opportunity to score for Grand Forks Red River, and the goal for Grand Forks Central comes from Logan Nielsen's play on top. Nielsen drives one in, Che Kwame with a chip. There's that greasy area goal that we're talking about, and that's right now the difference in a Ryder lead or a tie ball game, and it's tied right now. Grand Forks Central, Grand Forks Red River tied at 2 here in the second period. Our scoring summary with Who Lit the Lamp is brought to you by Bergstrom Electric. They make the lamp and the light shine brighter, and it's Che Kwame getting on the board for the second time tonight. Kwame has a goal and an assist. He assisted on DeZiel's power play goal. And tonight Kwame gets help from Logan Nielsen and also from Cooper DeZiel at 9:19 of the second period, and also on the man advantage. So Che Kwame ends up lighting the lamp for Grand Forks Central. And Who Lit the Lamp is brought to you by Bergstrom Electric. They make the lamp and the light shine brighter. Ryan, what does it mean for Red River in that locker room right now when they see that both of Central's goals have come on the power play tonight? So What does that mean? Does that mean stay out of the box, or does that mean tighten up the penalty kill, or both at this point?
I think both, right? I mean, stay out of the box. You can't play Grand Forks Central and be like, hey, by the way, we're going to take 4 penalties tonight and give them 4 swings at this power play, given how good they are. But you know it's going to happen. At some point, you're going to take penalties. But it really just is an execution thing. And here's the deal, right? I mean, on the PK, especially against a really good power play like Central's, the margin for error is so small. And on both of those power play goals, Red River got a stick on the shot, right? But it still ended up in the back of their net. But that's how thin those margins are when you have a good team like Central. So you just have to tighten up execution as best you can, and obviously, again, try and stay out of the box. If you're going to take a penalty, at least make it one that's worth it. Nothing stupid, nothing free, nothing behind the play, that kind of stuff.
What's scary about Central is that 3 men who have been around it tonight but quiet on the scoreboard, Walkenfuss, Spicer, Mardo, they've all had touches. They've not been able to score as of yet, but, you know, it seems like the last couple of games have been not so much the Shanley game, but, you know, end of the regular season when Grand Forks Central gets a win at the end of the year, it's all the first-line guys, and it's been first-liners again tonight.
Yeah, and there was a shift out there where I was kind of watching, and it was probably the third good shift that Marder line had in a row, and I'm like, you know what? I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, this line is going to do something tonight. Like, I don't think you can play 3 periods and shut them down for 3 periods, can you? And like you said, that second period, they were all over it. It felt like they were so close so many times. So in the next 17 minutes, again, I'd put your money on that line doing something.
Well, that's your intermission summary, and it's brought to you tonight by High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks, and Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. For those of you just joining us, we've had an active day of hockey. West Region, East Region. We'll run you through all of it when we come back on our Ultra scoreboard and get ready for third period action. And again, our coaches' conversations. We'll catch up with Grant Peroniga, brought to you tonight by Acme Equipment, your Kubota dealers in Grand Forks. Acme Equipment in Kubota, helping you do your best work. Again, find their full line of Kubota products across from Simplot on Gateway in Grand Forks. Loaders, skid steer loaders, scissor lifts, whatever you're looking for to keep your job site running efficiently, they have it for you at Acme Equipment, your Kubota dealer across from Simplot on Gateway in Grand Forks. Our coverage continues next. This is high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Radio, and KNOX Live Sports.
Pro Ag in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Wilrich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything Pro Ag has to offer.
We very much take a lot of pride in our work. Customer service has always been our number one.
We have the best materials. You're going to have the best people in the area to do the job.
If you can dream it up, we can make it happen.
Or head to gworkslf.com to get started.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new. Big or small, Finest Auto Trim can cover it all. To get a quote, go to finestautotrim.com.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer.
In Grand Forks, it's about more than just where you live. It's about the people you trust when life happens. At Logan Karski State Farm, we're proud to protect what matters most. I'm Logan Karski with State Farm, and we'd be honored to be your good neighbor.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need. Turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
Nelson Auto in Grand Forks is proud to sponsor area athletics. We know the value of a good team, and we'd like to invite you in to meet our team. See how our team takes care of you and your family. Nelson Auto at Grand Forks, home to Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
This is the KNOX Intermission Report, presented by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and 4-Inch Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports tonight. Here at Purpur Arena, it's the Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament Final. And Grand Forks Red River and Grand Forks Central knotted at 2. We need a picture. All right, I like it. Kerry Ring Photography. And we've partnered with Kerry Ring Photography. Kerry Ring Photography bringing you the coverage of bracket updates throughout the postseason for all sports on our social media platforms at KNOX. And he obviously supplies us with shots for our social media platforms as well. So Kerry Ring Photography here with coverage of the EDC from a photographic perspective. So make sure you catch up with his shots that he has on his social media platforms as well. And again, our intermission report brought to you by High Plains Water, your source for awesome water, and Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. Well, for those of you that may be just joining us, let's break down what we've had as far as a very active day of high school hockey. First out in the West region, Jamestown survives and advances with a 7-1 win today over Mandan. And so with that win, Jamestown is moving on to the state tournament, and Jamestown will be the 3 seed after Bismarck Century beats Bismarck High 1-0 in a state qualifier today. The Patriots.
Oh, that was the final?
Turn away Bismarck High. Yeah, they've got it now at 1-0 on the board for Century over Bismarck High. I had seen an earlier score that showed that was very different.
I thought it was like 3-1 or something. Wasn't that what
I thought I'd seen 7-2 at one point.
Oh,
but,
yes. Yeah, that's what it was.
But apparently the score has been refined on the High School Hockey ND website.
Well, that's a much different hockey game.
Yeah, very much so. We'll take a look at the score sheet on this one. We have access to it, and yeah, they've got 1 goal, and it came in the first period. Easton Egger for Bismarck Century scored at 12:01, and yeah, that's it. And the first period was full of penalties. Then there weren't any for the rest of the game. So that's where that turned out. So Century advances, Jamestown advances, and Minot United defeats Bismarck Legacy by a score of 2-0. They end up out shooting Legacy 26-24. Cole Richardson on the power play, and Michael L. I'm sorry. Michael, I don't have my glasses on. Scoring at even strength, and Bismarck Legacy is topped by Minot United.
7-2. They messed up the sheet, Bob.
Oh, okay. So Bob Gillen does say it was 7-2. We saw 7-2, and then we saw 1-0 and 3-1, and yeah, he's out there typing it in. Bob Gillen right now is out there. He's loading up a fan, and he's loading up a space heater, and he's loading up all the things. He's already deep into packing for Fargo next week. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Official statistician for high school hockey in North Dakota. And so, yeah, he's getting ready for that.
And he'll put in more hours at that rink than everyone combined.
Yeah, absolutely he will. Yeah, and looking for it, and with a smile on his face the entire time. I mean, that's his Super Bowl.
Hey, this is what he's trained for all year. Yeah. Coming up.
Now, as far as the East region is concerned, we've had several games here throughout the course today, obviously. So let's take a look at those throughout the day today. Earlier action, we saw Fargo North and Fargo Shanley involved in a matchup today, and that was just a doozy, with Fargo North being beaten by Fargo Shanley today for a qualifying spot. And so that will put Fargo Shanley in the state tournament. And Fargo Shanley will join West Fargo Cheyenne. West Fargo Cheyenne wins in overtime, dramatic fashion today. Shanley defeated North 2-1 on the All-True scoreboard. Cheyenne 3-2 in overtime on the All-True scoreboard today. And so Cheyenne moves on as the 4 seed. Shanley will go into the East, or into the state tournament as the 3 seed out of the East.
Interview.
Oh, ready to go. Let's go down. Grant Paranika standing by with our Abby Shower. Abby?
Coach, the game is tied at 2. What did you tell your team for these final 17 minutes?
Well, what did I tell them for the final 17 minutes? Well, if you win the period, you win the hockey game, right? I think that's an old cliche, but it's also true, right? We got to keep playing like we've been playing, and I think we pushed back a little bit this period. If we keep doing what we're doing, we should be fine.
Good luck, Grant. Thank you.
Grant Paranika joining our Abby Shower. Rinkside, win the period, win the hockey game. I like that one. That's great. We haven't pulled that one out yet this tournament.
I've used that line before.
You know, I'll tell you what, we've had 2 one-goal games today in an overtime game, and this one's 2-2, and I'm just saying, It's been a heck of a day of high school hockey as we get the third period underway. Thank you for joining us for our intermission report. Brought to you by High Plains Water and Grand Forks Welding and Machine. We're underway in the third with Central and Red River tied at 2 in the East Region Final. Che Kwame coming up the ice against pressure from Griffin Hoganson. DeZiel looking for Rivard, pass picked off. 3-on-2 odd man. Cullen Ross coming up, dropping it off for Hoganson, and a chance that's off Weston Nielsen's glove, and it ends up over the near side wall. Puck back to Rivard in the neutral zone. Looking back for DeZiel. Now Rivard steps up, takes control of it. Comes back to Kwame on the right. He'll look in the corner. He drives one in from a steep angle. Deflected away. Rivard picks up the rebound. Turns it back to Nielsen on the right point. Back to Rivard. A pass near side for Bodie Burris with empty ice in front. He put it down for DeZiel, and DeZiel missed on a chipper. Back to the corner for Che Kwame. Broken up by Hoganson. Stetson Brown will pick it up for Red River and flops this back to the neutral zone. A minute in, and Central all kinds of chances again here. Kwame tries to dump one up ice, but got to that before the center line. That'll be icing. And we're headed back into the Central zone for a draw with 15:55 left of the third period.
Well, you talked about how this game's going to go a little bit. We had a couple one-goal games. Maybe we're hoping for that. Here's what I want, Ryan. I want someone to score in the next few minutes, and then I want it to be a wild hockey game. I want someone to score 6-on-5, and then I want something in overtime, like 4 minutes in. The universe can decide who does what, but that's the scenario that I'm hoping for. I'm going to talk this into existence.
I'll tell you what, right now, Ryan Kuntz is on Santa's lap telling him what he wants for his whatever holiday this is.
We just need a walk-off goal tonight. This place will go nuts. It's going to be great. I'm already excited for it.
It would be fantastic, absolutely. And that could happen. We had an overtime game already.
2-on-1 here.
Loose puck near side. Mardo coming up on the left. He drives one in. Carenta makes a chest-high save. The puck floating back to him. Top of the blue paint. It clears out with Stetson Brown blasting one off the wall. And we're destined to go back into the Red River zone for a draw with 15:26 left of the third.
Well, we talked about this Mardo line maybe getting something going, and there's a 2-on-1 opportunity. Man, they don't miss from there very often, do they? Nolan Mardo had it. He had all net to shoot at least had a good look, and Carenta stands tall, makes a save. A rebound kind of kicked out, and they cleared that quickly too, so missed opportunity for Central there.
Central was going to go 8-on-4 there for a moment, or 8-on-5. They had two lines on the ice simultaneously.
Should have tried it, see if it works.
It's a heck of a strategy.
Czechia did it in the Olympics. They had 6 or 7 guys on the ice for one of their goals against Canada.
I think I saw that. Is it Czechia or? Yeah, it is Czechia, not Chechia.
Yeah.
I mispronounce that all the time. Puck goes to the left circle for Irian for Grand Forks Red River trying to clear it out. Cannot. Puck goes loose now left wall. This will be picked up by Stetson Brown for Red River. Brown coming out to Mason Breno. 2-on-2 up the ice. Breno trying to beat Panzer to a spot. Breno gets to a loose puck in the corner, but Carson Cutterba cut him off going back towards the wall. 2-on-2 in the corner for control there. Cutterba looking. Breno tried to scoop it back to the point for Red River. And a trip coming up against Red River as Trey Clausen gets chipped up, and all of a sudden a power play that is 2 for 2 tonight for Central coming back on the ice, and a penalty kill that's 0 for 2 for Red River going to come back on the ice as well, and this is going to be serious times now for the Rough Riders.
Yeah, Mason Breno's going to get a tripping penalty here. Tim Scarpert is incredibly upset. I mean, it was a play where Breno was just reaching for a puck, got skate, and took out a Central player. I'm just trying to see what Scarp is yelling about. Was there something before that, or was he mad about that actual call? But he is hot right now.
Tim Scarperud has been hot for a lot of the game, it seems like. I mean, he's been very into this, very focused, probably trying to lead his team and keep their emotions going in the right direction, right? I mean, get some fire out of his team at this point. Not that they haven't had it. But.
Top 5 most competitive human on the planet, so I mean, there's that.
And we got a whistle before the drop. They throw in DeZiel out of the face-off circle. All right. I didn't see DeZiel do anything. I didn't see anybody else do anything either.
Yeah, and the Central bench is yelling something to him, some sort of configuration. Now they're redoing. What is going on here?
Well, Spicer came into the dot to take the drop against Hoganson after DeZiel was thrown off the dot.
Yeah, Moreland's emphatically yelling something.
Now Hoganson's going to get thrown off the dot. We're going to end up with Spicer and Ulmer. Maybe. Okay, we got it going. Loose puck. Kwame with a blast, and Carenta makes a big stop. That came lightning fast off of the draw. And out to the right point for Rivard. It's an RBB Electric power play. Central's 2 for 2 on the man advantage tonight. Nielsen, Rivard, cross-ice pass to Zeal, picked off.
I think Caden Sabota, that's like pre-scouting right there, right? I think they know that they go down to Rivard, look it off, cross ice to DeZiel, and Kate Sabota was standing there in the lane. Nice read by him.
Just waiting for that, like it was a pass to him. And back comes Grand Forks Central with Nielsen off the right side. He's got Kwame on the right, floats one in on a Ryland Corinta, and Corinta will cover it up for a draw. 14-11 left. Power play brought to you by RBB Electric. On call, on time, and online. RBBelectric.com. 2 for 2 so far tonight for Grand Forks Central. The man advantage. Griffin Hoganson back to the dot for Grand Forks Red River. And DeZiel back to the dot for Central. As they were supposed to start a couple of moments ago, we saw a man get pulled down. That was Brecken Holtberg, and Red River wanted a hook. Instead, Rivard drives one in wide of the net, and the puck will come back to the left point for DeZiel. Nielsen on top, closes the gap, fires in a shot block, got it back to him. Slides back over into the right circle, and now dangles back in the high slot. Wrister wide of the net. DeZiel picking it up off the glass, and we'll bring it back towards the left point. DeZiel closes distance. He fires one up and over the bar.
He had that thing wired, Ryan.
Rivard comes back towards the high slot. He'll turn it off to the right for Nielsen. Everybody just wants one from distance here for Grand Forks Central. They're not passing, they're firing. Nielsen, left side DeZiel on the outside of the left circle again. One-timer, Rivard hit that cleanly and missed it just wide. And it comes right back to Nielsen. 30 seconds left in the man advantage for the Knights. High slot again, another drive by DeZiel, and Corinta makes a chest-high stop. Oh,
I mean,
boy.
it is just like, who do you defend on this power play? You defend low, do you defend high? Do you let Nielsen walk down the middle, rip shots? Do you let DeZiel and Rivard take one tease from the sides? I mean, what do you do? There seems to be no answer.
And what strikes you about how Central does it, there's no urgency
Oh my
to
God,
it. It's
so,
just
it's so
businesslike.
patient. Like, we got this. It's just a matter of time.
Blake off to the right point for Marto with 20 seconds left to go of the Central power play, tied at 2 on the Ultra scoreboard in the third. East Region Championship. Blake to the right side for Marto, top of the circle. He'll put it down to the corner. A bit of a mishandle for Walkenfuss. Clausen steps in to regain control. He comes back to the corner, sends it back to Walkenfuss. He fights off the wall. Marto takes a dash on the right corner. Power play will come to an end. Puck remains in the offensive end for Central. Clausen a chip. Battle for control along the wall. Marto turned it down towards the corner. A touch by Walkenfuss and a clear by Red River that will result in icing. And so we'll head back into the Red River zone for a draw with 12:35 left to go of the third period. Our coverage brought to you by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR from PS Garage Doors. The PS standing for perfect service at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks and Devil's Lake.
Yeah, Red River probably had some options there to not ice it, but also after that shooting gallery for the last 2 minutes, they probably just wanted to ice it, take the draw, and hard reset here. Get back to 5-on-5.
Central takes a 25-21 shots on goal advantage. Bodie Burris up into the offensive end. Puck loose. Clausen, actually rather that was not Clausen. That was number 14, Brody Ledege. Ledege let that one go, and Ledege comes back with it. And he and Carson Cutterba, the two football mates for Grand Forks Central, they have been really stepping up their game here the last couple of rounds. Cutterba 2 in a row. We've seen a lot from Ledege here today. Bouncing puck in on Nielsen. He takes it off the chest to make a transition play. And the Knights back in their own end trying to break out with it. Red River does get a penalty kill. Central's turned away on the power play for the first time tonight. 11:55 to play in the third. And it's a 2-2 tie hockey game for the East Region Championship tonight here at Purpur Arena. Puck left side, Red River with control in the offensive end. It's Griffin Hoganson. Hoganson trying to scoop it up the wall. They got turned 2-on-2 as Breno there for support. Breno's got it, drives back behind the central net. Now Hoganson takes over in the right corner. He'll rotate back to the point for Lucier. Hoganson again, that lefty coming out top of the right circle. Couldn't get one free. Breno will pick up the puck in the corner, and Kaysen Panzer steps in to try to shield off Hoganson from getting control of the puck again. Now it's Ledege just pulling down Hoganson in the corner. Rider crowd reacts to that. No call. Meanwhile, Breno comes away. He's being hounded by Cutterba. Breno put it out in front for Brown. It goes loose to the left point. Edmond will try to carry it into the corner. Edmond carries it as far as the corner, but got turned away by fore and aft pressure being led by Cutterba. Now a battle for control on the far side. Edmond taking it back to the high slot. Bounced off his stick. Hoganson couldn't control. Back is Stetson Brown on the end of his shift, and he'll dump it back into the central zone. 10:45 to play in the third period. We're tied at 2. Loose puck, pitchforked up into the offensive end. Clausen dangles one behind the back. It's broken up. Blake steps up and backhands one back up in the offensive end, but Central's offside. And then Rivard loses the mitten. Goes back to pick that up in the neutral zone while Red River looks to break out. Rivard got it, but offside the call again. And we'll see a draw coming up the Red River line with 10:25 to play in the third.
I was calling that offsides. I think I saw a little white there, but if not, that's Ryder Rivard comes screaming down the middle of the ice with a lot of white in front of him.
Caden Ulmer will take the draw for Red River. And the Riders left Cooper DeZiel, and DeZiel will win it back in the neutral zone. Blake picks it up. Near side for Logan Bina, who sneaks one through some pressure. DeZiel over to try to make a big swipe against Svoboda to try to gain control. This will come back loose to center. Cullen Ross trying to get a mad dash after it. Puck deflects wide of Newbert. And a loose puck back to Che Kwame for Grand Forks Central along his own line, and it flips over Rivard stick and up into the Red River bench. 10:02 to go in the third. Well, this one's beginning to become a grind all of a sudden now as far as momentum is concerned.
A little bit of a grind, and I mean we've seen one shot or two shots from Red River in this period, 5 from Central. Now Central had some power play time there, but not much doing offensively for Red River. They need to try and figure something out here and get a little bit of a push. Feel like they're just kind of hanging on and surviving a little bit right now.
Yeah, maybe a small third period sample size due to the power play for Central, but Central's been in control for several minutes if you go back to the end of the second period with their ability to control things with their forecheck. DeZiel coming up the ice, trying to chase down Cullen Ross, tripped him up. Here comes a penalty against Cooper DeZiel, and now it's Grand Forks Red River that's going to go to the power play as DeZiel will be hit for tripping. The time of the penalty will be at 7:17, and so a chance now for Red River to come up with the tie-breaking goal on the man advantage. They're 0 for 2 on the power play tonight.
I got to be honest with you, Ryan. I've seen a few more that I might have called if I'm the officials against Central, but I don't know if I call that one. That one just seemed like a little bit of a push on Ross, who was cutting hard. I think he just lost an edge there, but nonetheless, Red River gets a power play opportunity.
Will draw to the left of Weston Nielsen in the Grand Forks Central zone, tied at 2, and an RBB Electric power play for Grand Forks Red River. Ross to the high slot looking for Brecken Hultberg, broken up, and Ryland Spicer will come out to pressure for Central. He turns around Hultberg back in the neutral zone. A collision, and now Hultberg has a 3-on-2 in front of him. His pass broken up off the helmet of Spicer as they got back up in the offensive end. Hoganson trying to chase down a puck in the corner. He's got Ulmer back behind the net for help. Gruenberg's in there trying to pull it free as well against Logan Nielsen, and somehow Central comes out with a clearing play and sends it on net in the Red River zone.
Yeah, this start of it, power play here, Red River struggling to set up, and we saw them kind of struggle in their last power play, just even get set up and get possession, so that's kind of continuing.
Hultberg up into the offensive end for Cullen Ross. Ross put it back behind the net. Gruenberg over to try to race it down. Cutterba pulls it away. Man, has Cutterba been active. There's a clearing play as well for Cutterba. Power play brought to you tonight by RBB Electric, on call, on time, and online. RBBelectric.com. We'll be halfway through the third period in just a moment, and a shot off of a turnover by Jacob Spicer that's punched away by Ryland Corinta, and a shorthanded opportunity for Central. 40 seconds left on the Central penalty. Ulmer up into the neutral zone, looking towards the right side. A touch for Hoganson. Hoganson stops on the outside of the right circle. Back out high for Cam Irian. Irian steps back to the point. Hoganson right along the line, holds the zone, finds his way to Cullen Ross. Ross will chip it back to Irian. Drive from the point. Nielsen knocked it down. Rebound trickles into the corner. And there's Carson Cutterba doing all the dirty things again. Loose puck scoop back out to the point for Irian with 15 seconds. A shot for Ross, and it bounces just wide and rolls wide of the net. Ross got it away from the point. It's deflected, and Central will clear.
Yeah, I mean, that's Red River's best look, right? It was sort of a shot block trickler that almost went in. But other than that, nothing doing on this power play for Red River tonight.
Puck back in the neutral zone. And 0 for 3 now is Grand Forks Red River on the power play as the Knights get back to full strength. But a rush back up the ice for Red River. It'll go loose on the left. DeZiel tries to poke it back down his own end. Blake comes away with it. He'll turn it back towards the right. This off for Rivard. He'll drive off towards the right side. Up ice, it's Che Kwame stepping towards the corner. Kwame look. Rivard following the play. Got a one-timer free, and Corinta will cover it up, and that'll bring us to a media stoppage with 7:15 to play in the third period. On the All True scoreboard, It's 2-2 Central and Red River for the East Region title. This is our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports, and more on the way next.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
RBB Electric is proud to support local high school sports and the athletes who work hard every day. From the field to the classroom, dedication matters. Serving homes, businesses, and farms across the region, RBB Electric is honored to support our teams and communities.
The body shop you work with is your choice, so pick the local team with a service you trust. Modern Auto Body in Grand Forks can make it look like the accident never happened. Schedule an appointment for an estimate on our website or give us a call.
Grand Forks Central gathering on the bench. Tie game at 2 apiece. Big huddle for the Knights, the number 1 ranked team in North Dakota coming into the season. And right now the number 1 seed in the East Region tournament. Welcome back to the East Region final on KNOX Live Sports and the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. Rivards Turf and Forage, premium seed dealer in Grand Forks. Grand Trailer Sales, your home for all things trailer in East Grand Forks. Draw on the Red River zone. Rivard digging for it. Comes back to the top of the circle for Mason Breno and Grand Forks Red River. They have a 3-on-2 if they hurry. Stetson Brown off towards the left wall, ends up losing control of the puck. Jay Kwame comes away with it. Kwame long stretch pass up the ice. Reaching back was Rivard. He got tied up with Hoganson, and Rivard will find his way back into the corner. Leaves it back for the far side, and Red River breaks it up with Hoganson bringing it out, but he'll have his stick picked by Jay Kwame. Kwame comes back across the ice looking for Stetson Brown. Actually, Brown took it away. Kwame was obviously looking left side, and Brown took that one loose. So a pair of turnovers exchanged for each team.
By the way, great defensive play by Hoganson. Kwame tried to cut back middle, and Hoganson just stood there and stood him up, bumped him off the puck, and took it the other way.
And a drive
it's good.
That somehow gets over the entire net, protecting the spectators behind the central. That was Lucier that sent that up. And if you hit that too high, you hit the ductwork here.
Yeah, small area.
Yeah,
and he nailed it. So I said it's good. Got through everything.
Should be 3 points, right? 5-2 Red River? No.
Different sport, Ryan.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. It's a while since we did that one. Should do more of it, though, that's all I'm going to say. 6:27 left to go here in the third. Still tied at 2. Puck taken up by Ledegy for Grand Forks Central. Ledegy coming out towards the right. Scoops it up the ice. Found Brady Kirkaby. Kirkaby knocks it back to the neutral zone.
Where is the puck?
I don't know.
Is it out of play?
Is it in a breezer or is it out of play? They're coming over for a new one.
Where did that go? It like disappeared. Well,
I'm not sure, Rhino.
Won't worry about it then. We're going to drop a new one and start over.
That's exactly what we're going to do. I don't see a problem with that plan. Not at all. All right, here we go again with 6:10 to go in the period. Loose puck taken back on the right by Bodie Burris for Grand Forks Red River. Actually Central. He looks up the ice trying to find Mason Bensley, and that'll be icing. So we'll do it again. Well, start to wonder. You're going to have a hero drawn up here at some point, aren't you?
Yeah, I think the next guy who makes a big play, the way this game's tracking, might be our proverbial hero, but weirder things have happened.
That's what you'd think anyway.
By the way, my scenario still stands. There could still be a goal and then a late tying goal in overtime. That's still out there.
You're very much right. There could be. But that's a very tall ask for a scenario planning out.
I don't ask for much, Ryan.
Under 6 to play. It's been a long hockey season. Give Ryan what he wants. Give the people what they want. Puck in the neutral zone. It'll be picked up by Ledegy. He tries to float it back. Instead just keeps it, twirls back towards his left along the left side wall, and it's be poked back to the neutral zone. Red River beginning to get at least a little bit of pressure now. Back up into the offensive end. Blake will leave it back for Bina. Bina makes a pass up ice. So come off of Kirkaby's stick, right off the toe when he drives it back up into the Red River zone. Kirkaby tries to trace it down instead of, rather in front of Ryan Edmond. And the puck will leak back out in the neutral zone. Has Central lost a step with this line? They're a little slow at this point.
Yeah, I can say that. I mean, they haven't been their normal selves tonight, have they?
Well, back-to-back nights, you start to think about some of those things, right?
Yeah, and even though it was 11-1 last night, you'd think, hey, that's a kind of an easy one for Central. Like, it got really physical at the end.
Yep. Svoboda.
It was a hard game.
Trying to play one. Here comes a 2-on-1. Off the near side, Spicer coming up with Clausen. Spicer the chance. Carinta makes another big save. And now we've got back and forth. Gruenberg teeing things up with Clausen. Clausen being held up coming out of the pile. And cooler heads will prevail, I think.
Great job there on that 2-on-1 by Brecken Halberg, right? He kind of separated the pass option, right? He took away that pass option to Clausen. He gave Carinta kind of confidence, hey, you take this shot. Carinta came way out on his crease. Wasn't much to shoot at there for Spicer.
Another drive that goes wide of the net for Grand Forks Central off the draw. Bodie Burris will hold it in. He goes looking for Clausen behind the net. This will come back to Gruenberg on the right side wall for Red River. Gruenberg taking a look. Back to Caden Ulmer trying to come out with it behind the net. Now Brecken Hultberg. And Hultberg steps up the ice with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left to go here in the third period. Drive in from the point. Weston Nielsen gave up a rebound. Looked like it was going to be an easy save and cover. Nielsen gave up a rebound, but the Knights were there to try to cover it. A loose puck up the ice for Wachenfuss for Grand Forks Central. Wachenfuss stopping, turning it back down to Clausen in the corner. And another physical battle. Spicer steps up, had a piece of the puck, and it's driven back to the neutral zone and into the central end for another icing call with 4:02 to play.
Boy, this is a quick period, isn't it? And we're down to 4 minutes here.
We are. I don't know, Ryan. I don't know. You feel like the dam is beginning to have some buildup against it, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, that's really what you feel like's going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was asking for OT. I got a feeling someone's popping one before we get there. In this next 4 minutes, someone's scoring.
Puck on the right side. Wachenfuss trying to step to it. It goes back to Spicer behind the net. 2-2 on the All-True scoreboard with less than 4 minutes to play in the third period. East Region Championship game. Loose puck.
Oh, what a play. What a play by Cullen Ross.
Diving play by Cullen Ross to break up a passing lane from Wachenfuss to Spicer. Spicer tries to go wrap around. That deflects back to the high slot. Breno comes up into the neutral zone, only being turned away on a hit. Wachenfuss carries it back down low. Mardo back to Wachenfuss, and a fire goes wide. Loose puck to Cutterbaugh. He'll dump it back behind the net. Wachenfuss pressures it for Central. Out in front, Marto trying to ram one in. Carinta covers. Bodies hit the crease, and the officials will step in to separate the melee.
Well, there was our goal. There it was right there. Whoever was on the business end of that pass from Nolan Marto was going to score, and Cullen Ross dives across and knocks that puck away. What a heads-up defensive play to save this game for Red River.
And that was a wide open two-man situation. Yep. That's an automatic goal for Grand Forks Red River if they make the pass. Instead, we'll draw to the left of Ryland Carinta with 3 minutes and 18 seconds left to go in regulation, still tied at 2. Blake on the right point drives one down towards the corner. Loose puck out in front. There was another chance there for Rivard, but he wasn't able to grab it cleanly. Knights rally for it in the corner. It comes back to the point for Bina. He drives one through. Backhander by Rivard. It ping-pongs out in front of Carinta. Carinta holds his ground, and this one leaves the offensive end. Bina being harassed by Newbert as he gets over towards the far wall, and the official ducks for life.
Boy, that's an unbelievable play by Logan Bina. He was under pressure. 2 riders all over him. One Caden Ulmer, I think Mason Breno, and somehow he got that puck and slid it across the zone and dumped it back in. That could have been a 2-on-1 the other way.
Bina drive from the left point. It's deflected towards the wall. DeZiel tries to dig it up. Instead, the Riders come away with it. Gruenberg gets pulled down. Puck back up on the right. Kwame taking a look. He'll wrist one down low. Carinta knocked it away. The puck was left loose, and we'll see a whistle coming up with 2:25 left to go in the third.
Yeah, that's a tough turnover by Red River. Turnover in the neutral zone, which you just really can't do against Central at all. But in that situation, they were going on the line change. It gave Central a 3-on-2 opportunity in Central. Here's that downhill pressure that we talked about earlier, Ryan. It's a lot of downhill pressure from Central right now.
Well, you can see it in the shots on goal number at 32-25. I mean, that's just slowly ticking up into a big advantage for the Knights. 2:25 to go regulation. Central and Red River tied at 2. Loose puck in the central zone, picked up by Hoganson off the draw. And a pass to the near side. Hoganson holds onto it in the neutral zone, dumps it back up ice. There's a battle in front of the central bench for control. And a weak side shot, really steep angle, taken that time by Breno. That goes across the crease and wide. Loose puck to Logan Nielsen for the Knights. Nielsen coming up on the left wall. Tries to drag around a defender. Clausen had a touch. This will be turned over. Hoganson up ice. Looking off the left. trying to find some help with Brody Lucier, who rotates down as a defender to go offensive on this. Hoganson wraparound, deflected back out in front. Loose puck taken by Trey Clausen. Clausen pulling against all 5 Red River skaters on the ice just to get it up in the neutral zone, while Central completed a change, and it's driven back in by number 13, Kyler Beadall for Grand Forks Red River, that 4th liner that's rotated time up on the 3rd line throughout the course of the season. Breakout pass on the right for Spicer of Grand Forks Central. Spicer driving in against Cullen Ross. Ross will put him into the corner, standing him up along the wall. Puck back near side for Marteau for Central. He'll try to drive it back into the corner. Marteau gets some help coming from Spicer along the way. Walkenfuss lurking between the hash marks. It's Thor Seeger that pulls it out for the Rough Riders. And this will be dumped back to the neutral zone. And let's talk about personnel for a moment as an icing call coming up here against Red River. The Riders had elements of their 3rd and 4th line on the ice against Central in a tie game with a little over a minute to go. That's a lot of confidence from Tim Scarperud to put in those guys.
A lot of confidence, but we've seen a lot of Hoganson and Ulmer, and maybe they just needed some fresh legs and give these guys a breath here to finish out this last minute. Oh, it hit the crossbar.
A chance hits the crossbar off the draw as Central got a shot away. That would have been the opportunity to win the darn thing for the Knights. And instead, with 50 seconds left to go, we're tied at 2, and Red River comes up into the offensive end. 2 apiece with 40 seconds to go in regulation for the East Region Championship.
Not only did it hit the crossbar, it hit the bottom half of the crossbar and bounced down. That was that close to scoring.
Marteau trying to reach over to get Blaze Newbert and tie him up in the wall. Marteau pulls it out with 25 seconds left of regulation. He's up with Walkenfuss, back to Marteau. Walkenfuss, a backhander. Corinta turned him aside. Walkenfuss, a turn and a fire wide of the net. Marteau trying to catch it up back behind the net. He'll take it back towards the corner. Riders pressure him up against the wall. There's 10 seconds left of regulation. Walkenfuss steps in to throw a body. Panzer waiting on the point, but it's still Marteau dueling for control for Central in the left-hand corner, and that's the way that regulation's coming to an end, and we're going to overtime in the East Region Championship game. Oh boy, 2 goals, 14 seconds apart for Grand Forks Red River, and while we're talking about the Riders here, let's give a big tip of the cap to Ryland Corinta, who's made 31 saves tonight, and somehow Corinta has made 2 goals 14 seconds apart back in the first period, hold up enough to get his team to overtime and sudden victory coming up.
Yeah, and I feel as this game has gone on, the shots have become progressively harder. I mean, I feel like in the first period, you know, I think Red River did a pretty good job of kind of keeping Central at bay, keeping the shots to one and done. But in this last 2 periods, it feels like everything is in tight, everything's odd man, everything's coming in pretty high and hard. And he's done a great job tonight. He still looks calm and cool and collected. Like he's not, you know what I mean? He doesn't look like he's panicking in net. He's had a great game.
No, he's been very on point with everything so far tonight. Let's give you a Vegan Construction game look-in brought to you by Vegan Construction, designers, builders, engineers. Nearly a century of quality work in the upper Red River Valley. 2 goals from Caden Ulmer and Griffin Hoganson came at 6:52 of the first period and 7:06 of the first period. 2 goals, 14 seconds apart. 2 power play goals for Grand Forks Central. 1 from Cooper DeZiel, 1 from Che Kwame. And that leaves it at 2 apiece as we get ready for sudden victory overtime. Both teams go to the state tournament. The winner grabs the #1 seed. And the difference right now, the winner would go up against Bismarck Century in the opening round, and the loser will go up against Jamestown in the opening round of the state tournament on Thursday at Shields Arena in Fargo.
Okay, Ryan, let's play the game. Who you got for Red River and who you got for Central?
You know, I seem to remember doing this with you a couple years ago.
Well, this is what we do in overtime.
And I said Trey Clausen. And Trey Clausen scored as a sophomore.
I don't remember you being right on that, but I'll take your word for it, because why would you lie?
I remember better than you.
I'll give you first pick.
If it's Central, it's going to be Nolan Marteau that's going to score the goal. He's been all around it tonight. And for Red River, I'm going to come back to Cale Gruenberg. I think he's due a big play. Those are my picks.
Okay, I'm going to go for Central. You ready for this?
Yeah.
I should get odds on this. I'm going Logan Nielsen.
Wow, okay.
From the blue line.
Okay.
And then I think I'm going Caden Ulmer.
For Red River.
For Red River.
All right.
I feel like it's going to be a bouncy puck. He's going to come blasting through the neutral zone, pick it up, and make a play if that's how Red River wins it.
All right. Well, we'll see how this turns out. Overtime coming up. Again, it's sudden victory. They play 8 minutes. Someone did ask earlier, not that I'm trying to jinx the thing, if no one scores at 8, they say, we go 17 more, and nobody's making the UND game tonight, so just forget it, okay?
Well, UND was up 3-1. Now it's 3-3.
Yeah, but some people were trying to get over in there and catch the end of it, right? Well, yeah.
We got a doozy here, so you might as well just buckle up and
stay with us.
Enjoy what we got.
2-2 overtime for the Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament Championship. All 3 games today will be decided by a single goal. That's a great day of East Region hockey. Logan Bina takes control of the draw for Central, turned it over off the wall. Loose puck back up the ice. It works off the right. A chance from the right side by Breno that goes wide of the net. This will come back to Cam Urian on the point. Urian will turn it back towards the left. A swipe at it on the far side for Logan Bina. And Blake puts the body of Breno up against the wall. Stetson Brown comes over to scoop it up. Brown playing it out towards the right. Cullen Ross tried to get rid of a wrister. Then backhands it just wide of the net. Rebound out to Stetson Brown. He slams at it. Hoganson had a chance of the rebound as well. And Central will play it back to the neutral zone. No ice as Cam Urian goes back to get it. Rivard pays him a visit into the wall. Bina will dump it back into the offensive end, and Central will make a change. Puck back out towards the neutral zone. Rivard had a piece of it just as he was going to the bench. It'll be picked up by Bodie Burris for Central, and Mardo dumps it in. Back over left side, Cam Urian will take it. He circles it back towards the right. Walkenfoot steps up. Mardo, a one-timer up and over the bar. It goes loose and picked up back behind the net by Walkenfoot. Nielsen drives one in. Puck back to Spicer on the left wall. He'll knock it back down. Walkenfoot in the corner, and we'll see a whistle for a hand pass. So we're going back into the central zone for a draw with 6:48 left of overtime.
Boy, was that a clean look for Nolan Mardo there. Oh, boy. Just camped. High slot, dead center of the ice. He gets one on his stick, and Rylan Corinta is able to get a shoulder on it. He might have got a shoulder on it.
You know, the luxury we have here, Ryan, is that in the last game it was for survival. Right? I mean, Cheyenne and Davies were playing for a chance to play another week, right? These guys are both going to the state tournament.
I'll tell you this. We've been able to enjoy this one a little bit more because, like, when it's all said and done, we're going to see these two teams again on the weekend. So
Spicer will send it up into the Grand Forks Red River zone. Svoboda comes over to pick it up. Gruenberg off the left wall for Red River. Gruenberg dumps it back up ice. Ulmer had a head of steam but got turned over. Loose puck back towards the right, intended for Mardo. He's got it. Mardo steps up in the offensive end, comes back to the high slot, backhand side in the circle, tried to feather a pass through, got turned around. Brecken Hultberg comes up in control of the puck, and Gruenberg goes to get it for the Rough Riders. Gruenberg up ice with Blaze Newbert on his left. Bina will chase Gruenberg into the far wall, and Nolan Mardo comes away with possession for Central. Mardo trying to get off the ice at the end of his shift. Walkenfuss out there at the end as well. Walkenfuss steps up, tried to get a wrister free. That was deflected loose. It comes back into the neutral zone. Blake will dump it back down on the right side wall. Corinta holds it up back behind the Red River net. Shots are 34-28 in favor of Grand Forks Central. Puck into the neutral zone for Red River. Caden Binky coming up with it. Thor Seeger going to the corner.
Boy.
He just absolutely ran a knight into the back wall, and they're not calling a penalty. Shot comes in, and it'll be gloved up cleanly by Nielsen. How that wasn't a penalty, I'm not sure. The Central bench is looking at it right now, trying to figure it out themselves.
I don't think it was a hit. I think it was Thor Seeger lifted his stick, and it caused him to go off balance. And you could still argue there's a penalty in there somewhere. I don't think it was as egregious as the outcome looked, but the way things have gone tonight, Ryan, penalties are tough to come by.
Well, that would have been a 5-minute major if you call it a penalty, right? And then in overtime, you decide the game at that point, right? Puck on the right side. It comes loose on the right, and it'll be picked up by Sam Presting for Grand Forks Central up at the offensive end. It returns back to the line. Hoganson had a touch on it. Central will dump this back up ice, retreating out of the neutral zone for Clausen. And rather, Central will put their first liners back on the ice. Lucier dumping off towards the right. Race up ice here for Mason Breno. The first line's back on for Red River as well. Burris sidestepping a man. He's up ice on the right with Clausen. Burris trying to get into the corner. Ends up being knocked away as he got towards the net, but gets right back on his footing and somehow maintained possession of the puck. He's put back into the wall by Rylan Edmond. And now Ryder Rivard will step in, and we'll see we'll see Griffin Hoganson stepping in as well here for Grand Forks Red River, trying to pull it free. Newbert comes out on the right. And it goes through the gloved hand of Cooper DeZiel, and DeZiel will go back and pick it up. So DeZiel takes a look up ice. This will flow through everybody. Cherry pick pass on the left. Could have been a holding penalty there. Corinta ends up knocking that one down. That was Rivard getting away, and somebody had a hold of his breezer from behind, and they'll keep right on moving. Newbird on the left.
That's
shovels
old
this back
school.
towards
That
the corner
play,
for
Ryan.
Ulmer, grabbing somebody's breezer from behind.
Yeah, he's grabbed the top ridge of it and kind of hold him up.
Rivard plays it back towards the right point. It's Gruenberg, high slot, measuring, firing up over the bar. Rebound came out in front. Central tries to clear. Rivard steers it free, and we'll see DeZiel pick it up off the wall. He'll step back, high slot. Kwame trying to go back to DeZiel. That one ping-pongs through, and Corinta will cover for the whistle.
Yeah, Grand Forks Central really likes that play. That line right there, they like to hit the zone with speed. They like to cut to the middle. They like to drop a guy back and just kind of create that confusion on the defenders. That time Red River read it really well. That cross-ice pass was picked off, and that rush was defended well.
Well, draw on the Red River end. It's Marto versus Hoganson. Hoganson wins it for Grand Forks Red River. Tries to knock a puck down. That may not have been touched, and icing will be the call, and we're headed back into the Red River zone for another draw with 3:43 to go in overtime.
4-4 in UND right now, or in the UND game.
St. Cloud State getting the extra point last night, right? In a shootout.
Not a great defensive weekend for North Dakota.
Puck back off the draw, taken up on the right by Mason Breno. Cullen Rost over to pick one up off the wall in the neutral zone. This will come back to center. A touch by Stetson Brown. He's got Hoganson up the ice. Hoganson steers one in. Rebound surrendered by Weston Nielsen, but the Riders rallied to it. This comes back high. Cullen Rost taking a look in. Goes back down to center, and this one's picked off. Spicer trying to come up the ice with Marto on his right. Spicer comes to a stop on the point. Leaves it behind. Walkenfuss dials up a one-timer and blasts it wide. It comes back in the corner. Red River tries to clear. It comes back out in the neutral zone. Cutterba off towards the left for Kason Panzer. Panzer puts one in. Corinta made a glove play with it but didn't close the door. And Cullen Rost will pick up a transition play that he will ice. And we'll go back into the Red River zone with 2:55 left of overtime.
Not sure if Cullen Ross was trying to spring Breno on that play, kind of a long bomb, or if he was trying to put one on net. Breno was gassed, had nothing left, right off the ice, like, I'm not dealing with this. So icing it is, and we'll go back to the Red River zone here.
We draw to the right of Ryland Corinta, and Trey Clausen looking to take a draw with Caden Ulmer, pair of 17s in the circle. Drive coming from Panzer, gloved by Corinta, will hold and do it again. This has been an amazing hockey game. The crowd's sort of tense right now. No one really knows which way this one's going to tip. Overtime's been much more even.
It really
than
has.
Maybe the second and third periods have been.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe both teams just kind of making sure they make the smart play and not getting beat, so you a little bit more conservative. But
Haltberg near side for Newberg, stepping up on the near side wall. Cutterba breaks up the progress for Central. Puck back into the neutral zone. Gruenberg goes to get to it for the Rough Riders. He makes a sidestep, plays one off towards the left. It was knocked away. It'll be Brecken Haltberg that holds on for possession. He backhands this up into the central end. It will come off the end wall, and Panzer's the first man there. And the Knights will come back the other direction. This works back to center for Trey Clausen. Off to the right, Presting back to Clausen, driving in. Took a swipe at a puck and missed it. Clausen picks up his own miss, and he'll find Presting out of the corner. Presting back high, deflected in the air, comes down to Logan Nielsen. Nielsen a stop towards the left. Burris coming back cross ice, trying to find Kwame. That one broken up by Red River.
Good defensive plays by Red River. They've kind of figured out that little cross seam pass, those kind of little bumps to the middle that Central likes to do. They seem to have, defenders kind of camped there, and they broke up several plays tonight, including one right there.
The Zamboni engine is warming up. Off the right, Jay Kwame into the corner. We're down to 1:42 to play. Kwame got one away off the side of the net. Puck goes loose towards the right. Rough Riders come away with it. Pass to Stetson Brown from Breno. A little strong. Brown will dump this back into the central end. Burris back to get to it for the Knights. Plays it off the far side wall. Rivard stepping in against Gruenberg of Red River. Riders want to keep it up in the offensive end. A turn against Hoganson. Puck will be knocked loose back into the neutral zone. Brody Lucier will dump it back into the central end. We're down to 1:14 to play in overtime. Still tied at 2. Puck left, DeZiel swiping at it, couldn't come up with it. Cullen Ross had a stick pick from behind. Kwame looks towards the right, finds DeZiel sweeping in. Tries to go back across the ice, but Rivard was there. Cullen Ross had that picked off and read easily. Back up ice, Gruenberg for Grand Forks Red River. Gruenberg drops one to Ulmer and they're offside. Will draw on the central line with 53.3 seconds left to go.
Well, I asked for overtime. I'm not sure I asked for 2.
Be careful what you wish for, Rhino. You just might get it. It's okay. I'll tell you what, this has been great hockey, and I could watch this kind of all night long, if you know what I mean. Central takes control of the draw, looking left side. It'll be Wyatt Blake that will dump this back to the neutral zone for the Knights. This will flow back into the Red River end. Cam Irian goes back to get it. Irian's behind his net, turned it over. Nolan Mardo has it with 38 seconds left in overtime. Mardo put it back behind the net. Puck loose towards the wall. Newbert trying to free it. Mardo will chase him down. This goes loose to Spicer on the right side, and here comes Cale Gruenberg. Gruenberg breakout pass to Blaze Newbert, left wing. Shot coming in off the end wall, bounced right back out in front of the net on a very awkward hop, and Bina goes back to tie it up for Central. And here comes Mardo up the ice with one final rush, 10 seconds left of overtime. Walkenfuss has a shot broken up. This will be floated back by Red Rivers at icing.
No ice.
No ice. Bina will go back to get it, down to 2, down to 1. Let's get the Zam out and get ready for 17 more. We've played through overtime, and there is no scoring in the extra frame. 2-2 on the all-true scoreboard after our first overtime tonight. And those of you that are out in the West region with teams going to the state tournament, the one advantage that you'll have is you're going to get a very tired team. Now, they'll rest up, obviously, but, you know, this last one is going to be quite a trick. I'm not sure how to really measure up overtime here, Ryan. I mean, that was, it seemed like Central had perhaps the better chances. Each team had some time up front. Central maybe a hair better in the extra frame, but nothing doing there.
I think Central had, maybe if you want to kind of break it down, I think Central had maybe the better opportunities like on the rush or setting up plays, but Red River just seemed like they just kind of camped in the middle of the ice, right? They're just kind of waiting for that cross ice pass. So maybe that's something Central talks about, that moving forward in the next overtime period, that play's maybe not there quite as much.
Well, we'll see what happens. We will go to an intermission report coming up here in a couple of moments. They'll bring the Zam out. And for those of you that haven't done multiple overtimes before, just to explain the process for you, they play 8. And if nobody scores, they Zam, they play 17. If nobody scores in 17, then they have the 3-minute rest and they play 8 again. Ryan, to refresh my memory, when Johnny Lang broke our hearts down there, wasn't that 3 of them? Didn't we go 3 that night?
Triple overtime.
That was a state championship game between South and Red River. So, yeah, we're familiar with how this thing works. We've been in some big moments with it. But, hey, hang around because we're not leaving until this thing finishes tonight. After overtime, we're tied at 2. Intermission report next. This is our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports, and we'll be back with more in just a couple of moments, so do stay with us.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivards Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersales.com.
The way we live and work has changed, but our service and commitment remain. We're evolving to meet your insurance needs with answers where and when you need them most. Nodak Insurance Company.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
This is the KNOX Intermission Report, presented by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. We are in overtime tonight, and at the end of regulation and overtime, your score on the Ultra scoreboard in our East Region Final is Central 2 and Red River 2. This is perhaps not the matchup that we expected. Red River scored 2 goals 14 seconds apart back in the opening period, and then they haven't scored since. Meanwhile, Central has not scored 5-on-5 tonight. 2 power play goals for Grand Forks Central is what they have right now. And so as we get ready to move on into overtime and their second overtime, that's what we have here tonight. Our intermission report brought to you by High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. For those of you that just joined us, let's give you a look through what's happened so far tonight with our highlights brought to you by American Family Insurance. Tyler Nagel, your agent. This is the opening goal of the night, and this is Cale Gruenberg making a great pass for Caden Ulmer, who comes in and scores the opening goal. And then just 14 seconds later, you'll see Griffin Hoganson getting an opportunity to score for Red River. An early 1-0 lead turns into a 2-0 lead as Hoganson chips out a puck and scores out in front. All the momentum Red River's way at that point, but it wouldn't last. Grand Forks Red River gets an opportunity, take a penalty. They do. Central gets an opportunity on the power play, and Central gets Cooper DeZiel scoring low, makes it 2-1 near the end of a period. Then another power play opportunity created, but first a big hit. Grand Forks Central has to live down a penalty against Ryder Rivard on that collision. It's been that kind of night, but Red River does not score, and then Central comes back on the power play. Logan Nielsen will get the puck back, sends one right through the heart of the slot, and Che Kwame comes up with a chip with it. And that is what we have so far tonight. As our highlights brought to you by American Family Insurance, Tyler Nagel, your agent in Grand Forks. And then nothing in the third period but a couple of penalties. Mason Breno at 2:11, Cooper DeZiel at 7:17. Neither of those opportunities score. And Rhino, as we talk through what's going to happen coming up next year. So you played last night. Both teams played last night. Red River had a really gutsy game. They had to play all the way to the finish last night. And as you mentioned, Central got knocked around a little bit by Fargo Shanley last night. And so the wonder about what's left in the tank, that's got to start coming into play, right? I mean, and yet you want this East Region Championship, but fatigue becomes a factor somewhere in here. And you've been in a pretty monstrous overtime game of yourself back in the day.
Yeah, 25 years ago next Saturday. Yeah, I mean, I think we saw it at the end there. I mean, didn't it seem like both teams were dragging a little bit? I mean, I'll tell you what, the shifts were short. Now, granted, it's a long change. They flipped ends, so it's a long change. So I'm sure the message from the bench was, hey, get off before you have to get off.
Sure.
Right? So that could have played into it, but guys look gassed. It's, you know, it starts to add up, extra minutes, especially when they're intense minutes. We talked about Red River's battle. Again, the Shanley game for Central wasn't close, but that game got incredibly physical towards the end. It wasn't an easy 11-1 win. Central was wearing some hits. I was a little concerned there might be some bumps and bruises today for the Knights, but yeah, it's good. It's adding up.
And it will continue to add up. That's the thing, is that, you know, as the minutes wear on, usually what we've seen in these types of situations when you get into a multiple overtime thing is there's a big burst early, but you get probably, well, for every guy, maybe 3 good shifts, which is somewhere around, if you stretch it out, 3 to 5 minutes of pretty good hockey, and then you're right back to it. Remember the double overtime game a few years ago in the East Region tournament? I think, you know, you get to a point where then it really gets slow all of a sudden, and you're just waiting for somebody to pick off a pass or make a mistake. So in the first few shifts of double overtime, you'll see some good execution, and then what? It really comes down to who makes the mistake.
You're right. The energy, right? You're going to rest your energy when you come out, but then the fatigue hits quicker.
Yeah.
And Now, the other thing, too, we got both teams not afraid to roll 3 lines. I mean, Central will put their 4th line out there, so maybe a little bit of an edge, and that might be a play, right? I mean, as you get a few minutes into the second overtime, why don't you pop that 4th line out who hasn't had a lot of minutes with some fresh legs and just see if they can do something, if nothing else, wear somebody down quicker. But, yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting as we go into this to see what kind of performance we get off the hop and how it progresses the longer it goes.
The winner gets the number 1 seed out of the East Region tournament, and the winner will move on to take on the number 4 qualifier out of the West, Bismarck Century. And Jamestown, the number 3 qualifier out of the West, awaits the loser of this matchup. Earlier today, Fargo Shanley 2-1 over Fargo North. And Shanley moves on, and they will get the West Region runner-up, Bismarck Legacy. And the West Region champion, Minot United, will face West Fargo Cheyenne after West Fargo Cheyenne won in overtime in our previous matchup with Fargo Davies by a score of 3-2. And that is a recap of the day that we've had so far today. And that is your intermission summary, brought to you by High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks, and Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. Well, we'll take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll talk about some of the happenings around high school hockey that we've begun to run into a little bit when it comes down to maybe some of the changes, reorganization that's going on with high school hockey coming up. So stay with us for that, and we'll get to that coming up here in just a bit. But we continue with our coverage of high school hockey coming up next on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports, and more of our overtime session, double overtime. Coming up in a couple of moments. Stay with us.
It's game day, and whether you're feeding the family or the entire team, Hugo's is the place to go. Score big with favorites from the meat department, delicious fresh veggies, and don't forget about the bakery to celebrate the big win. Hugo's Family Marketplace, your game day headquarters.
Thief River Glass handles it all. Aluminum storefronts, auto glass, windows, shower enclosures, and more. Just like our athletes, we're built for every season. No job is too big or too small. Call 218-681-1333 for year-round dependable service.
When you're looking for a change of pace, a change of routine, or a change of scenery, we'll help you find what's next. Berkshire Hathaway Home Services. For you, for life.
RBB Electric is proud to support local high school sports and the athletes who work hard every day. From the field to the classroom, dedication matters. Serving homes, businesses, and farms across the region, RBB Electric is honored to support our teams and communities.
This is the KNOX Intermission Report, presented by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school hockey on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. 2-2 at the end of our first overtime, and about 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock is our intermission report, brought to you by High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks, and Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. Well, over the course of the last week or so, some news has begun to break about high school hockey in North Dakota. Been tough to track down everything, but in talking with Matt Fetch, the Executive Secretary of the North Dakota High School Activities Association today, trying to confirm a few things that we had heard, and also talking with Mike Biermeyer, the Athletic Director for Grand Forks Public Schools. A couple of things that we do know about, Rhino. First of all, Mayport for points next year. Everybody has to play them once in the East Region, but you are allowed to play Mayport or Mayport area with your junior varsity if you so choose, but that does count then for your points, so you take your result that night. And, when you start to think about that, Mayport has become a varsity program that could probably threaten your junior varsity if you're some of those teams, and so you're looking at having to play them either once or twice, but you send your JV, you play one 6-point game and your JV comes up empty, you just lost 6 points in the East Region standings, and so that's a new thing that athletic directors are going to have to figure their way through.
And we've seen that out west, and oftentimes maybe like Hazen, Beulah, and some of those teams, right? Bismarck will send their JV team and not kill a game playing that game if it's not going to be competitive, but like you said, Mayport's had some some dudes the last couple years, some guys who can play, who've played on our 18U team or 18U Tier 2 team or NIT teams even. So, yeah, you're right. It's a decision that you're going to have to make, and a tough one.
Yeah, it is. Then the rest of it, Watford City, you know, the rumor was that they had decided to join high school hockey. Now we're being told that maybe that's being pushed back a little bit, that might not be the case after all. In that situation, that they didn't know exactly what they were getting into as far as commitment was concerned for travel and that type of thing, and so that decision has slowed down a little bit. I inquired about Langdon area, and apparently there is a parents meeting that's going on for Langdon area to try to decide what their future of hockey is. But one thing I heard all over the arena today, whether it was Matt Fetch or others that were involved in hockey or coaches, the instability of junior gold hockey in North Dakota right now is what's really factoring into a lot of decisions that some of these communities that have been heavily involved in junior gold are having to make when it comes down to joining high school hockey.
Yeah, I mean, Langdon and Watford have, over the last, couple decades have been kind of big-time factors in that junior gold program.
Yep.
So, are you saying instability as in teams not being able to put,
Well, there aren't teams. Fargo's down to one junior gold. Minot, with the gutting that they took from losing players to the juniors this year, they have no junior gold. So it's been a 7-team league, I think, this year. And it's leading to some more instability that way. And so you have that. In talking with Matt Fetch today, one of the things that came up is that it seemed like we were more freely discussing the changes that would have to be made in order to make a 2-division system work, rather than, well, that will never happen. We started to discuss what would take to make that happen, and you need 24 teams first and foremost. That's the thing.
That's a step in the right direction, because that conversation has probably been brought up many times over the years and hasn't gone anywhere. I think they're going to...
Yeah, we're going to have a pause as the ice is not cured. Yeah, so we got some water on the ice, and that'll bring us to a little bit of a delay. But, yeah, in the past, the conversation about 2 divisions of high school hockey has been almost a no, that's not going to happen. And when you consider the prospects of Watford City coming into varsity hockey and Langdon area perhaps coming into varsity hockey, and the alleged separation that's supposed to be coming with West Fargo Horace, although I think we were told today that's going to be 4 or 5 years.
This is the most classic thing I've ever seen. Logan Bina right now
is
with a squeegee behind the Red River net.
Yeah, Bina's squeegeeing the ice right now. And we're bringing you the shot on KNOX Live Sports. Logan Bina's out there with a squeegee. Hey, he's a sophomore. Make him go do it, right? So, and he's also the athletic director's kid, right? Who's going to step up and do the job if not him?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, this is probably my gig. I got it.
All right, double overtime about to begin for the East Region Championship. Grand Forks Central, Grand Forks Red River tied at 2. The state tournament awaits both of these teams, but the East Region Championship and crosstown bragging rights, that's what they're fighting for right now. It's Hoganson versus DeZiel for the draw. Red River left to right to left for Central. A shot from distance that'll be gloved immediately by Weston Nielsen, and will draw on the Central end.
Not to joke around too much, but I think Logan Bina should have faced off that draw with that squeegee in his hand instead of a stick. That'd been kind of funny. Bring some levity to the situation.
You'd have to push the puck at that point. You couldn't really pull it.
Be a different look for Corinta if he ever got to the net with it, huh?
Cullen Rost off the left wall, trying to drag one towards the corner. Shea Kwame looking to come up ice. He ended up losing an edge trying to step up the ice, but Rivard put some pressure on Breno and knocked the puck down, and this will pop on an edge and roll back behind the Grand Forks Central net. 21 seconds gone in our second overtime. They put 17 minutes on the clock now, so we'll play the full force until someone scores in sudden victory. Kwame trying to pressure a puck. Good chip in coming from Cam Urian to pinch down and keep this in the offensive end. Hoganson back to Urian on the left point. Cullen Ross looking, shot from the high slot, blocked. Those will be big factors. Block shots coming up, and Central puts one on net from distance to try to just change the direction and clear. No icing call. Stretch pass going to Cale Gruenberg for Red River, and Logan Nielsen comes back to take it away from Gruenberg.
You know, the other factor too here, Ryan, is this ice, as we talk about the ice, this ice is taking a beating.
Yeah.
It's had a lot of periods on it today, and even in that last game, we saw the puck just kind of bouncing around a lot. You start to wonder how much that plays into some of the playmaking ability with a bouncy puck and soft ice.
Spicer trying to make a backhanded pass through the top of the crease, looking for Mardo. The Wackenfuss, Mardo, and Spicer lines on the ice right now for the Knights. Bodie Burris will dump this down towards the corner. Mardo over to get it. Takes a hit in the corner from Caden Ulmer. Ends up forcing the puck back along the wall. Ulmer continues to body up with Mardo back behind the net. Caden Svoboda for Grand Forks Red River turns one back out to Blaze Newbert. And up the ice, Cale Gruenberg has a touch loose. Wackenfuss comes back up the ice. Mardo on his left. Wackenfuss a wrister up and over the bar. And wide of everyone. A stop. Chase Kulka trying to clear for Grand Forks Red River. Kulka takes it back beyond the student section in the left corner of the rink. He'll turn it back behind the net. Svoboda's there. A look up the ice. Svoboda being pressured by Wyatt Blake deep inside the Red River zone. Knights happy to send their defenders up high to try to keep the pressure on. A step in by Sam Presting. Loose to the near side for Ryland Edmond for Grand Forks Red River. Edmond stepping up on the wall. Comes back to Panzer on the right. Carson Cutterba drive into traffic blocked. Loose puck to Svoboda trying to clear. Took a wicked slash at it. This will move back towards the left, and Blaze Newbert comes away with it. He'll push this up into the Grand Forks Central end and will draw with 14:39 to play in our second overtime, tied at 2.
You might see a lot of what we just saw right there, where a little bit of sustained pressure in your zone, and you're getting tired, and you're just going to rip the puck out and take the face off and get the line change, Ryan. I mean, Blaze Newbert probably had an option to escape, but I don't think he had the energy to think to do anything else right there.
Draw to the far corner. Loose puck goes down there, and Cam Irian fighting for it in the Red River zone. We'll see a puck taken out by Trey Clausen. He pushes it back up the wall. Stetson Brown got to it and was forced back into the neutral zone, but the Riders will keep it in with, or rather the Knights will keep it in with Wyatt Blake. Off the near side, Cullen Ross for Red River. Ross coming up to the neutral zone, dumps one in on Weston Nielsen. He'll quickly scoop the rebound to the glove hand and cover for a whistle. And with 14:15 left of double OT, we'll draw again in the central zone.
I mean, earlier in the game, you know, a simple shot like that, you might have had 2 or 3 Red River guys going hard to the net, even though there was nothing there. Not anymore. Guys are just pulling off and like, all right, drop this puck, let's get going.
Puck comes out with Kwame on the right, out of the draw on the central end. Rivard steps through a hit, left it back for Kwame in the circle, who overran it just a bit. Kwame tried to push it back behind the line. Rivard stepping over to try to pressure. Kwame missed some time down the stretch of the season, but back healthy for the East Region Tournament in the postseason run. Hoganson coming out towards the right for Red River after taking control. He's got Mason Breno on the right, and Breno will dump it down to the central end. Over to get it, Wyatt Blake, and Red River's trying to change up. Puck on a near side pass to Rivard, long stretch type of pass. He left it behind the neutral zone, but Logan Bina comes up with it. Bina from the high slot has a shot deflected up into the webbing, and will draw coming up in the Red River zone with 13:35 left of the third, or rather double overtime. Still tied at 2.
Nice little defensive play right in front of us here in the neutral zone by Cale Gruenberg. He just kind of swatted at a puck on Logan Bina's stick. I think it was Logan Bina. Somebody, but he finds that puck. It's probably a 2-on-1 the other way, but he was kind of unable to locate it. Logan Bina came swooping in, took it down, and put one over the glass.
Puck on the near side point, held in by Bodie Burris, and it will go down the wall where a fight for control is on. Ends up overstepping Mardo, comes back to Logan Nielsen in the neutral zone for Central, dumped in. Left side, this will be taken up on the left for Grand Forks Red River's Brody Lucier. Into the corner, Spicer got to it for Central. Spicer turns it back towards the point. It's Burris widening out high slot, drive into traffic, loose puck out in front of the net. Mardo digging at it, goes back towards the near circle. Probably the closest opportunity so far in double overtime for either team. A return back into the neutrals, actually the offensive end for Spicer. This ends up back behind the net. Edmond coming out for Red River, found Newbert. It'll cycle into the neutral zone, and Cutterba will dump it back into the offensive zone, but Central has to get back on side. Edmond behind the net for Red River, turning left side, found Brody Lucier. Out to center ice. Gruenberg makes a catch on it. He's down numbers coming up in the offensive zone. Central wanted a hand pass, I think, to Gruenberg himself. They didn't get the call, and a shot comes in that Nielsen will block. Spicer will come back to the right, and we're going to see an interference call against Kason Panzer. Panzer's going to get called for the old pick play. He threw a body to try to knock away Red River's Caden Benke from a rush that was going up ice, and that one was seen right away, and Panzer's going to go in for interference.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a play. I mean, Mason Brenner was chasing down a Knight player, and Case Panzer stepped in front of him to just kind of set a pick and run a little bit of interference, but got too much contact, took out Mason Breno.
So a power play brought to you by RBB Electric, on call, on time, and online. RBBelectric.com. The first chance on the man advantage in overtime will go to Grand Forks Red River. Cullen Rost out high, looking at Brecken Holtberg, driving to traffic, blocked. Griffin Hoganson will pick it back up off the left half wall. He dumps down towards the corner. Taken there by Breno. Back to Hoganson. Holtberg stick handling on the high slot. Hoganson left circle, cross ice. Rost, a chance, and it's punched aside. Weston Nielsen punching out with the glove hand because Cullen Rost put that right where it belonged. Rost has it back again on the right point. It's poked away. It's Cooper DeZiel in by himself. DeZiel driving, and he has a shot stopped by Rylan Corinta. DeZiel got loose for a shorthanded opportunity, and Corinta stopped it.
Another one
now
here.
DeZiel comes up with a takeaway. He's got Rivard in front of the net and missed him with a pass going across the slot. And now it's 4-on-2 on the power play the other way for Red River. Ross, Gruenberg to the doorstep. Another big save by Weston Nielsen, just absolutely robbing Caden Ulmer right on top of the crease, and will draw on the Red River Central end rather with 1:07 left on the power play.
Just absolute pandemonium here. Just track meet hockey back and forth. Unbelievable chance by Red River. Breakaway down the other end for
And
Corinta.
Red River's taking a timeout.
Oh my gosh.
So Grand Forks Red River is going to call for timeout with 1:07 left of a power play for the Rough Riders in double overtime with 11:34 to go. In the second overtime, tied at 2. With back and forth after back and forth chance. Those of you watching tonight, you can see on your screen Tim Scarperud, the head coach of Red River. I'm not sure what you're drawing up here that you haven't run before, but there's something going on with the dry erase board in that Grand Forks Red River bench.
Maybe, you got the timeout, right? You can't take it home with you. You have your big dogs out there. Call this timeout. Let them sit out there. You're probably thinking this is the last power play we're going to get. This is our best opportunity, a man advantage.
Meanwhile, the central bench, you can see Coach Moreland really taking over control of the conversation here, and 4 coaches just kind of spread out on the bench, and a little bit of input coming from Grant Paranika. But
and I'll tell you what, here's the interesting thing. We've had media timeouts throughout this whole game, and I always kind of watch and see what's going on the benches because I don't know, I just always do. But this is the first time that on any of these timeouts where I've seen the coaches coaching. This felt like a game for most of it where the coach is like, hey, we've coached enough now.
Sure.
Right? The guys know what they need to do. So it's been pretty laid back, but like right here, obviously now as we pick up in double overtime.
By the way, for those of you just joining us, it is double overtime. The scoreboard goes through 4 quarters as if it's basketball, not 3 periods if it's hockey. So even though it says overtime 1, it is the second overtime. Power play recommences for Grand Forks Red River. Holtberg looking left side for Hoganson, back to Holtberg high slot. He'll turn it back towards the circle, takes it back from Cullen Rost. Holtberg on top, drive into traffic, right below Logan, actually Weston Nielsen. He reaches back and makes the stop with a puck that had gotten behind him. And I think I might see the wisdom of Tim Scarperud. This is the unit that he wants on the ice. He wanted to give them the opportunity to refresh, so you take the time out to keep your main power play unit out there for an extra shift.
Yeah, this is their best chance, right? You're probably not getting another power play in overtime. Those are few and far between, so use everything you can to get this opportunity.
Ross pins up a puck in the offensive end, but then lost it on a pass cross ice. Red River has to get back on side. Ross driving in the right circle, left it back on the point for Caden Ulmer, and Ulmer rotates it back down to Ross. Central will clear. Comes on net, Rylan Corinta, top of the crease, and he's got pressure bearing down on him from Jacob Spicer, and now Spicer creates a turnover. Walkenfuss a snapper. That's kicked aside by Corinta with a glove hand. Walkenfuss back on the wall, widens away from pressure, and now Walkenfuss will drift all the way back in his own end.
Love it.
Just looking to kill off some time. Great headsy defensive play by Gavin Walkenfuss. Down to 5 seconds left of the power play. Red River trying for one more rush to gain the zone, but they will not be able to. Spicer will dump this one in, and back to full strength goes Grand Forks Central. Marto comes back out onto the ice for the Knights. 10:18 to play in overtime. A turnover. Here's Caden Ulmer up the ice, and a save by Weston Nielsen, and Nielsen would cover for the stop. Caden Ulmer slams his stick on the ice as he got free, and Weston Nielsen makes another huge save.
Right, we've had more chances in this double overtime.
That all should have ended the game, every single one of them.
That we had probably the third and the last overtime combined. Unbelievable.
You know, when we have a Red River Central game, it is rare to have a duel of goalies. It is typically a much different type of game between Red River and Central. And this has turned into big stop after big stop for Corinta and for Nielsen.
I mean, Cooper DeZiel breakaway, Caden Ulmer breakaway. Those are guys who don't miss very often as is.
They're automatic scores. Yeah.
I'm taking Caden Ulmer on a breakaway all day.
In the corner, Breno for Grand Forks Red River comes back towards the left wall. He tries to turn it back up towards the circle, and the Knights respond to it. Bodie Burris gets back behind the net for a takeaway for the Knights. Breakout pass towards the right. They found Ryland Spicer. Spicer coming up with Marteau on his left. Spicer thought about it, now drives one. Saw that play earlier with Bennett Benson, the pump fake and the wrister, and a shot from the point coming from Walkenfuss that'll be covered by Corinta. And we'll draw again coming up in the Red River zone with 9:43 left in the second overtime. Still tied at 2 on the All-True scoreboard.
Still tied at 2. Not sure how we're playing hockey based on what we just witnessed.
47 saves for Ryland Corinta tonight. 43. 43 saves for Ryland Corinta tonight for Grand Forks Red River, and 36 for Weston Nielsen. And Nielsen will cover this one with 9:33 to go as the puck floats back from Red River into the central zone. That will make it now 37 saves for Weston Nielsen.
There, but
huh?
Kind of a freebie there, but we'll boost the stats a little bit.
Might as well.
Get that save percentage up.
Numbers mean things when they're bigger, Ryan. That's just the way it goes. Hoganson versus DeZiel to the right of Nielsen in the central zone for the draw. And it's picked up by Griffin Hoganson in the corner. He turns it back to the point. Drive coming in from Ryland Edmond. This will float back towards the near side. Rivard comes down to put some pressure on it. Now DeZiel will take a loose puck in the corner. He stops, made a dangerous play right in front of his own crease, but Hoganson missed him. And here comes DeZiel up the ice. It's 4-on-4. DeZiel dashing to the corner, got out in front, tried to make a play, and scores! Cooper DeZiel comes up the ice and scores, I believe, 5-hole on Ryland Corinta, and Grand Forks Central will win it in double overtime, 3-2.
Boy, it looked like Corinta had just made the save, and then he kind of got spun around, Ryan. And I don't know if he pushed it back in his net or if it was trickling through the whole time, but unbelievable finish. I should have picked DeZiel. I was going to.
Let's take a look at it in the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. This is just DeZiel coast to coast. Head of steam, gets around a defender, then pulls back to his forehand side, and he either snuck it through 5-hole. I think it looked like a 5-hole type of stop. And Grand Forks Central will win by a final score of 3-2 in double overtime to claim the East Region Championship and move on to the state tournament as the #1 seed out of the EDC.
Cheerleader fell.
I think she's okay. We've seen that happen a couple times this year.
I think she's hurting. But
so we're going to stay with us here because we're going to try to get Abby Schauer on the ice immediately with Grant Paranika, the head coach of the Knights, and see if we can't get his final comments on it. It'll be unassisted for Cooper DeZiel, his second goal of the game, and the time of the goal will be at 7 minutes and 53 seconds of double overtime. And as it turns out, Cooper DeZiel, who makes the trip back from the juniors to rejoin his high school team, a story that we talked about at the very beginning of the year, turns out to make the big play in double overtime for Grand Forks Central. Well, we'll see if we're going to get Grant Paranika. It looks like he's on his way off. Might be trying to shake one more hand with the officials here. I don't know if Abby's in position or not to go down there. Abby, go. All right, Abby Schauer going to go down, and we'll have the presentation coming up. Actually, before we get Abby on the ice, apparently she was prepared for this. We'll have the presentation of the team trophies, and then we'll get Abby in position. So, again, Grand Forks Central with a victory. They win by a final score of 3-2 in double overtime tonight. Instant classic, Rhino. Instant classic tonight between they give us so many big moments, these two teams, and they did it again.
We asked for a game, and we got one.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this was wildly entertaining. Wildly entertaining. There was everything. There was a couple goals. There were some quick ones. There were some power play goals. There were chances galore.
And yet again, if you're Grand Forks Red River, the way this thing started tonight, we come back to the goalies, 42 saves. tonight. 42 saves for Rylan Corinta, 37 saves for Weston Nielsen. You don't usually get into a goalie duel right away, but you did here tonight in this one between Central and Red River. And the other part of it is just the crosstown rivalry again between these two. And Red River's turned away for the third time. And boy, you feel like if they meet at the state tournament, it's going to be just, this is our last chance, guys. We got to get them at some point, right? But they scored 2 in 14 seconds, so then that was it.
Yeah.
You know, they just weren't able to find the net again tonight.
No, but I'll tell you that, was that as crazy like a multiple overtime period that, I mean, when's the last time you saw, usually, like you said, in overtime you just see everyone's kind of sitting back, hey, I don't want to make a mistake. This was pure chaos.
This is the, I believe, all-tournament team from the East Region tournament.
So we got Caden Ulmer, Griff Hoganson, we got Bennett Benson from Cheyenne, looks like Nolan Mardo.
Yeah, they'll get us a list. But a lot of Red River and Central guys are going to be on this team. Mike Biermeyer, the athletic director at Grand Forks Public Schools, is handing out the medals here for the guys that hung around for tonight.
Okay, now we're kind of getting some of the non-participants in this game.
There's Charlie Istabo for West Fargo Cheyenne, and obviously it was a really tough one. How about Logan Bina, a sophomore, landing on that team? That's a fantastic award for him.
I mean, he plays some big, hard minutes for Grand Forks Central, doesn't he? And he just kind of does everything. He puts up points. He's kind of their top shutdown guy. He's killing penalties. He does everything as a sophomore.
Couple of goalies, Brecken Metcalf from Fargo Davies, Cruz Fitzpatrick from West Fargo Cheyenne, and Weston Nielsen from Grand Forks Central, and he earned it tonight.
Boy, Cruz had a game today, huh? For Cheyenne?
Yeah.
Cruz was really good today. Weston Stromey, my guy.
From Devil's Lake?
He had what did he end up with? Somewhere in the neighborhood of 45 points?
He had a huge season this year for Devil's Lake.
45 points, missing a lot of his top guys, his top line mate for a chunk of the season. He was kind of carrying that team. He had a great year.
The guys will get together for a somewhat informal photo. But obviously a great opportunity to see those guys come on the ice tonight for the all-tournament team. And then I believe I'll have a Senior Athlete of the Year here.
Senior Athlete of the Year. The Senior Athlete of the Year.
Griffin Hoganson, I would think, would be one of the finalists for it. And Cooper DeZiel also, I would think, would be one of the finalists. I don't know. No, they haven't told us. Normally we get some paperwork on it, but we don't have any of that tonight. We were told we'd get it as soon as it was ready.
The sport of boys hockey is Griffin Hoganson from Grand Forks.
Yeah, Griffin Hoganson from Grand Forks Central wins the award. And those 52 points that we talked about just matter, right? After his 3 goals on Friday night to push his team into the final, Griffin Hoganson with 52 points on the season.
Coach of the Year.
Yeah, he had a great tournament. I mean, a great season, right? But it was a huge tournament.
2026 East Region Coach of the Year as selected by his peers.
Coach of the Year?
From Fargo Davies, Nate Metcalf.
Nate Metcalf wins the Coach of the Year award. And I'll tell you what, that's probably fitting. Nate Metcalf took that team and really did some good things. They took their best chance at Grand Forks Red River last night and just didn't quite have the firepower to get over the hump, but played some really big games this year. The only team to take a point from Central in the East Region this year.
That's true. Yeah, I don't completely disagree with that. Nate Metcalf had obviously a great year. Fargo Davies, yeah, they had a great year. Listen, I'm a little bit of a homer for the Grand Forks guys. I don't think we can understate the job Tim Scarper did. They brought 4 returning forwards back.
Yeah.
That's what they had.
Yep.
East Region
And
champion from Grand
still
Forks
got their
Central
way to the EDC championship game.
And Grand Forks Central will grab the East Region championship, and I'm sure there will be a big celebration over in front of the students. Let's see if that's what they do with it here.
Well, you know, there's always that superstition, right? You touch the EDC trophy, you not. Maybe that's just maybe that's just the NHL. Well, in the NHL, right? You don't touch the Eastern Conference or Western Conference trophy. It's bad luck.
Abby Schauer is standing by on the Grand Forks Central bench, and Abby will pick up opportunity to talk with a couple of the players that we have tonight, perhaps, and then also with Grant Paranika, the head coach of the Grand Forks Central Knights. They're looking to put themselves in the right position for their interview. Grant Paranika has a smile on his face. I can understand why at this point, as things got a little nuts out there for a couple of moments. But let's go down to the ice where we have Abby Schauer standing by here tonight with Grant Paranika. Abby?
Grant, that one took double overtime tonight. What does that say about your team's resilience?
Well, I guess they are kind of resilient. I mean, we've had 3 overtime games this year and come out on top on them. And I thought we played well, and just didn't give up. Right, like you say, showed some resilience, kept pounding away, and it wasn't kind of the way you'd usually see them go in, but we'll take it.
Yeah. Thank you, Grant.
Grant Paranika joining us tonight as Abby Schauer grabs Grant on the ice, and we'll see if Abby's going to have any player profiles tonight. Post-game report brought to you by Spray Advantage, everything you need for spraying and application on your farm, and also brought to you this evening by the Ski and Bike Shop, where your next adventure awaits. And let's go back to the ice where we have Cooper DeZiel standing by, the hero, scoring the game-winning goal in double overtime tonight. Abby?
I've got Cooper DeZiel with me, the double overtime game winner tonight. Walk me through that moment.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of saw an open lane. I mean, it was pretty wide open down the whole ice there, and I had my line mates over on the other side, but I was thinking, with the amount of ice I had, I was thinking, why not take it and go for a shot?
And what is your team looking to do in the next week to prepare for state?
Yeah, right. I think we have to get better at our fast starts here. I think today we started a little slower, but just getting prepared throughout practice, and I think it'll do us just right.
Thank you, Cooper.
And Cooper DeZiel joining Abby Schauer tonight on the ice for an opportunity to talk with the game winner, the hero for tonight for Grand Forks Central. And again, our post-game report brought to you by Spray Advantage, everything you need for spraying and application on your farm. The difference between Spray Advantage and their competitors is that Spray Advantage has what you're looking for in stock: tips, tanks, nozzles, pumps, grain carts, and seed tenders. 2 locations to serve you in Grand Forks and St. Thomas. Spray Advantage, make them a part of your agricultural game plan now and for years to come. In the Ski and Bike Shop, where your next adventure awaits, they've got Trek tires. They can put the fat tire, or I should say rather Trek bicycles. They can put the fat tires on top of those so you can chew up the snow even that's out there right now. They'll fit you out for boots. They'll fit you out for skis. And, of course, the summer coming up, they can handle your skiing and your biking needs that you're looking for there as well. The Ski and Bike Shop, where your next adventure awaits. Well, what do you say we go through the highlight of the night as we continue our post-game report, brought to you by American Family Insurance. Tyler Nagel, your agent. Here is the game winner for Cooper DeZiel, rushing up on the left, and he comes right back to his forehand, drives in on Corinta, and gets one to just leak through against Ryland Corinta. And that is the highlight of the night that we had for you this evening, and our highlights brought to you by American Family Insurance. Tyler Nagel, your agent in Grand Forks. And our scoring summary with Who Lit the Lamp, brought to you by Bergstrom Electric. They make the lamp and the light shine brighter in their scoring summary tonight. Well, it's Cooper DeZiel with a 3-point night tonight. DeZiel with a goal in the first period, a goal in the double overtime, and assisted on Che Kwame's goal on the power play in the second period tonight. So Cooper DeZiel with 3 points this evening. A big night for him. And Che Kwame with 2 points tonight as well. Kwame with a goal in the second period and also an assist this evening for Che Kwame. And the goals scored tonight for Grand Forks Red River were scored by Ulmer for the Rough Riders tonight, as we saw Caden Ulmer score at 6:52 of the first, then Griffin Hoganson just 14 seconds later at 7:06. Ulmer's a goal assisted by Cale Gruenberg and also by Colin Rost, and Hoganson's goal assisted by Stetson Brown. But who lit the lamp tonight? Cooper DeZiel twice with 3 points. Che Kwame once with 2 points tonight. And Caden Ulmer and Griffin Hoganson with goals for Red River. And that's Who Lit the Lamp. And it's brought to you by Bergstrom Electric. They make the lamp and the light shine brighter. Well, before we move on to our post-game awards, Ryan, I just want to give a big thank you to our whole crew that was here throughout this one tonight and throughout the tournament as well. The last few days, we pulled out multiple cameras and tried to really pump up the coverage that we have for the East Region tournament. And because of that, we had a lot of personnel here. Jacob Lindemann took on the ownership of managing the camera crew and being our producer on site tonight. We had Joey Springer, who's in our 3rd year of covering video sports with us. Luca Carpenter, who's in our 2nd year. Also Cooper Freegee, former Red River Rough Rider just like you, covering this tonight. And we had Kristen Clay with our on-ice camera tonight. Abby Schauer joined us for our on-ice interviews. We had games called throughout the tournament by Sam Jensen and by John Roberts, and Sean Ford got us started. So I mean, we had a huge crew, and I just wanted to say thank you to all those guys because this was an experiment to get it done the first time. And I was really pleased with the results, and I hope the viewers were as well. But, I mean, we had a really, really fun time the last couple of days doing some new things here on KNOX Live Sports.
I've heard nothing but positive feedback. Like I said, I ran into some parents last night. They were talking about how good the broadcasts were. I know some of them go back the next day and watch, so they saw some of those games that we've done over the last couple of weeks, trying some camera angles and things like that. I'm sure they'll see these. So it's landing. And this was fun.
It was.
Fun having a group with some team and some energy and some
yes.
Kind of feels like a real thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and they hunkered down, and they went all the way through it. I mean, those guys were here all hours. They put in the entire tournament, and so we couldn't have done it without them. And so I wanted to say a big thank you to them and all of our sponsors tonight as well. Let's go to our final awards before we wrap up our coverage of the East Region Tournament. How about our 3 stars of the game tonight?
Got it.
Brought to you by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR for PS Garage Doors. Grand Forks and Devils Lake, serving the area since 1974. Whether it's a new garage door or service on your current, they have you covered at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks and Devils Lake. So 3 stars. Take us through it, Rhino.
Number 3, Weston Nielsen.
I can see that.
I mean, and then number 2, Rylan Krinta.
I can see that.
Rylan Krinta had a few more saves. I thought he had some more high-danger chances he had to make saves, but both goalies kept their teams in it. Both goalies made saves that literally saved the game at multiple points.
And gave
in the
them
overtime
chances to win. Yeah,
gave them chances to win. So Krinta 2, Nielsen 3, and then obviously, game winner. He got 2 goals, 3 points. Cooper DeZiel.
Cooper DeZiel will be our first star of the game tonight. So, again, our 3 stars of the game that we have for you this evening. 3rd star tonight, Weston Nielsen. 2nd star, Rylan Krinta, the goalie for Central and Red River, respectively. And Cooper DeZiel, who scores the game winner for Central, will be our first star of the game tonight, brought to you by PS Garage Doors. And next up is our Finest Auto Trim, Finest Cover of the game. And it's brought to you by Finest Auto Trim, where their motto is big or small, they cover it all. Finest Auto Trim specializing in recovering vehicle seats, boat seats. Hey, it's the end of February next week. That means it's time to get the boat ready to go. There will be ice out at some point. Let's get it, and let's be ready for it. And Finest Auto Trim can recover those seats so you get the right support, the right feel for your watercraft that you're taking out there. And again, if you pick up something new like a new boat that you're going to be storing outside, or you have an AC unit or power generator, they can custom make a cover for that as well at Finest Auto Trim. Big or small, they cover it all. And the finest cover of the game, there's, I guess, one that jumps out at me, and that was Cullen Rost blocking that pass. When that pass was coming across, I think it was Walkenfuss to Mardo. Mardo waiting for it, and Ross jumping in there and taking that off the body. Otherwise, this thing ends a little bit earlier. That was a thought I had. You might have had a different thought, Rhino.
Ross was great. That play was awesome. I had Carson Cutterba.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, I could see that too. He had a great defensive game tonight.
He had a great game. So, Carson is on a deep blue line. Carson's kind of your 5th, 6th guy, right? Just because Central's D core is deep. So, but in a game like today where, you're stacking up games back to back, he got a lot more minutes. He was great yesterday. He carried it in today. He made several defensive plays. He had some big hits. He was active rushing the puck. I thought Carson was really, really good today and very noticeable, too.
What do you say we split the difference?
Yeah.
Cullen Rost from Red River and Carson Cutterba from Grand Forks Central picking up the Finest Auto Trim, Finest Cover of the game. Final award, let's fight hunger together with Northland Community and Technical College. Northland Community and Technical College can give you the start on that liberal arts degree that can give you so many opportunities with your career path, and right here in your own backyard in East Grand Forks, Minnesota. Northland Community and Technical College partners with KNOX Live Sports to fight hunger in our region. For every goal that we have scored by one of our teams in one of these matchups, $1 is donated to the Pioneer Food Pantry in East Grand Forks, Minnesota. And tonight, we had 5 goals between our 2 teams. That means $5 will be donated to the Pioneer Food Pantry, and that will be donated on behalf of Northland Community and Technical College. Well, our schedule going forward. So, because of the loss tonight for East Grand Forks to Detroit Lakes, our hockey schedule on the Minnesota side finished up. So, the North Dakota State Tournament is what we have left. And what we have left on the hockey side, Central will go in as the number 1 seed, and Central will play Game 3 of the state tournament coming up on Thursday. I believe they normally schedule that for about 5:30 in the evening, something like that. And Central, as the number 1 seed, will take on number 4 out west, which will be Bismarck Century. And Red River, the 2 seed out of the east, will play Game 2 on Thursday. Red River will play at around 2:30. They set the time for Game 1 at noon, so it'll be a 2:30 start for Grand Forks Red River. They'll take on Jamestown. And we'll have both of those games on KNOX Radio. For many of you that have asked, no, we do not have web streaming rights at the state tournament. We're going back to good old-fashioned 1310, 1079, 1033. And I know that Ryan Kuntz will be making trips down to Fargo to join us for our coverage down there. And I believe that we have John Roberts ready to come down as well for some coverage. And so we'll be putting the band back together for one more go-around in hockey coming up next week, Rhino.
Yeah, so work on syncing your TV to the radio and getting that whole process
that's
down.
what
you're going to have to do.
Absolutely. Rhino, thank you for being here for the last couple of days. A big thank you to every single one of those staff members. We couldn't have pulled this off without them. We appreciate them. Central's your East Region champion. Central, Red River, Fargo Shanley, and West Fargo Cheyenne are the qualifiers from the East Region tournament. And that is going to do it for our coverage of Eastern Dakota Conference Tournament Hockey. On the radio side, back to regular programming. On the video side, we'll see you next time on KNOX Live Sports and the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network.